Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us for the debates. I appreciate you coming along. We will get started in a minute. Jesse's going to keep you entertained.
I'm going to steal your seat. So
hopefully, he's going to sit in my seat, and I can just turn the thing.
Oh, so that's true.
And then, anyway, bear with us while we finish getting set up. Jesse will keep you entertained for a minute, and I'm going to get our setup, everything going on.
Hey. So sorry for the background noise. My restaurant bar is rocking right now. So got some people in here. So for whoever's watching, hopefully you've seen our new fun drinking game. I made some tweaks last night. Anyone who has a problem with it, I'm sorry. I just did it quick. So hopefully I did it right. I got the okay from Phil, who was kind of drunk last night. So that's not the best proofreader. So
okay, if you got a problem with the drinking game, I don't know if they can hear me, but if you got a problem with the drinking game, you can take it up with the complaint department.
Do we have a complaint department? So HR, if you want to contact HR, it is 1-800-Hooters, and you can throw anything you want to at them for us. Oh boy. Oh, I lost a viewer. Shouldn't have brought up Hooters.
Already?
Yeah. Oh, they're back. Fun. Yeah, Phil's finishing setting up. So I'm like that. I'm like that guy that doesn't help and just does all the talking, and Phil's the hard worker. So. There's a lot of background noise. Phil, you think that's a big deal, buddy? No. Cool. I'm pumped. We gotta take a picture and show everyone the setup. Your new Fire TV you got us. Look at that baby. Smart Fire TV. What's that? Yeah, looks good. I don't know if you'll be able to see it well from your point. I think you should turn it a little more. Okay. What's that old classic rock song? I got something vision. Double vision?
Double vision?
Yeah.
Look in my eye. Oh, shit.
Oh, boy.
It doesn't really work unless you plug it in. Tell them how the sausage is made, Jesse.
What sausage? How do we make? Oh. Okay, cool. All right. So we got one person watching right now.
Mouse.
Phil's gonna get C-SPAN on here for us to get her going, get her done.
Yeah. Just getting set up now, folks. Golly. If I can get this thing to work, we will be in business.
You don't want to go.
Marianne also will be joining us, but she will be a little bit on the late side. So bear with us while we wait for her.
Get another button undone here for everybody.
There we go. All right. Now it feels like a podcast.
A little stuffy in here.
I was telling people earlier how Jesse just gets tired out halfway through buttoning the buttons. They thought that was entertaining.
So, Stoneyard Brewing Co. Check this out. Juicehead. It's pretty good. Support your local brewery. That's Brockport, New York. So, pretty good.
That's in Brockport?
Yep.
I haven't had a chance to try that yet.
Yeah. My mother's loud, dude.
If you're watching, let us know if you can hear Jesse's mother, because it's kind of man,
no.
She is,
you motherfucker.
I think I don't know if they could hear that, but I'll tell you what is that, you know what pisses her off? I'm not sure, but whatever it is going on right now.
I gotta tell her to quiet the hell down. Did you want to set Noob up or not? Because he's up there. If not,
I can set him up. We can bring him in if he wants to. I'm gonna have to adjust stuff, but I can do it.
Yeah, I just don't know if you'd think that would be fun.
I'll offer it to him.
Okay.
If he wants to come, he can come. If not, he doesn't have to.
Okay.
Katie says she can hear her.
Oh, great.
Thanks, Katie. All right. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can pull up C-SPAN so that She doesn't give a shit. I'm gonna get up the live stream so that we can play the debate. Of course, this is the second debate. Oh, look, earlier they put right now on C-SPAN 3, they're playing the Ross Perot debate, which is interesting because they're not including the third party in the debate tonight. However, I do have hopes that maybe Biden and or Trump will accept the invitation to next week's debate so that we can hear from all the candidates that are actually on all of the ballots in all the states. To log in. Yeah, I'll log in. You just come on. Got to make this work. All right. Remember me. Sign in. Has everybody had a chance to see the actual? All right. Hey, noob, pull up a chair. Yeah, brush that off for him. Have him sit over here, and I'll get a mic set up for him in a minute. I'm gonna get the debate rolling first.
Hello.
Okay.
Anyone else that wants to get dusted down like that by me, it'll cost $5.
It's $1 to look at
The
it.
camera is a bit blurry.
$2 to. No, it's not.
That's what Mary Kay said. Don't yell at me.
Oh, come on, Katie. Whose camera's blurry? My camera? It looks great to me. It's going to be even blurrier in a second if it's blurry now. So I don't know what the hell this guy's talking. Newbie, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Phil. How are you?
Good. They can't hear you that much. I'm going to get you a mic set up. I'm going to let this guy talk about the nonsense rules right now while I get Newbie set up with a mic. Does it say MP3 is turned up or is it turned down on that board? MP3? Oh, that's perfect. All right. So, but I can't hear it because I've got it muted. So,
Who these two people
Katie,
are
can you
that are
hear that
standing here
okay?
beside me. Well, this is Molly Deakins, and this is Kendra Turner. They co-chaired the student volunteer group of 250 students who made this thing happen here at Belmont University. And I'm so grateful to them.
Let me know if you can hear
Thank
that.
you,
I'm
and
going to
thank
get
all the Belmont
Newbie set up with a mic, and I'm going to
volunteers
adjust the camera
for
so
what
we
you've
can all
done
be on
here.
it.
And finally, I have to say this. I've prayed enough about this happening that it'd be totally disingenuous if I didn't say thank you, God, that this is about to happen. God bless America. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get us up.
Where's that box? I'm just trying to figure out if I want to do this or not. All right, adjust this, but then I need to get the soft filter over here. Just try not to bang on that other mic stand because they can really, they'll really hear it. You got that adjusted at toward your face. I've never heard it that loud up there. They're doing this intentionally. It's like, what are they even doing? All right. back to seeing Mike. Just put your headphones on real quick. And tell me if you hear.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Does it sound okay when you speak?
Testing. Oh, yeah.
Moderator for this evening's debate is Kristen Welker of
Katie,
NBC
you
News.
can hear it all the way up there, huh?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here. It is such an honor for me to moderate this debate tonight, the final debate. I want to welcome the First Family and the First Lady. We're so glad and thankful that you are feeling better. I want to welcome the Biden family, Dr. Jill Biden. Thank you all for being here tonight. We are so excited. We're looking forward to a really robust discussion. And the only thing I would reiterate are the CPD guidelines that when the candidates are talking, please hold any applause or any other reactions, except of course when they walk out. Make sure you cheer and loud and applause so that everyone can hear you. Thank you for having me. This is really the honor of a lifetime. I am going to sit down and just get organized and get settled, and the show will start very soon. Thank you for being here.
No mask on Kristen Welker. That's the president. Kristen Welker.
Is she out there already?
Yeah, she was addressing the audience. No mask.
She's saying everybody needs to shut up for the next hour and a half.
Yeah.
It's literally just an hour and a half. It'll be okay. Let's see. So if I'm here. Oh, perfect. All right. So sit down.
It's tough parenting your parents, isn't it?
Yeah. I bring malt vinegar down here.
For the chips I got.
To drink with the wine.
Hey.
Like children under the stairs.
I ate a bun the other day.
He thought I made you do it.
Yeah, it was weird. When she was like
I did not.
forcing the bun into my mouth.
No,
it
I
was
did
weird.
not. I told him he could have a burger with an egg without a fucking bun.
She did. She said I could have a burger
But he
with
ate
an
it,
egg
and I was like,
and
"Why
what?
are you
And
doing
like
that?"
and some cheese or something, right?
Totally good. Yeah.
And bacon.
But I ate a burger with a bun.
He goes, I'm gonna have a bun
If you
today.
want to disinfect your pop filter, you're welcome to.
And I'm like,
I ain't
what
scared.
the fuck are you doing,
I think it's probably okay.
Thank you, sir. It's been quarantining
We're-
since last week.
We're
Yeah.
drinking a red wine for the
That's what I
podcast.
said to you. Beth, why are you eating this shit?
Yeah, she was like,
I was not happy with you.
Mom, leave Phil alone. Okay.
Did you regret it afterwards?
Phil's got a
"How
tough
was the
life.
Laurentide?"
It was pretty. Listen, I'm drunk because all I'm eating is fucking weed.
Mother.
I wish that we had that other microphone set up right now.
No, she's on a fucking tangent tonight. Mom.
She's awesome. Where's that remote? Is there a remote here?
Oh,
This is my basement. I want to
there
be like
another
Joe
remote?
Biden and be less alone in the
No, there
basement.
should be. There's another one.
You have a mother that's still alive.
Well, Joe Biden can sit in his basement, so can
Where's
I?
the
Mom?
other one?
he does. I haven't seen
He does.
But anyways,
Oh, I got it.
I'm glad you ate it.
Joe Biden spends a lot of time in his
It made me
basement.
feel good
Newbie.
for a
Yo,
minute.
Who is
Didn't you live
the
in a
other-
basement
okay.
for a while? What's it like to live in a basement?
But then
it's
I
cool
got
and damp.
everything.
Who's Rhonda? Do you know Rhonda?
That's my mother.
That's your mom?
Yeah. Hi, Mom.
Hey, she was my.
I see you, Don. Science teacher.
Why do
Oh.
you sound like that? Is
That's-
that you?
I think
Who is
that's
that?
Newbert. That's Newbie.
Hold on a second. Let me just.
Sorry, guys, having some audio issues.
Have fun. Hi, Gina. My name is Patrick. I see you out there.
Did they get lots?
What if we just turn him off and on real quick?
Yeah.
Turn him off. Yeah, it's gone. Turn it on. Back.
That's the channel.
That's you.
Yeah.
Plug him in and out. So do you know that? No, still going.
It just started. It wasn't there before.
Wait, is he still on? What the hell? He'll swap it out for you, noob. So Phil, did you know that Noob's mother was my teacher in high school?
It was either chemistry or earth science.
She was my earth science teacher. Ooh, a little loud. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, then leave it. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. No. But it's good there.
Wait, can you still hear it?
Well, now it's turned off. But it wasn't doing that weird ass noise anymore.
You just gotta keep your mouth in front of it.
There you go. That's good.
Perfect.
So we need to introduce Newbie.
Mara's back. She's back with a vengeance.
With a vengeance.
That's good because I asked Katie to make sure that she was here.
That girl is
You liked
awesome.
her.
She
She's
gives the best, she has the best feedback. She's so cool.
Awesome last name too. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let's see. I will have a Pinot for you soon.
Yeah, so
Not tonight, Ma. This is gonna go a while.
Newbert's mom is what was my earth science teacher in high school. She probably doesn't remember me. But
She does.
I remember she was once showing the class like on how biceps got bigger
Mhm.
and smaller when you flexed. And out of all the guys in the class, she picked me to like
Oh,
flex because
You stud. You
Yeah.
stud.
that's just how it works.
Yeah.
So
Check.
no, you're off, Phil.
Damn it. Which one am I?
You're okay, Phil. Well, no one's doing anything on there. So here,
Just speaking to her real quick.
can you hear this?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, can you hear that
Yep.
sound?
Not
Are we
the
getting
bad.
that
Not the bad.
background
No.
noise? It's all
No,
fixed?
no, it's good. I don't know what happened there, dude.
That was weird. I don't know what that was.
So the reason we're late is Phil decided while we were at the wine. Wait.
Well, Gwen, I wish that we could.
Good evening from Belmont.
Oh,
Um,
biology.
in
She had you for
Nashville,
biology.
Tennessee. I'm Kristen Welker.
I'm not
of
sure if
NBC
we
News,
can. Let me
and I
see.
welcome you to the final
Hey, there we
2020
go.
There you go.
presidential debate between
That'll be
President
acceptable, I
Donald J.
think.
Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed
It's gonna
by the
cut off
Commission's
Newbie,
health
though.
security advisor.
That's okay.
The
I'm used to
audience
it.
here in the hall
We can still
has
hear you.
promised
Yeah.
to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or
No
other
cheers.
interruptions,
No
except
booze.
Right now, as we welcome to the stage former
Yeah,
Vice
dude, it
President
keeps
Joe Biden
trying to make
and
that
President
noise, dude.
Donald J. Trump.
Just a little bit.
Pull your pop away. Pull your pop. Pull your.
I think I
I think that's what it was.
Wow. All
was
right.
contacting.
You were too close, buddy.
Sorry. Sorry, everybody.
Hey, that was Phil.
Hey, who's? Oh, that's our. Yeah. Sorry, it was me. We are going to be joined by Marianne at some point.
Awesome.
Newbie, while they're doing their thing, can we just?
And I do want to
Tell
say a
people who
very
you are
good
real quick.
Yeah,
evening to
absolutely.
both of you. This debate will cover 6
I'm just going to mute
major
this.
topics.
Nobody cares what the topics are. We'll hear them later.
We're gonna find out.
Wasn't that? Go ahead.
Dude, something's weird.
Tell us who Newbie is.
Yeah. Why don't you tell us who I am?
No, go for it. Nope. Go for it.
Okay.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah. Patrick Newby, also known here at the 18th Amendment as Norm.
Norm.
Norm. I have my own stool brushed off for me when I come in. Yeah.
You're good, Danny. You're good. Look at that lighting.
Keep going.
Fantastic.
We like Newbie. He's a faithful watcher.
Faithful fan of the podcast. I watch every Sunday as I drive around pointlessly or clean my car, which is a Sunday tradition. Oh gosh, what do? Work in education and medicine. And yeah, I don't know.
All right, that'll get us started. I'm going to bring back the audio.
No, tell
Next
them what you
stage
do for
is
work.
the coronavirus crisis. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
But she's
So,
talking.
We've got-
as you know,
we're going.
We're talking
2.2
now.
million people modeled out.
Shoot.
We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the
My mother says,
mortality
"Don't worry,
rate is
She knows what
down
I look like.
85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're
His
fighting
handlers
it, and we're
have
fighting it
promised he's
hard.
gonna
There is a
change his
spike.
tenor
There was
and
a
tone
spike in
tonight.
Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big
Can you hear
spike
better
in
now?
Texas. It's now gone.
There
Your
was a
mother
very
said
big
it was
spike in
biology. She was
Arizona.
right.
It's
Turn it
now
up a little
gone.
Yes, biology.
And there
That's
are
right.
some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you
That sounds
from
like Star
personal
Trek.
experience that
That's a
I
drink.
was in the hospital. I
Warp
had
speed?
it, and
What'd he say?
I got better, and I will tell you
Said they were
that,
gonna distribute the
I had
vaccine.
something
Oh,
that they gave
vaccine.
me,
Oh,
That is a
a
drink.
therapeutic,
Damn.
I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure, but I was in for
Are we
a
doing
short
the thumb
period of
thing?
time, and I
Hey,
got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here
Gina.
tonight.
Just a little bit.
And now they
Is
say
it
I'm
any
immune,
better yet,
whether
Gina?
it's 4 months or a lifetime. Nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune. More and more people.
Oh, he's
are
immune.
Oh,
getting
no.
better. We
Was
have,
that a? Do you have to finish your?
problem that's
No,
a
that's
worldwide
That's just a
problem.
drink.
This is
It's just a drink.
Wait, he's
worldwide
immune, he
problem.
said?
He's
Said he's
immune.
immune.
If he's
Congratulated by
immune,
the
you have
hands
to
of many
chug your
countries
drink.
on
I
what
can't-
we've been
Not the
able
whole
to
thing, but just take a
It's a
big
glass
chug.
of wine.
If-
Take a
if
big
you
chug.
take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and
Goggles.
gowns and everything else.
Goggles.
And in
Goggles are the
particular,
answer for
ventilators.
corona.
We're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will
You gotta
go
go.
away, and as I say,
Yeah.
we're rounding the turn,
Hey,
we're rounding the
here, I'm
corner. It's going away.
She can
Okay,
make it.
former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you
Rounding
lead
the
country
turn on
out
our
of this
third
crisis?
surge. How
You
about
have
that?
2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. You hear nothing else I say tonight. Hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially.
I like how this thing
Anyone
blocks
who's
me.
responsible for that
There
many
you go.
deaths should not remain as president of the United States of America.
Sorry, guys. It'll
We're in a
calm down here.
situation where there are 1,000 deaths
What's
a
happening?
day.
Why is it doing that?
1,000 deaths
Sorry.
a day. And there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said,
Hey,
they're
there we go.
starting from a very low
Shoot.
rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is
Sorry,
we'll
guys.
have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that
Go
the
for
way
it,
this
Ruth.
president has
Comment,
responded
buddy.
to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make
What do you
sure
need,
we
Mom?
have a plan.
President Trump,
Hmm?
I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very
Can
quickly.
you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well, and we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, and because this is new information, you have said a vaccine is coming soon within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take
Weeks?
well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get
Remember, if he
vaccinated.
says,
52
And even
more
then,
if he
they say
says
the country will be
vaccine,
wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is
You
your
have to
timeline
drink.
realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that
We're gonna
they're
die. if we
counting
do
on the
that.
military the way I do,
okay.
but we have our generals lined up, one in particular, that's the head of logistics. And this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. And we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists of the world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, This is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same
Did
fellow
you
who
see
told
Mary
you that,
Kate's
don't worry,
comment,
we're going to
though?
end
It was
this by
awesome.
the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter,
Then
a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine
It's a
available for the
spitting
majority
image.
of the American
Oh,
people
shit.
before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says
I
you
don't
have no
think we're going to
plan.
have a dark winter and at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned.
No,
and
Ruth, I'm not
studied
wearing
and
suede.
understand
It's
the
a
disease,
fantastic
which we
track
didn't at
suit.
the beginning. When I closed and banned
What's regenerant?
China from coming in
Regeneron.
heavily infected,
What
and
is
then
it?
ultimately
It's
Europe.
the antibody
But China
cocktail.
was in
Oh.
January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, "Oh, I should have, moved quicker."
Ruth, I
But
had
he didn't
soccer
move quicker.
today. It's
He
a
was
wonderful
months
track
behind me.
ensemble.
Many months behind me. And frankly, he ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now, but it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic. It was horrible. We didn't know what we were
Knew he's
doing.
cut out.
It's
Now
fine.
he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Our response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. And he
Trump
did it
started
late after
kissing
40
dudes?
countries had already done
Is
that.
that a real thing?
In
Mark?
addition to that, what he
Did he
did, he
kiss
made
dudes,
sure that
really?
we had
You make-
44
making
people
this
that
shit
were
up.
in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to
Definitely
determine
not his
what
sons.
exactly
He doesn't
the
even like
source
them.
was.
Yeah.
What did the president say in January?
To
He said,
start
no, he
kissing
said,
dudes.
he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank
Anyone
him.
want some of these chips?
And then what happened was
a lot of
we started
vinegar.
talking about
Yeah,
using
it's-
the
it's
Defense
good for
Act
you.
to make sure we go out and get whatever is
Found over,
needed
it's pandemic.
out there to
It's a
protect
pandemic.
people.
Let me get a
And again,
vinegar
I
chip.
go back to this.
You got to share
He
food
had
during a
nothing. He
pandemic.
did virtually nothing.
One
And
ain't gonna
then he
kill you.
gets out of the hospital and he talks about
If
we're-
remdesivir
this is
can't
over.
kill that
Don't
virus,
worry.
that vinegar can.
It's all
Gina's going to be
over
pissed
soon.
that I accepted
Come
a
on.
chip.
There's not
I know.
another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your reaction.
Say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We
Calm
have
down,
no
Ruth.
choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does.
Jesus,
He has
Ruth.
the-
Ding, ding, ding.
He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace, but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it
This audience
disappears.
is feisty,
I
y'all.
can't do that. And
We
listen,
we love our
every
audience.
meeting I had, every
That's
meeting
why
I
Newbie's
had,
here.
and I'd meet a
We have
lot
the
of
best
families,
audience.
including Gold Star
Big time fan
families
here,
and
big time
military
fan.
families. Every meeting I had, and I had to meet them. I had to. It would be
Oh,
horrible
yes.
to have canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous. And you
Does
catch
Trump
it.
look
And,
extra
I caught
tan
it.
today?
I learned a lot.
Will you make that
I
a little
learned
bigger?
a lot. Great doctors,
I'm
great
not sure
hospitals.
tan. I mean,
And
tan
now
has
I
a
recovered.
color. This color is orange.
99.9
Look how dark
of
he
young
is.
He's
people recover.
very
He's
orange.
extra darky.
99% of people recover. We have to
Look at the
recover.
TV.
We can't close up our nation. We have to
It could
open
be.
our school,
Is it-
and we can't close up our nation,
No,
or
dude.
you're not going to have
He's
a
pretty
nation.
dark right now.
And
He
of
got
course,
that
the
wonderful
CDC has said
hue
young
in
people
ICU.
Can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy.
Do like a vivid
though.
picture mode.
You
Can
have
I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then
30
I have a
seconds.
question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die
I know
with it.
Biden looks pretty
You
dark
folks
too.
home
Maybe
will have
that's
an
the
empty
TV.
chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch their, out of habit, where their wife or husband was.
You like to
is
touch.
gone.
Stop it, Joe.
Learning to live with it. Come on.
He's just going to
We're
sniff.
dying with it because he has never said, you said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now. What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no
No.
responsibility.
Let me talk about your
Excuse me, I take,
Very
I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that he came here. It's China's fault. And you know what?
China,
It's not Joe's
drink.
fault that
China.
he came here
Oh,
either.
damn.
It's China's fault.
Drink
They
again.
kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part.
Jesus
Drink
Trump.
Keeps it
again.
from
That's 3
coming out
drinks.
To the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Counts every time he says it.
Fact
China.
is that
Within the
when
same
you-
answer?
Does he have to
Yes.
pronounce
when
it
it hit?
Gina
What
to drink?
What did
No.
the president say?
China is a
He
drink.
said, don't worry, it's going to go away be gone by Easter. Don't worry.
Sorry, Mary Kate.
Warm
Sorry,
weather.
Mara.
Don't worry. Maybe
know you guys
Jeff
aren't feeling
Flake
too good
was
right now.
kidding when he said that. A lot of people
There's
thought it was serious.
my mother
A
says
whole
he's
range
playing
of
an
things the
invisible
president
accordion.
said. Even today, he thinks we are in
You can
control.
keep up, Ruth. You're
We're
a
about to
professional.
lose 200,000 more people.
Dude, somebody's gonna die.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed,
There's no rule
he
for that in
said,
the
"I
drinking
shouldn't have
game.
closed."
No, he wasn't kidding.
And that went on for months.
Golly.
What Nancy Pelosi
Sorry.
said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, "This is a terrible thing. You're xenophobic." I think he called me racist even. And because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should
China,
have closed
drink
it earlier.
again.
It just, Joe, it doesn't
I
work.
didn't say either of those things.
You
I didn't say
certainly
should have
did.
called
You
Lucy, and
certainly
I
did.
I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about
I'm gonna
both of your
adjust the
different
screen real quick,
strategies to
people.
handling
He thought
this.
I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
That's obvious.
do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President
No.
Biden? Okay. Let's talk about your
He
different
doesn't want to
strategies
respond.
toward dealing with this.
If
Mr.
he
Vice
avoids a
President, you
question, it's a
suggested you would
drink.
support new
Drink.
shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to
I'm
Americans
sleeping
who
in
are
your
fearful that
basement,
the
I
cost of
realize
shutdowns,
Sorry,
the
guys.
impact on the
Phil,
economy,
drink.
the higher rates of hunger,
Get a drink.
depression,
He avoided a
domestic and substance abuse
By the way, I got to
outweighs
shout
the
out to
risk of
Tabora. This
exposure
is
to the
really, really
virus?
good.
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude
down.
that caused the
gonna shut
country
down
to have to shut
everything.
down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap at his golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
Is there any way to show
So you
the people
haven't
the
ruled out
drinking
more
game again?
shutdowns.
Well,
Uh,
no,
the rules-
I'm not shutting down
I have
the
to
net, but
reveal the
there are-
rules
look,
anyway myself.
You need standards. The
Yeah,
standard is
newbie
if you
doesn't even
have
know
a
the rules.
reproduction rate in a
I was
community
able to read a
that's
couple of
above
them.
a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing.
How do you slow
Do
up?
not open
I don't like
bars
that.
and
You
do
have to
not
slow
open
down. You don't slow
gymnasiums.
up.
Do not open until you get this under
We did
control.
that, Joe.
Under more control.
My bar
But
was
when
shut
you
down for
do
months.
open, give the people the capacity
Those
to be
were the
able
worst
to
months of
open
my
and
life.
have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools, they
Nancy
need a lot of
Pelosi's
money
an
to
evil
open.
witch.
They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes,
Tell
more
him, Sean.
teachers, more pods. And he refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President
be
Trump,
fair,
I
Sean,
have to respond if I
Trump
might.
said it's gone.
please, and then I have a
So-
follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all
Who's
he
worse?
does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York. You look at what's going on in California. You look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina. Democrats all, they're shut down so tight and they're dying.
Is North Carolina
They're
shut down?
dying.
I didn't
And
know
he
that.
supports all these people.
They're
All
on
he
the
talks
do not
about is
travel list
shutdowns.
for
No,
New York.
we're not going to shut
Yeah.
down, and we have to
Almost
open our
everybody
schools. And it's like,
Not
as an
Maine.
example, I have a young son. He
Well, New
also
England.
tested
Keeps to
itself.
positive.
And I went there.
By the
So,
time I spoke to the
I didn't have to
doctor the
quarantine.
second
And you're
time, he
back
was
and you're
fine. It
safe.
just went away. Young people, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became
I can get on
the
board with
latest
that,
city
Sean.
to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that
why we're
sending their
voting
children
Joe
to school
Jorgensen.
will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive
Should I move that back?
country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself.
Vice
And that's
President.
what's happening. And he
I do
wants
like
to
The
close
Cure.
down. He'll close down the
a
country.
great
band.
One
Great band.
person in
I'm
our-
glad
in
Trump,
our
Trump and I can agree on The
massive
Cure.
It's a great
bureaucracy says
restaurant in
we should close
Rochester,
it
too.
down.
Vice President Biden.
The
you're
Cure.
Simply not true.
Fantastic.
We ought to be able to walk and
That's
chew
not a
gum at
B.
the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but
That
they
deep
need
enough?
resources to
Jesus.
open.
God, it's
You
like
need to be
Velcro.
able to, for
That deep
example,
enough
if you're
for
gonna
Ruth
open
for
a
you?
business,
What do you
have
think?
social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact
I can
infected.
agree with Mara
You
on
need to be
that.
able to trace. You need to be
Dude,
able
you
to provide
better
all
take
the
a chip from
resources
Gina.
that are needed to
You
do
have to
this.
deal with her way
And that
more
is
than
not
me, bro.
inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make
Take
sure that
another
we open
chip.
safely. And by the way,
No,
all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about
I'm
it.
good.
So don't worry about it.
It's a meat chip.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this, if you go and look at what's happened to
No,
New
this
York,
is
it's a
awesome beef
ghost town.
jerky.
it's a ghost town.
Oh shit.
And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is
He's a
unbelievably
jerk,
expensive.
Gina.
And it's
I don't know
not
how
the
you work
answer.
under
I mean,
these
you're going to sit
circumstances
there in
with
a
him.
cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that
Sour
are
beer,
dying,
Gina.
Joe. You
Oh,
can't
that's
do
real
that to
beef jerky.
people.
Now I'm
You
jealous.
just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my
You can have some.
wonderful city for
I will.
so
Bill's a
many years.
share.
I loved it. It was vibrant. It's
And a
dying.
carer.
Everyone's leaving
No,
New
he
York.
doesn't care.
Take a look
Vice
at what
President
New
Biden.
York has done in terms
Healthcare.
of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one.
It is a
Make
fucking
sure we
Snooki
get
jam.
the health.
Snooki was smush smush.
Money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer and nothing's happened.
President, New York
Hmm?
has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what
When you
about,
say
Is it
spike,
really more than 40,000?
take a look at
Yeah.
what's happening
Really?
in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a
Is it a
prison.
spray tan
Now,
or
it
is
was
it
just
a
ruled
bed tan?
unconstitutional.
Oh, spray.
Take
No,
a
he
look
doesn't
at
have
North
time for a bed.
Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed,
You don't think it's
and
the
they're
cream?
getting killed financially. We can't
Oh,
let that
I
happen,
didn't
Joe.
think about the
You
cream. I
didn't
can't
know there
let
was
that
cream.
happen. We have to open up.
Was it
And
tanning
we
cream?
understand the disease.
Are
We
you-
have to
bronzer?
Are
protect
you going
our
to take
seniors.
Gina's
We have
comment
to
down or are you
protect
going to
our
let that
elderly.
soak
We
in
have
for
to
you for a
protect
while?
especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems, and we will protect them. We have the best
I know she
testing
likes
in the
sour
world
beer.
by far. That's why we have so many cases.
let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to?
Let me-
It's
I'm listening to
prominent.
all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But
Idiots.
he did say,
It's a
"Don't
wonderful
wear
likeness.
masks." He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said, this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was.
Nobody knew.
knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot.
Nobody knew.
But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
How long till
Response is
Biden
that
tells him to
think
shut
about
up?
What the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people.
I hope so, because we get to
He
chug
was
our drink.
told this was a serious virus
The
that
whole
spread
thing?
in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to
Totally
one of
spray.
your colleagues,
Check his neck. Yep.
recorded,
You're right.
that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic.
Joe, he tried to
Didn't want
shut
us-
it down, and
Americans
you
don't
said you wouldn't
panic.
shut it down.
He panicked.
It's a
But
true
guess
story.
what? In the meantime, we find out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this
I'm
is
going
one
to give you
this is
30
one I
seconds to
haven't-
respond, and then we're
The
going
Wall
to
Street
move
one,
on.
I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it.
Oh,
You have raised
So this
a
is
lot of
the
money,
muting their mics
tremendous
episode,
amounts of
right?
money.
yeah.
And every time you raise money,
It's
deals
only
are
during
made.
their
I
opening
could
statements.
raise so much more money as
well, what's
president
the
and
point?
as somebody that knows most of those people. I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I
Thank you,
would
Mara.
blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up
Trump
Wall
doesn't
Street
like to be in a bad
because you're the one
position.
that takes the money from Wall Street, not me.
Ask the porn star.
I could blow away your records that like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, We beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was
Right,
able
All
to.
Sean.
right, gentlemen, we're going
Don't
to move
tell me
on.
about Wall
Average
Street.
We're gonna-
contribution, $43.
All right,
That's
we're going to
true,
move on
Sean.
to our next
Like
section, which
everyone
is
forgets.
national security.
True,
And I
buddy.
do want to start
Want some more
with the
noobs?
security of our elections
Does the
and
Pope
some
shit in the
breaking
woods?
news
Yeah.
from overnight.
No, he
Just
doesn't.
last night, top intelligence
When he's
officials
camping.
confirmed
Why did
again
I
that
leave?
both
Sorry,
Russia
Gina.
and Iran are working to
I told you that
influence this
already.
election.
I told you that.
Both
He
countries
doesn't
have
listen,
obtained
Gina.
U.S.
Sorry,
voter
How do you work
registration
under these
information, these
circumstances?
officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters.
I
This
told
question
you
goes
that,
to you,
dude.
Mr.
You're
Vice
not
President.
listening.
What would
It's
you
like,
do
bro, you're
to
gonna
put an
take the
end
other
to this
comment?
threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sorry,
I made
Gina.
it clear, and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. It's been overwhelmingly clear this election. I won't even get
Will you
into
put
the last
Sean's
one.
comment up
This
there?
election,
Because that's true.
Russia has
That's
been
fact
involved.
checked.
China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved.
And I
They
listen.
will
Everything
pay a price
Sean
if I'm
says is
elected.
right,
They're
unless he
interfering with
disagrees with me.
American
That's what we've
sovereignty.
decided so
That's
far.
what's
Absolutely,
going
yeah.
on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's talking to him a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has
Putin.
recently said,
I wish
if
he'd say
anything,
Russia,
to the Iranians.
so I can
My
drink 'cause
guess
I'm
is he'd
thirsty.
probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians.
Right there.
But the point is
Right
this,
there.
folks. We are in
Folks,
a
he said
situation where
folks.
we
Fuck,
have
I wish
Wow.
I put folks down.
countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, well, I shouldn't, well, I will.
You can try,
There's
Gina.
gotta
I
be.
tried.
Rudy
There's gotta
Giuliani.
be.
He's being used as
Upload
a
a photo.
Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian.
For some reason, I wasn't
that is
able to,
not
Gina.
true. And then what happens? Nothing happens.
No,
and
but-
then you find
Want some more
out that
chips?
everything is going on here
Oh.
about Russia is
Yeah.
wanting to make sure
There's
that
a
I do
one-legged
not
duck
get
swim in a
elected
circle?
the next president of the United States
No.
because they know I know them and they know me.
I know
I
that
don't
they know
understand
that they
why
know
this
that I
president
know.
Is unwilling to
What do
take
they
on
know?
Putin
Many levels
when
there.
he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan. When he's engaged
Mara, I
in
have to
activities
just say,
that are trying to
it's not the
destabilize
Ukraine,
all of NATO.
It's just
I
Ukraine.
don't know why he doesn't
It's
do
not
it.
the
but it's
Canada,
worth
the
asking
Mexico.
question. Why isn't
Oh,
that
The
being
France.
done?
It's just Ukraine.
Any
It's the
country interferes with
Yeah,
us
it's still-
will,
it's not
in
like-
fact, pay a price.
Ukraine
because
is
they're
one of the few
affecting our
countries that I
sovereignty.
would say the in front of.
President Trump, same question
Nope.
to you. Let me ask the question. You have
Mara-
2 minutes to respond
Mara's
to
a
2
top fan,
elections in a
so
row now.
whatever
There
she
has
says,
been
we
no
love.
adversaries. What would you
And it's
do
also
in
not
the
Kiev.
next
Sorry.
term
It's
to
just
put an end to
Kiev.
this?
It's
2
not
minutes
Kiev.
Well,
uninterrupted.
let me respond to the first part as Joe
Mara.
answered. Joe
Mara.
got $3.5
Mara
million
or Mara?
from Russia.
Mara.
Mara,
And it
I'm
came
very
through
sorry.
Putin because
Mara.
he was very friendly with the
She's a top fan.
former mayor of Moscow.
Keep being
It was
a top
the mayor
fan.
of Moscow's wife, and you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million, and someday you're going to have to explain why did you get 3.5. I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now about
You
your
just
thing
owe them
last
lots of
night,
money.
I knew all about that, and through John Ratcliffe, who is fantastic, DNI, he said the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you
Fair
to
enough.
lose.
Okay,
Because
fine.
There has been nobody tougher than Russia.
The Walmart.
Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia.
I do go to the
Between the
Walmart.
sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against
Calm
Russia.
down, Phil.
I sold, while
Like
he
it's
was
a rap
selling
music
pillows
video.
and sheets.
I thought you were
sold
flashing gang
tank
signs.
busters to
From the
Ukraine.
90s.
There has been nobody tougher
You might get the Bloods or the Crips on your
Russia
door now.
than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well. During your term, during you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were
brought
vice
up the Hunter
president when
Biden
some of
story,
this was
said Drink.
happening.
He didn't say
And
Hunter
it should have
Biden.
never
No, he didn't
happened.
say his
And I
name.
think you owe an explanation to the
He
American
didn't even say
people.
Bismuth. Did he?
Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while
The big guy.
ago who was essentially supposed to work
Yes.
with you and your family. But what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people.
Clean
Maybe
it
you
up,
can
Joe.
do it right now.
It's your chance, Joe.
Vice President Biden,
Clean
you
it
may
up, Joe.
respond.
Clean it right up.
Please stay
Seconds.
here.
And then I do want to follow up on the election
I
situation.
do have to
I
say,
have
Trump's
not
tenor
taken a
is
penny
different
from
this time.
any foreign source ever
did switch
in
it
my
up.
life. We learned that this president paid
It's
50
the
times the
dexamethasone.
tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever. Ever.
Yeah.
Number
Who's the
one.
big man?
Number two, this is a president.
Yeah.
I have
Yet.
released all of my tax returns. 22 years.
He's talking
Go
about
look at
Trump's
them.
taxes. That's a
22
drink,
years of my
people.
tax return. You have not
And he's got the
released
thumb
a
finger
single
thing
solitary year
majigger.
of your tax
Yeah, but
return.
that's not this
What
one.
are you hiding? Why are
Last
you
time.
unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot.
Harris was into
China's
that.
paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world.
Trump's
and China's
tough
building
on
a
China,
new road
though.
to a new
Big
a
time.
golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump,
Trump's
your
taxes.
response. First of
That's a
all,
drink.
I
Did he
told
say
my
taxes again?
accountants,
He said
underwrote
Trump's
it.
tax
I'm going to
return.
release them
Did he?
as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it will show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago. I said, "What did I pay?" They
You're
said,
right,
"Sir,
Sean.
you prepaid tens of millions of dollars." I
Prepaid.
prepaid my tax. Tens over the
did.
last number of years.
Millions.
Tens of millions of dollars.
I had to
I
explain this
prepaid
today.
because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody
tell you
told
when
you
you
that.
could release
Excuse
them?
me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this.
Is
They
that
keep
true?
talking about $750, which I
Mara,
think is a
can you
filing
fact check
fee.
yourself
But let
for
me
us?
just tell you.
We love you.
I
Tom.
prepaid
Mara.
millions and
Mara.
millions of
Mara.
dollars in taxes.
Sorry, I said Mara. Mara.
Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money
I
from
studied
Ukraine. You
Foreign
do.
languages.
I don't make
As
money
long as
from
we-
Long A.
Russia.
I feel
And
like as
Mara.
long as I get
You make
ah,
$3.5
right?
million,
Mara
Joe.
or Mara.
And your son
Mara,
gave
sorry,
you,
Mara.
they even
I
have
just
a
want to get
statement
the ah.
that
That's
we have to
voluminized
give
me.
10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think.
Well,
I don't know, maybe
Patrick's
not,
mother
but you're the big man,
is a
I think.
teacher, so she's got
She's
She's
Yes,
sense.
smarter
we have
than
to
I
give
am. I'm not going
10%
to try
to
to
the big
fact
man.
check her statement.
Joe, what's
Smarter
that
than
all
all of us.
about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions
I have to
about all of this,
respond
but I'm going to
The
let you both
ah.
respond very quickly.
Ah.
You just said you spoke to your accountant
Yes.
about potentially releasing
When's
your
Mara
taxes. Did
gonna
he
be
tell
on
you
the
when you can
podcast?
release them? Do you
It's Era.
have
As soon
a
as the audit-
deadline for when
Mara.
you're going to release
I
them?
get treated
People?
worse
Art
than the Tea Party
of
got
her
treated.
deal.
Because
you
I have a
don't
lot
have
of
a
people
said
in
big
there,
man.
deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decided to run
Mara,
for president.
let's
I get
schedule
treated
a
very badly by the
podcast.
IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's
You said
worse than
4
paying.
years to
I
release
paid
it.
in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes.
I
I
heard that
paid
shit
in
crunch.
advance.
I want to ask you
Yep.
both about questions regarding your
Sorry.
potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance
Some
to
point-
talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
I'm sorry,
Why
Mara.
did he- he's been
Personally, I
saying
can
this
say
for 4 years.
I've studied a lot of
I got
foreign
it right.
language. I've
Just
studied a lot
show
of
us.
foreign
Stop
language, and I
playing
just read
around.
it as
You've been saying for
Mara,
4 years you're
long
gonna
A.
release your
I
taxes.
apologize.
Nobody knows, Mr. President. What they do know is you're
I've also
not
studied Ukrainian,
paying
but
your
I'm not
taxes,
in
or you're
Bisma
paying
with
taxes
Joe's
that are
son.
so
Put
low.
your thumb
When
down,
last time
Phil.
he said what he paid, he said, I only
He didn't
paid
pay
a
him.
little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on.
It's true.
Come on, folks.
So let's
So-
do
President Trump, and then I want to
Mara
get to two questions to
and
both of
your
you.
sister.
I was
On the
put
podcast
through
at the
a
same time.
phony
At the
witch
same
hunt
Yeah.
time.
for
No.
3
Yeah.
years.
Is your sister a
It
Mara?
started
No.
Oh,
before I
okay.
even got
That would be
elected.
really confusing.
They spied on my campaign.
That would be funny.
No president should ever have to go through what I went through.
I want them
Let me
both
just
on at the same
say
time.
this.
Game on.
Mueller
Mary
and
Kate.
18 angry
Mueller.
Democrats
I have a
and
question,
FBI
guys.
agents all over the place
Wait a minute.
spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and
True.
nothing wrong. 48 million. I
It's
guarantee
true.
you, if I spent 1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong.
Oh.
And the kind of monies that your family has taken.
Why
I mean,
haven't you
your
yet?
brother made money in Iraq,
Let me-
millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask. some
Oh, I love
questions
that
about
Joe
what
Biden.
was
Were
brought
your
up.
ancestors
President Biden, I have been
Separatitas?
questions about the work your son
Watch your
has done in
mouth,
China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice
Very
president.
foul,
In
Phil. Very
retrospect,
foul.
was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal.
Here's what the deal.
Drink. Here's
Joe,
what the deal.
Joe,
is.
that's not a sentence. I'm sorry, bro.
Whether or not,
Drink.
because he was on the board, I later learned of Burisma, a company. That
Barista.
somehow
Burisma.
I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out
Impeccably.
U.S. policy. Not one
Very strong.
single
They need a pop
solitary
mic.
thing was out of line. Not a single thing. Number
Or
one.
stop popping.
Pop
Number
filter.
two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying
On
to
stage.
bribe the Ukrainian government to
And
say
you-
something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened.
Ever,
My
ever.
son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about? China. I have not had, the only guy
China.
made money
They
from
teach
China
you in
is this
interrogation
guy.
school.
He's the only
I've been
one.
twice.
Nobody
If
else
you take
has
a
made
common
money.
contraction and make it two
Never
words,
did do
it's
it.
a lie.
Let me
By the
ask
way-
my question to you.
Can I
Really?
just one thing?
Very quickly.
His son-
Also, if it ends in
Didn't
ly,
have a
it
job
spells
for
a
long
lie.
time.
Cannot
Was
believe that.
sadly
Yes, you
no
can.
longer in the
Can we
race.
waterboard
I
Phil and see
can,
what he says?
And he
I'd
didn't
love
have a
to.
job. As soon as he
We're gonna
became vice
waterboard Phil
president,
after.
It's gonna be an
Burisma,
episode.
not the best look-
I
not
also
the
I
best
also became
reputation
certified
in
in
the world.
forensic
A
statement
year they paid
analysis.
him
So if
$183,000
Phil could write us a statement, that'd be
a
great.
month. Listen to this. 183, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment,
All right.
and he had no energy.
I'm going to let the
experience.
vice president
That's
respond to that quickly, and then I
100%
need to get to a
dishonest.
question to you. Very
No
quickly, Mr.
basis for
President.
that.
Sean, I
Everybody
prefer
investigated that.
squid
No
pro
one
quo.
said
It's
anything
my
he
favorite
did
food.
was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your
True.
properties abroad.
But he's
A
taking no
report this
money.
week, which was referenced, does indicate
Lie.
that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign
live fact
conflicts of
check.
interest?
I have
Right,
many
maybe.
bank accounts,
He's
and they're
ta-
all
he's
listed,
taking no
and
money.
they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is, everybody knows about it, is listed.
Sorry,
Bank
Sean, I
account
shouldn't have shown
with
that.
Olive oil.
2013. That's what it was. It was
Cooking
open to
class?
do- It was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was going to do, I was thinking
Oh.
about doing a deal in
Sure they
China,
do,
like
Gina.
His kids threw
millions of
him.
other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided
There's
I'm
not a
not gonna
trumpet
do
that
it.
runs that
Didn't
business.
like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse
As a
me.
first grader
And
once
then,
said to me,
unlike
it's
him,
the
where he's vice president and
Illuminati.
he does business. I then
Illuminati.
decided to run for
He hasn't
president
taken
after
any
that.
money
That was
since
before.
he's become
So I
president,
closed
right?
it
We recently had that
before I
conversation
even
about
ran
Illuminati.
for
We did.
president,
He
let
donated
alone
all his
became
money, right?
president.
Oh,
Big difference.
yes, to
He is
himself.
the vice
His
president
salary
of
is
the United
donated.
States,
Sure.
and his son, his
Yeah.
brother,
He
and his other
donates his
brother
salary.
are getting
Yep,
rich.
right
They're
into his
like
own
a
bank
vacuum
account.
cleaner.
No,
They're
no, no,
sucking
no.
up
Okay,
No?
money
President
every
Trump,
place
No, I
they
don't
go.
think
we
so.
do
Okay.
need to
True.
move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden.
Gina,
about
it's
China.
definitely
Let's
the
talk
lizard
about
people.
China more
I'm on your
broadly.
side.
There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
Yes, be
What I'd make
specific.
China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China that's 51%.
If
We
it
would
makes
not
me
do that at
more
all,
beneficent,
number one.
I'll
Number
admit
two,
I
we're in a
donate my
situation where
salary
China
to
would
the
have
18th
play
Amendment
by the rules
A veterans
internationally as well.
organization. And Sean
When
would
I
know
met
he
with
was in the
Xi,
military.
And when I was still vice
That's where
president,
he
he said,
donates
we're
his
setting up
salary.
air identification zones in the South
Okay.
China Sea. You can't
That's
fly through them.
magnanimous.
I
I'll
said, we're
take
going
it.
to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention.
Don't
They
know,
have to play
Mara.
by the rules. And what's he do?
Sean
He
will know.
embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others. And he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we were
Left
25%.
pocket, right pocket,
25%
savings account,
of the
checking
world's
account.
economy.
I agree,
We
Ruth.
need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it. And that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to
Yes.
respond to that.
Okay, very quickly, and then
His
we're going to
son
move
walked
on
out
to
with
North
$1.5 billion
Korea.
from China to
Not
after
true.
spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what
No, but wait a
specifically are
minute.
you going to do What specifically are you going to do to make
Hi,
China
my name's
pay?
Phil.
You said you're going
First
to
of
I
all,
only
China
me
is paying. They're paying
because
billions
I
and
think that's
billions
what's
of
cool.
dollars. I just gave $28 billion.
You said
Not
you-
only is it
I just
cool,
gave
it's good to
$28
reduce
billion
What's up,
to
Phil?
inflammation.
How you
farmers.
doing?
Taxpayers'
China-
money.
Still burning upstairs.
It's what?
I blew it out for you
Taxpayers'
so
money.
that the place
No,
is
no,
burnt
yeah, I know
down.
the
Thanks, man.
taxpayers-
I didn't say
China.
anything.
Did
but-
Don and Jesse
China
and the rest of them
And you
light
know what
a
they did to
campfire on the
America?
floor up
They
there?
devalued
I think
their
that was the next
currency,
step.
And they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged
too,
them
Sean.
25% on dumped steel.
No, you don't,
Because
Phil.
they were killing our steel industry. We were not gonna have a steel industry.
Okay.
The
And now
Second
we have a
Amendment.
steel
Oh,
Okay.
industry.
I donate my
Vice President,
I donate my salary to the
Vice
18th.
President.
Just
Oh,
saying.
I thought we were talking about the
There's a
Third
reason
Amendment.
why he's bringing up
Quartering
all
of
this
truth.
malarkey. There's a reason. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making less than, if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt
Gina,
badly right
that
now. Your
comment applies to both of them, just saying.
But we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the
Phil.
mortgage? Who's going to tell her? she
They're
can't go
both
back
old,
to-
crusty men who
to-
have
You're
no
in the
idea what they're
They're the
running for.
decisions you're
Just waiting to
making.
be able to buy a
The
house.
middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont, they're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I'm not even certain they're
What is a-
sentient
I wanna
anymore.
talk about North
Either.
Korea. I do want to turn to 10 seconds, Mr. President.
That's
10
a
seconds.
typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing. And then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a typical
Trump
politician.
said
when I see
China?
that.
Let's talk
He-
about North Korea.
Drink.
First of all, I'm
That's
empty,
why I
and
got
second of
elected.
all,
Let's
he
get
lasted.
off the subject of China. Let's talk around.
There's
sitting
nothing
around
there.
the table.
Just
Come on,
chug
Joe, you can do
whatever's
better.
We're going to talk about
I'll get more
North Korea
alcohol.
now. President Trump
where's
has met
the-
with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un
Just
3
so everybody's
times.
aware.
We've talked about
Listen,
the
guys,
beautiful letters
the
with him,
show's
and
about
the
to-
fact that there
The
hasn't
show's
been
about to
war
end because
or
I'm leaving
long-range
for a
missile
second,
test,
so everyone
and
just
yet
wait till I
North
get
Korea
back.
recently rolled out its
It was
biggest
literally
ever
5 drops.
intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the
Don't fall.
relationship you
No.
forged? Just 30 seconds here
Shit,
because we need
fuck,
to get on to
goddamn.
the next.
So when I met with Barack
This
Obama,
is going off the
we
rails
sat in the
early.
White House, right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15
Boomers
minutes. and it was well
underrated.
over an hour.
Let me just say,
He said
my
the biggest
students
problem
call me
we
a
have with
boomer.
North
Call
Korea.
you a boomer?
They do, and I
He
tried to
indicated
explain
we
to
will
them
be
that
in
the
a
Yeah, I
war
know
last,
what a
with North
boomer
the
Korea.
last boomer was
Guess
born
what?
in
It would be a
1968, I
nuclear war,
think.
and he does have
So,
plenty of nuclear
sorry.
capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, "Oh, there's going to be trouble." I said, "No, they're not, because he's not going to do that." And I was right. Look, instead of being
Hey
in
there,
a war
Sean.
where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul,
Millions and
of people would be
millions. Okay.
dead right now.
President
We
Trump,
don't have a
that's
war,
30
and I have a
seconds.
good
Thank you.
relationship.
Vice President Biden, to you, North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat? Right
Because
now?
I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's I made it clear, and as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, "Why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea?"
Is that a drink?
said,
He almost
because
forgot what to say.
North Korea is a problem, and we're going to
Almost.
continue
Okay.
to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy who's a thug.
Mom, Phil is
thug,
playing your
and he
accordion
talks
right
about
now.
how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You
Kookier
said
than
you
a
wouldn't
$4
meet with Kim
bill.
Jong-un without
I had to do
preconditions.
money
Are there
practice
any
with a student
conditions under
today,
which
and
you
we had a
would meet
$2
with
bill,
him?
and he thought
On
that
the
was pretty
condition that he
kooky.
would agree that
I had to
he would
convince
be
him it was real.
drawing down his nuclear
Now we're
capacity
shooting in the
to
morning.
get that the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's
Something
move
about a
on
goat.
to American
Kristen,
families.
they
Well,
tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds,
They
President.
tried to meet with him. He
I
wouldn't
didn't.
do it.
First name.
He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I
know
got to
for a
give him a
fact they
chance to
tried.
respond to that
He
before we
wouldn't
move
do
on.
it. And
No
that's
way.
okay.
Everything okay
You know
out
what,
there?
North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't listen. Having a good
President
relationship
Trump,
with
we have to
leaders
move
of other
on, 'cause we
countries
have a
is a
lot of
good
countries.
I
thing.
don't know
We
what
have a
it
lot
is,
of
but we'll take a
questions to
drink.
get to.
That's
Your
like
response.
saying we
I'm
had
out.
a good
I'm done.
relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe.
Hitler.
rest of Europe. Come on.
You can't call him
The
Hitler.
reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you. And we're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And it
let's
didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk
He
about
left
American
me a
families.
mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, we do
They
need to move
left
on.
me a mess. North Korea was a mess.
We
And
need
in
to
fact,
move
if
on
you
so that
remember
we
the
can get
first
to
2
all
or
of our
3
Trump's-
months,
questions tonight.
So
there was a
I've
very
been a
dangerous
I've been a
period in the
soccer
first 3
goalkeeping
months
coach for
before
10
we
years.
Sort of worked things out.
I
a
think
little bit.
Trump
There was a very
would
they
make a
left
wonderful
us
goalkeeping
a
coach.
mess, and Obama
He
would
does
be, I think,
he
first
does
to
the
say it was
proper
the single
W.
biggest problem he thought that our
He does the
country-
proper
let's move
W
on to American
form for a
families
mid.
and the economy.
Oh my,
One of
thank
the
you,
issues that's
Oh,
most
yes.
important to them is healthcare, as you both know.
All right, let's talk
Today,
about
there was
healthcare.
a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and healthcare is at the center of her confirmation
Does
fight.
Trump talk
Over
into his
20
muted mic
million
yet?
Americans get their
No.
health
Not yet.
insurance through the
No.
Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court.
It's about to
And
happen.
your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated.
Oh,
It's gone.
boy.
Now it's in
Gina.
court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision, run it as
Oh, no,
well
I
as you
can't look
can
at that,
to
Phil.
my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums
Who's the
are down,
ACB?
everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it,
Who's
it's no
ACB?
good.
Alexandria
like to do
Cortazio
is
Biden.
Terminate it. We have the
Oh,
individual
Supreme Court.
mandate
Oh.
done. I don't know that it's going
Oh,
to
that's
work.
right,
If we
ACB,
don't
that is her
win,
name.
we
Amy
will have
Coney
to run
Barrett.
it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run.
Or-
But it no longer is Obamacare
She's
because
not
without the individual
RGB
mandate,
yet.
it's much different.
As Trump might say,
Pre-existing conditions will
Amy
always stay.
Conan
What I would
O'Brien.
like to do is a much better healthcare.
Not
much
always.
Better, will
But for
always
now.
protect people with pre-existing. So
He'll get
I'd
it.
like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful healthcare. The Democrats will do it because
They
there'll be
already do it,
tremendous
Katie.
pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time. And I think we're going to win the House.
Mary, if
Okay,
we can
we'll
get an
see, but I
accordion,
think we're
Phil
gonna
will
win the
play
House.
it and we'll see
But
what it sounds
Come
like.
up with a better healthcare.
Can I tell you how
always
good the
protecting
Democrats'
people with
healthcare is?
pre-existing conditions. And one thing
It's
very
not
important,
good.
we have
I had to
180
get
million
a
people
root
out
canal
there
today
that have great
and tried to get
private
health insurance
Far
3 months
more
ago
than we're
because I knew I had
talking
to
about
have
with
one,
Obamacare.
and they
Joe
wouldn't
Biden
do
is gonna
my
terminate
root
all of
canal for
those
6
policies.
months.
These are people that love their health.
I do have to say,
People
I've
that
had
have
an
been
opposite
successful,
experience,
middle-income
Jesse.
people,
I
been
was,
successful.
as
They have
you all know, and some of our
180
listeners
million
know,
plans, 180
I was
million people,
incredibly
families,
ill over the summer.
under what he wants to
and
do, which
got
will
about
basically be
$5,000
socialized
of
medicine. He won't even have a
bills,
choice.
and I've
They
paid
want to
not
terminate
a dime so
180
far.
million
Well, I
plans.
just paid
We have done an
$2,800 for a
incredible
root
job
canal.
with healthcare.
For
I
nothing.
don't know what to tell you, man.
Okay, Vice President Biden,
pocket
yes, this is
cash.
for you.
I've
Your
had
healthcare
3
plan calls for
hospitalizations
building
paid
on
for in
Obamacare.
full.
So my question
Really?
is, what is your
Yeah.
plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is
Mediocre
pass
for all.
Obamacare with a public option. Become Biden.
That sounds fair,
Public
Phil.
option.
That's about right.
An option that says that if you in fact do not have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices
Bullshit.
by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now by allowing the Medicare to
Gwen
negotiate
Chamberlain.
drug
I-
prices with
Gwen, I
insurance
love my
companies.
insurance.
Thirdly, the
Are you
idea
shitting
that
me,
I
Noob?
want to
I
eliminate
love my
private
insurance.
The reason
When I
why
had private
such a
insurance, I was
fight
way
for-
more happy.
with 20 candidates for
I
a
will say,
nomination was
working
I
for the school
support
district,
private
it is
insurance.
by far
That's
the best
why I
insurance
did
I've ever
not
had since
one
the day I was
single
born.
person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually
thinking, Phil?
protect pre-existing. There's
Let
no
us know.
way he can protect pre-existing conditions.
I'm on a high
None,
deductible plan,
zero. You
and
can't do it in the
as an
ether.
incentive,
He's been
my
talking
employer
about this
pays
for a
the
long
first 2
time.
years in
There is
full.
no, he's never come
There
up
is
with a
zero
plan. I guess
copay
we're
and
gonna get
zero
the pre-existing condition
uh,
plan the same time
premium
we get
for
the
me.
infrastructure plan. that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, and 20.
Thanks,
The fact-
Mara.
I still have a few more minutes.
Thank you.
I know you're getting
What do
anxious.
you think,
The,
Phil?
the
Phil, you've
fact
been
is
quiet.
that he's already cost the American
Trying to let
people
him
because
speak.
of this terrible handling of the
What do
COVID
you
virus
think?
and the economic spillover. 10 million
About
people
health
have
insurance.
lost their private insurance.
People are
And he
watching
wants
us
to
because they
take
want to
away
know our opinion as well.
22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110
Even
million
before
people
my
with
current
pre-existing
employer,
conditions, and
with
all the people
Obamacare,
from
and I
COVID are
paid
gonna have
a
pre-existing
penalty
conditions. What are they going to
for
do?
the months I
I have a
wasn't
follow-up
insured.
for you,
It's
Vice
only
President
fair.
Biden. It relates to something that President Trump
I
said.
think you should have a
He's accusing
choice.
you of wanting socialized medicine.
Okay,
What do you
fair
say
enough.
to people
Calm down.
who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the
Katie.
government? What's
I
your
say
response
it's
to them?
ridiculous. It's like saying that,
Or
you
look
know,
at your phone.
we're
Your
the
mother's
idea
trying to get
that
in touch
the
with
fact
you.
that there's a public option that people can choose. That makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think healthcare is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable healthcare. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten
Affordable.
endorsed by
Can't make it
all the
right.
major labor unions as well as a whole
Service
range of other people
care
who
and
in fact are
insurance.
concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity.
We
Home and
lost the
worried and
camera.
rolling around
Oh,
in bed tonight,
okay.
wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick, because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone under. We
I
have
used
to
to think
provide
that.
health
I don't
insurance for
worry
people
anymore.
at an affordable rate. And that's what I do.
President
Excuse
Trump,
me, he
Ma,
was
the
there
message is not
for
coming through.
47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years. And it's
Right.
not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a
Yes,
little
Katie.
while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine. And it's not that he wants it. His vice president, I mean, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like you went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination. We're
Okay,
very
Ma, I
lucky
just
to
got
get
it.
And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, "Oh, we're going to have fracking." And you never asked that
I
question.
got it.
And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this. I have to say.
By the way,
But somebody should ask the question.
you can
He,
ask.
he goes for a year.
Why is it this lady's
we
more
have a-
fair
we have a
than
number of topics.
No, no,
the
but
Fox
that's a great
representative?
question.
Because the Welkers got it going
It's
on.
the same thing with socialized
I have to
medicine.
respond.
She's doing a
Because
great.
they're not speaking over
My
each other.
response
She's
is
doing
Absolutely.
a great
deserve
job.
to have
Yes, she
affordable
is.
healthcare,
But they're
period.
both playing nicer
Period,
than they
period,
used to.
And she's a Dem.
And the Biden care
But they're both
proposal
playing
will, in
nicer.
fact, provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over
doesn't want-
$750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with
Yeah, but he works for Fox, Gina. So he's a
drug
snake.
prices drop significantly.
But
Snake in the
He keeps
grass.
talking
This
about
chick's
it.
a
He
Dem,
hasn't
too.
done a thing
Gina.
for anybody.
she's doing
on
wonderful.
healthcare. Not a thing.
Kristen, when
Neither
he
did you,
says-
Joe.
when he says
47
public
fucking
health,
years.
He's talking about socialized medicine. And when he and healthcare,
Cool
when he
down,
talks
Phil.
about the public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare,
That's why we love
totally
Phil.
destroyed, and destroying your Social Security. And this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in
Bernie.
his state. He
We
tried it
haven't
in his
drank
state.
much.
His governor was a
No.
very liberal governor.
I
They
did
wanted
a
to
bad-
make
They're
it
being
work.
good.
Okay.
I
let's
did a
hear-
bad
let's
job.
let Vice President
Impossible
Biden
to work.
respond.
It doesn't
Vice
work.
President
He's
Biden
very
will respond.
Yes,
Guy. He
Gina,
thinks
correct.
He's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them.
Let us
Joe
know what
Biden
job you
is
need,
running
Katie.
against. And the idea that we're in a situation that is going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security, Social Security will be bankrupt by
Sneeze guard
2023
scraper at the casino
with
buffet.
no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut
2023.
Medicare.
Katie,
So I
we'll
don't-
get
I
you
mean, the
that job.
idea that
I got a lot of
Donald
connects.
is
Tell me
lecturing
what
me
job you
on
want.
Social
Yeah.
Security and Medicare.
We'll do a write-in
Come on.
campaign if we need to.
He tried to get
10
rid of.
seconds.
he
We've tried it
to
before.
hurt Social Security. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All
One
right,
thing,
let's move
but
on.
this
I'm
is
going to
the
move
guy
on.
that
Let me,
when they
Mr.
announced
President, I have to
last
move
week,
on to the next question,
they said
or
the
else
stock
we're not
market
going to
will
have time to
boom
talk about it.
if
Phil,
I'm
you're
elected.
so
If
way
he's
off.
elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's
By the
move
way,
on to the
analysts are
next
saying
question
The mayor's
very quickly.
Look, the idea that the
I feel
stock
like that every
market is
morning
moving
when I'm
is
going to
a
work.
measure of what's
Sean just
happening.
called out you.
Where I
Damn it,
come from
Gina.
in Scranton and Claymont, that people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years
Get it
during
right,
this
Phil.
crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more dollars. $700 billion more dollars, because that's his only measure.
I don't know.
What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on
401ks,
Capitol Hill. We're going to
Kristen,
move on. Gentlemen.
401ks are through the roof.
We're gonna
People's
move on.
stock are through the roof.
All
And
right.
he doesn't come from
They're
Scranton.
just
Okay.
numbers and letters.
All right.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't know what
For a
those
short
numbers
period
and
of
letters
time
mean
before
when they're
they
put
go
together
on.
in that
Our
sequence.
Our stocks are through the
Let me
roof.
move on to
I
my
can
next
tell you
question.
personally.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work.
She doesn't
And
give a
as of
shit.
tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty.
Through the
and
roof.
more families are going
My stocks
hungry
have
every
climbed
day.
like
Those hit hardest are women and people of
38% or
color.
some shit.
They see Washington
control.
fighting
Sell
over
'em
a
now,
relief
Jesse.
bill. Mr. President,
I
why
made
haven't you been
$22
able to
today.
get them the help they need?
I'm sure.
30 seconds here.
That's
Because
about what I
Nancy
made for
Pelosi
my
doesn't
salary
want
at
to
work
approve it.
today.
I do.
Good for you.
You're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately,
roof
that's one of the
should be
reasons I think we're
right.
going to take over the House because of her.
Ruth,
Nancy
I'm a little
Pelosi doesn't want
sorry
to
that
approve
I
anything
didn't see you
because
tonight.
she'd love to
Where
have
are
some
you?
victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are
A date
ready, willing, and
called
able to do
November
something.
3rd.
Don't forget, we've already
boy called
approved 3
Sue.
plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President,
You
let,
know, the
That's the
Republican
problem.
leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
let me follow up with you, Vice
If
President
we made a
Biden,
deal, the
because
Republicans
let me
will
ask
pass
Vice
it.
President Biden a question. You are the leader of the
Me too,
Democratic
Sean.
Party.
We
Why
just
have you
heard
not
Trump
pushed the Democrats
through
to get a
Biden's
deal for
mic.
the American people?
Well, I have, and they
that's a
have.
drink.
pushed it.
I'm
Look,
pretty
they
sure we
passed this
did.
act
I think we
Right.
should all
at the
drink.
beginning of the summer.
They pushed the
This
gain
is
up.
like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets, and states that have to balance their budgets, so then have to fire firefighters,
Oh.
teachers,
Fire
first
firefighters.
responders, law
That's close.
enforcement officers,
That was-
so they can keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have
Ruth,
not
if I
done a
need
thing
you,
for them.
it's
And
not a
Mitch
night
McConnell
off.
said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the
The
matter with
bill
these
that was
guys?
passed in the House was
Ruth,
a
my
bailout
Manhattans were
of
awesome,
badly
and you
run,
weren't here, so that's a
high-crime,
challenge.
Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars.
Billions and billions.
It was also a
Billions
way
and
of getting a lot
billions.
of
Is that
money
a drinking and
from our
drinking?
people's
It
pockets
should have been.
Should
to
be.
people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody
The
all over
computer's
the world
blocking
will
my
start pouring into
porcupine.
our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care
I
of
see it,
them. This
and I
was a way of
appreciate it.
spending on
Thanks,
things that had
Gina.
nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout
Gina, I
for
have no
badly run
fucking clue.
Democrat
My
cities
por-
and
I've got a
states.
All right, I
porcupine
wanna-
If I get
shirt.
elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat. I'm going to be an American president.
Democrat.
I don't
He said
see red
Democrat.
states
That's a
and blue
drink.
states. What I see
What?
is
You're
America,
making
the
shit up,
United
but I'm
States.
drinking.
Folks,
That wasn't on the
every
rule
single
list.
state out there
We'll
finds
drink
itself in
anyways.
trouble. They're going to start laying off,
Yeah.
whether they're red or
He
blue.
said something
Cops,
incoherent.
firefighters,
Democrat.
first responders.
Fair enough.
Because
Very
teachers,
fair enough.
Because they have to balance their budget, and the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to
He
deficit
hasn't
spend
lost
to
his temper
compensate
yet.
for the United
he's holding
States of America.
Pause.
I want to talk
Just
about the
want more
minimum
lane.
wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President,
That's what she
we are
said.
talking a lot
I'm not
about
even gonna
struggling
go
That's
there.
what
businesses
she said.
and
There's
business
nothing I
owners
can do to
these
help.
days.
It's
Fine.
really
Do
tough.
you
fine.
think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum
I
wage.
do,
dare you,
because
Joe.
I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them
It's a
out too.
pandemic.
We should be bailing them out now. Those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under.
Bail
Not
me
gonna be
out,
able to
Joe.
make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these
That'll
guys will
never
not help
happen,
them.
Sean.
Is not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to
Excuse me, one thing
immigration,
very
but I
quickly.
want
He
to
said
get
we
your
have to help our
reaction.
small businesses.
Come on, Kristen.
By raising the
Shut 'em
minimum
down.
wage. That's
Is
not
there
helping.
no way to
I
show
think it should
that
be a state option.
our
Alabama
game?
is different than New
Is there
York.
really no way to
New
show
York
it
is
show it.
different
over
from
us?
Vermont.
Yeah, show
Just
it.
show it
Every
over
state
us
is
for a
different.
little bit.
It should be a state
You,
option.
you said very
We have to
recently.
help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses.
You
How
said-
are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very
Not true,
recently you would
by the way.
consider raising the federal minimum
it.
wage to $15
Say
an
it.
hour. You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to
What I
$15 an hour. Is
really
that
like,
still the case?
and I
I'll
would
zoom in
consider
on
it
that for you.
to an extent, but
In a
what I
second
really like,
administration?
in a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business.
Hopefully we can read
It
these
should be a
rules.
state option. Look, I've lived
Every-
in different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad. In other places, other states, $15
15 is more
Okay,
than I make
President
at
Trump,
school.
thank you. Quick
No
response,
one
Vice
should
President
work
Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8
That's
an
the
hour.
game,
These
people.
first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum
scroll
wage
down?
of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no
We have to
evidence that
chug when
you
Jo
raise the minimum
Jorgensen
wage,
isn't talked about because
businesses
she
go out
won't
of
be.
business.
won't
is
be.
That would be
simply
every
not true.
second.
We're going
What
to
do you
talk
want
about
us to do?
immigration.
No,
We're
it's-
going to
it's
talk
at
about
the end. You have to
immigration,
chug
not
it.
You're right,
gender.
Gina.
And we're going to
Okay.
talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border.
But for
At
some
least
people it is,
4,000
Jess
kids.
and Gina.
You've since reversed your zero tolerance policy.
Shouldn't
For
be.
The
some
United
people that
States
is a
can't
career.
locate
And
the
honestly,
parents
I'm
of
gonna
more than
say,
500 children.
Gina
So
and
how will these
Jesse.
families ever be
No, I
reunited?
didn't say it was Phyllis.
Children are
It
brought
was
here
Phyllis.
And
It
I'm
wasn't
using-
me.
by coyotes.
Whoever
and
it was,
lots
I'm
of
using
bad
my
people,
politician
cartels,
fingers.
and they're
For
brought
some
here, and they used
people,
to use them to get into
That
our
is a
country.
career,
We
and it's
now have
okay.
as strong a border as we've
It's
ever
okay
had.
if that's
We're
your
over
career.
400
Right, but it
miles
shouldn't
of
be the
brand new
starting
wall.
pay there.
You
Right.
see the numbers, and we let people in.
I
but
get
they
you.
have to
So-
come in legally, and they come in through.
But
America.
how will
The
you
debater,
reunite these
or
children
the,
with their
sorry, the
families,
moderator.
Mr.
They
President?
built cages. You know,
I
they
think
used
that
to
she's
say,
doing
"I built
fine,
the
but I
cages."
think that the
And then they had
candidates
a
are
picture in
a lot
certain
easier tonight than they were
newspaper.
last time.
Way,
There
way,
was a picture
way
of these
easier.
horrible cages,
That's true,
and they
but
said,
Gwen,
"Look at
honestly,
these
she's doing a
cages.
good job. But I
President
think
Trump
if she
built
was
them." And then it
if
was
she was
determined they
pushed
were
like
built in 2014.
Chris
That
Wallace.
was
Chris
him.
Wallace,
Do you have
They
a
built
plan to
cages.
I don't know.
reunite
If she,
the kids?
I don't
Yes,
think
we're
you
working
could
on it
reel them
very-
in
we're
because
trying
they
very
were
hard.
they were out
But
of
a lot
control.
these
the
kids
Much
first
come in
time.
easier
without
job
the parents.
tonight.
They come over through cartels. and
Also,
through
I'm going to
coyotes
take
and
this
through gangs.
opportunity to
Vice
inject
President
my
Biden, let me
own
bring you into this conversation. Quick
politics
response,
and
then
say,
another
Gwen,
question to you.
These 500 plus kids
your job
came with parents
should have been
They
retained.
separated
And
them
I'm
at the
sorry that it
border
wasn't.
to make it a disincentive to
We
come to
don't
begin
want
with.
to talk about that anymore.
Big, real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and
Sean, yes.
violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it.
Let her
We
let her
changed the
ask.
policy.
Your
Let her ask the
response to
question.
that?
Let her
We
ask
did
it.
Did not
They built the
separate
Shut up,
cages.
Trump.
Who built the cages,
Let's,
Joe?
let's talk about.
Let
what
him
we're
bury
talking about.
himself.
Let's talk about what we're talking
Let her
about.
ask it.
What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated.
By who?
And now they cannot find over 500 of sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you
I will
about
say this,
immigration.
they went
10
down,
seconds,
we
and
brought
then I need to ask
reporters,
you a question.
everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in
Don't-
facilities
oh,
that were so clean.
But some of
They've
them
gotten
haven't been
such good-
reunited
But
with their
just ask
families.
one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
She was
Let me ask
trying
about
to, you
immigration
dumbass.
policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called
sounds good,
dreamers,
though.
those
He does.
DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River
Thanks, Sean.
and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you.
You're
They've
damn
been here.
right,
Many of
Gina.
them are model
Kamala
citizens.
will be
Over
president.
20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
President
Kristen,
Trump,
he
your
had
reaction.
8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've
We
changed
did.
without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president.
Don't need
He
the U on
did
the end.
nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President
Wrong.
Biden.
And you
your
didn't get rid of
response.
them.
The catch and release. You know what he's talking about there?
You both
If in
suck.
fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that's anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America.
Wrong.
You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise: why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
Thanks, Mara.
President Trump, your response
So
in 30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It just shows that he
Tulsi.
has no understanding of
There's somebody we
immigration
haven't
of
heard
the
from in a
laws.
while.
Catch and release is a
Tulsi was
disaster.
kind of cool.
A murderer
Listen,
would come in.
Mara,
A rapist would
Tulsi's
come in.
my future
A very
wife.
bad
Yeah,
person
Jesse's
would come in.
pretty smitten.
We would take
Tulsi was
their
pretty
name.
cool.
We have to
Tulsi
release
wants
them
me.
into our
I know she
country.
does.
And then you say
Jesse,
they
she
come
already
back.
texted me.
Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send
Not true.
ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case.
I watch
When you
Perry
say they
Mason
come back,
every
they don't
Monday
come back,
overnight
Joe.
on
They
the
never
overnight
come
Disagree,
ambulance
Gina.
duty.
Only the really, I
Love
hate to
Perry
say
Mason.
this, but those with the lowest IQ,
True.
they might come
Rhoda.
back.
President
Very,
Trump, let's
very
give
few.
Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the
You
next
don't know
section.
the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Oh,
Oh,
Mary.
shit.
Oh, no.
Mary.
Mary.
All right, let's move
But
on.
we don't have to
Jesse,
worry about
you
it.
are in
It's
so much
terminated. So we
trouble.
don't have to worry about it.
Does that mean Mary's available?
Going home.
Oh, if Mary's available. Mary,
All right,
Mary, since
let's talk
Jesse
about our
A lot of
next
guys.
is off with
America.
Gabbard,
I wanna talk about
Mary,
what
this is
Black
me
Americans
asking you.
experience racism in this
I would love to take you to a
Part of that
nice
experience
dinner,
is something
unlike
called
anything
the
that Jesse has
cost.
taken you
It
to.
happens
True.
regardless
Sorry.
of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak
Oh.
directly to these families.
Mom,
Do
Rhoda,
you
look at
understand
that.
why these
I'm taking
parents
Mary out
fear
to
for their
dinner.
children?
Jesse's out of the
I do.
picture.
Save me
I
some
do.
money.
Snap.
My daughter is a social worker,
Ooh.
and she's written a lot about this.
I didn't know his
She's
daughter
a
was a
graduate
social
degree
worker.
from the University of Pennsylvania in social work.
Let's
And, you
hear more
know,
about Hunter Biden.
One of the reasons why I ended up working
Hadn't been
on the
brought
east side
up.
of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to
What?
learn more about what was going on. What I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box
Well, don't
because
do
someone
it.
may shoot you. But
It'll
a black
happen.
parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they
Quite
are,
honestly,
has
I
to
wouldn't
teach
do
their
that either.
child, when you're walking
Me
down
either.
the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street.
Never
Making
wear a
sure
hoodie.
that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, yes, sir, no, sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's
Kind of the
on-
way anybody
on-
should
on
approach
food
a traffic
stamps.
stop.
The fact of
Anyway,
the matter is,
Yes,
there is
it is.
institutional racism in America.
personal experience.
And we have always said,
Same.
we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal.
Had a
Guess
gun
what?
pulled on me
We
in a car,
have
and
never
I think
ever
I'm pretty
lived up
white.
to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle
Very
further and
white.
further to inclusion,
Incredibly
not
white.
exclusion. This is the
Thanks,
first
guys.
president
Pasty,
to come
you might
along
say.
and says that's the end of that. We're
Blinding?
not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear
Police
plan
reform
as
is
to
real.
how to do those
but
things.
The
just
rest,
to give people
hard
a
to
shot.
follow.
It's about
I'm
accumulating.
I'm going
the
to qualify
ability to
that and
have
say the
wealth as
idea
well
is
as it
real
is
and the
to be
implementation
free
is
from
very much not
violence.
real.
No, the
President
implementation.
Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in
Good for
government
you,
47 years. He never did a thing except in
I
1994
do have to say,
when he did
he
such
delivered
harm
with the
to
changing
the
of
black
his
community.
demeanor.
And they were called, and he
Big
called
time.
them super predators.
He really did.
And he said that. He said it,
And
super
Biden
predators.
did call black people
And they
super
kept never
predators.
lived that down.
It's
1994,
documented.
your crime bill, the super predators.
He didn't say exactly
Nobody
that.
has done
That
more
was
for
Hillary
the black
Clinton.
community.
He
than
followed
Donald
up
Trump.
with it.
And, if
And
you
Trump
look,
is still trying to
with
campaign
the
It's been
against
fact
Hillary.
checked.
of
He
Abraham
said
Lincoln,
something different
possible exception,
earlier.
but the exception
Mara,
of
could you
Abraham
clarify
Lincoln,
what or
nobody has
rephrase
done
that?
what I've done. Criminal justice reform.
The It's
Obama
Rare
and
Nation
Joe
fact
didn't do it.
checkers.
I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had
Which
to
one,
twist
Mara?
to get that
Who
done,
is?
it was not a
Because
pretty
we are
picture.
too.
And everybody knows it, including some very liberal people
This is a
that
libertarian
cried in my
podcast.
office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2
Whoa.
weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat
It's
him.
this cable.
Criminal
It's this-
justice
No,
reform,
it's this cable.
prison reform,
You sure?
opportunity
I just
zones
moved it.
with
I
Tim
just-
Scott, a great senator from South
Sit
Carolina.
still.
He came in with this incredible idea
Don't
for opportunity
fucking
zones.
move.
It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the Black and Hispanic communities, and then historically Black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were
Is
great.
that a surprise?
They came into the office and they said, I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you
Talking
keep
it.
coming back? Because we
It's
have no
dead.
funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never
Dead.
give them long-term funding. And I did 10-year long-term funding. And I gave them more money than they asked for because they said, I think you need more. And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them and they like me and I like them. But I saved it. Colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice
My
Chair.
response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is a guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in
I'm
jail.
still. Oh, there we
There's
go.
not enough
Okay.
people in jail. And go on my
I'm
website,
back.
get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people.
No,
He talked about
newbie's dead.
marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is
Keep
a guy
talking,
who in
Noob.
the Central
There you
Park
go.
Five,
Yep.
5 innocent black kids. He continued to push for making sure that they got
Who
the death
isn't,
penalty.
Gina?
None of them were guilty.
My mother
of what
says
the crime,
tremendously
of the crimes they
tremendous.
were suggested. Look, and talk about
Jesse's
granted, he
libertarian-ish.
did in fact let
Ish.
20 people. He commuted 20
Ish.
people sentences. We commuted
Ish.
over 1,000.
I'm more
people's
Republican,
sentences.
Gina.
Yeah, he's not
Over
quite there
1,000.
yet.
The
I
very
tried to
law
pretend.
he's talking about is
I'm
a law that,
Republican
in
as
fact,
fuck.
So far.
initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly,
converting him.
we're in a situation here where we.
But I do
the
think
federal
Trump's an
prison
idiot.
system was
But
reduced
Well,
by
Jesse, I
He's
have
the
like
better
30,000
idiot.
people
So.
under our
Jesse, I have
administration.
like
And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no
75%
minimum
Republican
mandatory
tendencies.
in the law. That's why I'm
No,
offering
what?
the
Wait, hold
president
on,
and
hold
the
on.
rest of the states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories.
You
and set up
wrote
drug courts.
that
No one should be
fucking
going to
law,
jail
Joe Biden.
because they have a drug
You
problem.
wrote that law.
They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail.
Did he write it?
We
He
should
wrote it in
fundamentally change
1994.
the system,
He
and that's
put
what
in
I'm
most
gonna
of the
do.
minimum.
But why
mandatory
didn't he do it
minimums.
4 years
Really?
ago?
It's a piece
Why
of
didn't
shit.
you do that 4 years ago? Even less than that.
Why
Why
didn't
didn't
you do it
I am
You were
not-
30,
vice president.
20 years
You
ago?
keep talking about all
25
these
years
things you're
ago.
going to do, and you're going to do this. But you were there just a short time ago, and you guys did nothing.
We
You
did.
know, Joe,
Sorry,
I ran
everybody.
because of you.
No,
I
keep
ran
going.
because of Barack
Keep going.
Obama. Because you did a poor job.
Preach it, Phil.
If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
ran
Sean.
because of you.
Preach it,
I'm
Phil.
looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to
Oh,
that?
he
and then I
ran
do have some
because of
questions for
Joe.
both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me.
I'm
because
not
what's
sure
happening
it's
here is
dementia.
You know who I am. You know who he is.
I think it's
You
just
know his character,
politicking,
You
Gina.
know my character. You know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this
We
race.
do?
I am anxious to see this take place. I am, the character of the country is on the ballot. our characters on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow,
Excuse me.
please respond,
If
and then we're
this
going to have
stuff
follow-up
is true
questions.
about Russia, Ukraine, China, other
China
countries,
drank
China.
his sons of
China.
then he's a corrupt politician.
All right.
So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
Boys,
Nobody-
President Trump,
if
I
Joe
wanna say
Jorgensen
on
was
the issue
allowed
of
to have a
race, we're
spot
talking
on this
about race.
stage,
Should kill them.
President Trump,
what
we're
color would
talking
she
about
be
race
wearing
right now, and
as
I do wanna
a
stay on the issue of
accoutrement
race.
to her
President Trump,
Can
you
I
just-
outfit?
respond to that?
Please.
Because look,
Very quick.
there are 50.
We have a red and blue
Who gives a
going
shit
on.
what she's gonna wear?
I want to know.
Who said that
Probably
what this
gold.
she's accusing me of
That's fair.
is a Russian plan. They have said that this has all the
So
heads of the
Biden just said
CIA.
Russia
Both
drink.
parties
Did he say
what
Russia?
he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the
He
laptop
said
is
something
now
incomprehensible.
under
He said
Russia,
Ruchi
Russia.
Jawanawani
Exactly
Lalani.
This is where
That's
you're going.
exactly what.
This is
going.
where he's going. The
All right.
laptop
Jesus
is Russia.
Christ!
Gentlemen,
Don't get that
I
on
wanna
the
stay on
board,
the issue
dude.
of
Shit,
race,
man.
okay?
Jesse is out of-
Why don't you get another
It's the fucking
beer?
table.
On the issue of race.
Jesse is out of booze because
Described
his sips
the
are
Black Lives Matter movement as a
gulps.
symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters.
Did he
You've
really?
said that black professional athletes
Did he do that?
exercising their First Amendment rights should be
missed it.
fired. What do you
Share
say
a
to
video of a
Americans who
white
say that kind
a
of
supporter
language from
saying
the
white
president is
power?
contributing
Probably, I
to a
don't know.
climate of hate
He's-
and
he
racism?
shares a lot of
Well,
shit.
you have
No
to say, the
question.
first time
Guys,
I
when
ever
I'm
heard
gone,
of Black
if-
Lives Matter, they were
You gotta
chanting
make sure the drinking game
pigs in a
stays
blanket,
going.
talking about
we'll
Try not
try.
to put those in the puddle of
Pigs,
beer
talking
you just
about
poured on
our-
the table.
pigs in a blanket,
We'll
fry
try.
them like bacon.
I'm a man,
I said,
Phil.
that's a
You
horrible
are a
thing.
man,
And they were
no doubt.
marching down the street.
We think
That
that's
was
true.
my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a
I
terrible
presume
thing.
the
As far
genitalia
as
works.
my relationships with
Yes,
all people,
Gina,
I think
yes.
I have great relationships with all people. I am
It's
the
his-
least
it's his beer,
racist
so.
person in
It's
this
his own.
room.
Well, what do you say to
Can do
Americans
whatever
who
he
are
wants with
concerned
it.
by that rhetoric?
I don't
and by
know. I
the-
mean, I
the
don't know
video?
what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities.
You're right, Katie.
I don't know what to say. They can say anything. I mean, they can say anything. It makes
Anything.
me sad because
Try, just try.
I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark. But I don't care who's in the audience.
Oh,
I'm the
don't even
least
try with First Amendment. We're
racist
done with
person
that.
in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me
Abraham,
ask you
We
very quickly, and
support
then I
the
have a
First
follow-up
Amendment
question. for you.
fully.
Oh, of
Abraham
course.
Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single
just Ukraine.
racist
Moving on.
fire. Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned
You're right,
Muslims
Sean.
because they're Muslims. He's
Except for the
moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says to the
I'm
about the
I'm
poor
staunch
boys,
on that, Phil.
last time we were on stage,
not
here,
the
he said, I told
Ukraine.
him to stand down and stand ready.
That's ignorant. That's very
This
ignorant.
guy is a
Come
dog
on, dude.
whistle about as big as a foghorn.
Just say it right.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a
10.
No,
follow-up.
you made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
You
There's
said
your
where
time.
did that-
Abraham
No,
Lincoln.
where did that? No.
You
I
said
said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
and I'm
I
saying
didn't say I'm
That's your
Abraham
time.
Lincoln. I said
Also,
not
he told the
since
black
Abraham
community.
Lincoln
He did say
has
that though.
anybody done what I've
He
done
told
for
the black community, quote, what
Now,
the hell do you have to
done
lose,
nothing
end
other
quote,
than the
because
crime
his
bill,
sentiment was,
which put
you're all a bunch of fucking shitbags.
tens
So
of
what do you have to
thousands
lose?
of black men.
Well, what do you have to
mostly in
lose
jail.
by
All
not
right,
voting
let me-
for
let me-
fucking?
let me
They
ask
remember
Vice
it because
President
if you
Biden
look
a
at what's
question.
happening with the voting right now,
Let me ask
they
Vice
remember
Everything.
President
that you
Biden
treated them
about
very, very badly.
The-
Just
the-
take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime
Okay.
bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s
I don't know,
contributed to
Sean.
the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, they're fathers, they're uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
one of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying
Yeah,
to
you
change it
wrote
since
it.
then, particularly the portion on cocaine.
You wrote
That's
it.
why I've been
They all
arguing
voted for
that,
it.
in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending
but
money. That's
is that
why I
the
set
peanut
up
butter
drug
beer?
courts, which are never funded
Oh,
by
Christ.
Republican friends. They should not be going to jail
Peanut butter
for a
stout,
drug
just
or
for
an
Phil.
alcohol problem.
He's carnivore.
They should be
You
going
can have
into
peanuts.
treatment.
Yeah, but
Treatment.
peanut is a plant.
That's what we've been trying to
said
do.
penis.
That's what I'm
Thank
going
you,
to get
penis.
done because I think maybe the American
I wish
people
you would have said
now
that 30
seen
years ago,
that In
Biden.
fact, it was a mistake.
And or followed through.
If you're admitting your mistake, that's great. I don't know if that's what you're doing, but if that's what you're doing, I'm in.
Subconscious.
Hey, Marianne.
What have I missed?
Jeez,
Marianne!
you missed a lot.
I'm so sorry.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Can you still hear them?
You need to turn
Did it
them
get
up.
quieter?
You need to turn them up again. Marianne's really
How did that
loud.
get
They're
quieter?
quiet.
Where is it?
Released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency.
Shoot.
In fact, we're the
Nice
ones that
Cuca
put in the
College background.
legislation saying we can look at pattern and practice of police
Jeez,
departments
man.
and what they were doing, how they were conducting
Come on,
themselves.
dude.
I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election.
Yes, Gina,
That's
you're
why
correct.
I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible
All right.
policy.
I
Hopefully
just
that's
asked-
better.
I just
Hopefully
asked
everybody
one
can hear
question.
them. If you can't, let us
Why
know.
didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago?
You gotta
Why
quit hitting the
didn't you do it? You
microphone.
just
I'm
said,
really
gonna
sorry.
do that. I'm going to do this.
I'm just trying to do the breaststroke like Trump
Thousands of
does.
mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't
What are
you
you
get it done?
drinking,
You had
Marianne?
8 years with Obama.
Flower power.
Oh my
Shit.
God, that's loud. Oh,
Sorry.
Hold on.
I do love flower power, Marianne.
Hold on.
Ithaca has wonderful beer.
I turned down her
You
microphone.
gotta talk
Hold on.
We're going to move on to our next section.
Like I
which
did with
is
criminal
final-
justice reform. I had to talk Democrats.
Can I talk now?
No.
No.
Okay, you can now. Holy shit.
Say something.
You can barely hear them though.
She's
Yeah.
still pretty loud.
Yeah. Kristen Welker is very low.
Marianne.
Do you want me to bounce out?
No.
So we have the
I'm
Trade
just gotta
Insurance
figure out how to
program.
make
We have
it.
so many different programs.
Do you want to mute
I do
Marianne
love the
and turn off the
environment,
podcast
but I
and
want
figure
us to
mute
clean
Marianne?
crystal
Or
Yeah, I
the
can do that.
I gotta mute you for a second.
Sorry, Marianne.
Bye.
No, don't leave.
No, just stay.
Just hang. Don't leave. Don't leave. Hang. He's got to figure it out.
I don't know.
But it's
Oh
really
shit! No, I am.
Fuck.
Sorry.
Oh, shit, fuck, sorry.
Sorry, guys.
No, but the debate needs to
No,
be
they
turned
can hear
up.
it now.
Yeah, but it needs to be turned up.
And retrofit them
Hold
so
on.
they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs.
Oh, there you go.
And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way,
We only have
Wall
another
Street firms
5
indicated
minutes.
that my plan,
We'll bring Marianne back.
my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street. And I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump, you're
Today came out and said very strongly, $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan, that his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his
Nothing to do with
environmental
climate.
plan, you know who developed it? AOC +3.
Say climate.
They know nothing about the climate. I mean,
Neither
she's got a
do
good
you,
line
though,
of
to
stuff,
be
but she knows
100%
nothing about the
honest.
climate. And they're all
Neither do you.
hopping through hoops for AOC +3. Look, their real plan costs $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history
Sorry,
of our
guys.
country for 100 years, we would not
Do
even
wish
come
a fly
close
would
to a
land on
number like
somebody's
that.
head.
When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan
well,
that
make 'em
anybody
smaller.
has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it can be good
All right.
politically. They want to spend
Frankly, you
$100
don't know a lot
trillion.
about a lot.
That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's
$100
$100 trillion.
$100
They want to
trillion.
knock down
That's a lot of
buildings and
fucking
build new
dollars.
buildings with little,
What?
tiny, small
Trump
windows.
doesn't know
I mean,
dollars.
I wish
and
your
many
mother
other
would
things.
taught
And
me
many
how to
other
count
Let
to
me have the
100
Vice
trillion.
President
I don't think
that
respond.
amount
We're running out of
exists.
time and we have a lot more
You'll
questions
Mommy,
to
did
get
you-
to. So
did
let's
you
hear from the
teach
Vice President
Jesse
and
how
I
to
have a number
count to
more questions.
100 trillion?
She
Kitty,
didn't.
who wants to
I
fix
don't know where he comes up
Baltimore?
with these numbers.
Queens.
$100 trillion.
Who do you
Yes,
me a
you're
break.
right, Mary.
This
Mary
plan
Kate.
was.
She's
this plan's
sweet. I
endorsed
like
by
her a
every
lot.
major
Who?
environmental
Sean
group
would like her.
and every
It's
labor
a
group
Republican
Labor,
from Maryland.
because they know the future
Baltimore.
lies.
I'd go with
The
it.
future lies.
She's
Us
really
being able
good.
to breathe.
I'd go with
And
it.
they know they're good jobs in getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America
Fastest growing
are-
podcast.
is the electric, solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs and they pay good prevailing wages, 45, 50 bucks an hour. We can grow and we can
Mom,
be cleaner if
math
we
is
go
part of
the route
science.
I'm
Sorry.
proposing.
President Trump,
Excuse me.
please
We are
respond and then I have
we
some
are
follow-up.
energy independent for the first time.
Energy.
We don't need
independent.
all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive.
Wind
Kills all the
blows.
birds. It's
Okay.
very intermittent.
Wind
There's
blows
a
from the
lot of problems, and
skies.
They happen to make the windmills
I
in
think
both
it's
Germany
magic.
and China. And the fumes coming
China,
up, if you're a
drink
believer in
people.
China,
emissions,
China
the
makes
fumes
magic
coming up to
wind,
make
science.
these
Norbert,
massive
drink.
windmills
Oh,
is
shit.
more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a
Solar.
scientist.
I'm out,
I
and
love
also
solar,
that beer
but
was
solar
really good.
Doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So
False.
it's all a
Wait,
pipe
Sean,
dream.
who's the
But you
she?
know what we'll do?
The chick
We're
we're
gonna have the
talking
greatest
about with all the
economy in the
cakes.
world.
Go up,
But if you
Phil.
want to
Show
kill the
Newbert.
economy, get rid of your oil industry.
Keep going.
You want and what about fracking?
All right,
Now-
let me,
Keep going.
let me
we have to
have,
ask
let
him
me
about
allow
Kim.
Vice President
I
Biden to
Clack.
never
respond.
She's
said
cool.
I
Kim Clack's
oppose
cool.
Kim
fracking.
Classic.
You
All right.
said it on tape.
I'll
Never
look.
heard of her, Katie.
Show the
Sean,
tape. Put it on
fair-
your website.
fair
Put it
shake.
on. Put it
I'm-
on the
I'm gonna
website.
look it up.
The fact of the
Fair
matter
shake.
is he's flat lying.
Would you rule
Flat-
out
Oh.
banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking
Oh,
because
no,
the
Bert, your
answer
mom's talking
we
shit
need
to you.
He's not going to ban
we
it?
need
What'd she say?
other
You know, hi.
industries
Oh,
to
shit.
transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions
You know,
by 2025. What I
Mom,
will do
who's
with
high right
fracking
now?
over time is make
You
sure
drinking
that we
wine
can
tonight?
capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money.
Wind
in doing
can't
it. But
replace
it's a
the blades?
transition
The
to
wind
that.
likes
I have
blades
one more
turn.
question in this
But here's the
final-
problem
we have-
with wind
against
energy. It
fracking.
still
He
uses
said
oil
it.
and
I will
gas.
show that to you
It does,
tomorrow.
and it
I
uses a
am against
shitload of
fracking.
oil and gas.
Until he got the
Yeah.
nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party
Mom,
is
you're
totally
drunk.
against it.
Sit down.
Fracking on federal land, I
Oh,
said.
don't
No
call your mom like
fracking.
that.
No oil on
Kidding.
Phil,
federal
Let me
Phil,
ask this
slap
final
him.
question
Slap-
in this
slap
section,
Phil.
and then I want to move on to our final section.
Okay, guys,
President
let's
Trump,
be
people of
quiet.
color
Let's
are
listen to
much
this.
more
But there's
likely
no
to live
Pinot.
near
It's all
oil
whites in the fridge.
refineries
I know
and
that.
chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily and they are making a lot of money,
Told
more
ya.
money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, for Asian, it's 9 times greater the percentage gain than it
Phil,
was
those are
under
some wonderful
in 3
hand
years than it was under 8 years of the
Yeah, that's some
two
good
of
chest,
them,
Jesse.
to put it nicely.
Great chest.
9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics
not
that
heard.
you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money.
I think he's doing the
economically. We
Thriller
saved it,
dance.
and I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. We
Okay.
saved it. We got, say what you want about relationships.
Ruth.
We got Saudi Arabia,
Ruth, you
Mexico, and
are tight
Russia
with my
to
mom.
cut back way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again.
All
And
right.
everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice
that.
President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
Yes,
My
we want to
response
hear
is
it.
that
Oh,
those
I can't
people
wait.
live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that in fact pollute, chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And all the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the
Jesse,
Delaware
I don't
River
want to
than
read
is
your
any
boobs.
place, including
Keep
in
it
Houston
closed
at
up.
the time. When my
Phil's so
mom get in the
mad.
car and when there was first frost to drive me to school, turn to the windshield wiper, there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying.
Joe
them, it
State
matters
of-
how you keep them safe.
What
do
was
you
he
do?
the
He
governor?
grew
of?
up in
Impose
Pennsylvania.
restrictions
PA.
on the
He was never
pollutions
governor.
Was he
and
the-
pollutants
what
coming
was
out of
he
those
the-
fence
Senator
lines.
from Delaware.
Delaware.
Communities.
Delaware. Senator
Okay,
for
I have
Delaware.
But he's
one
PA's
final
native
question.
son.
It falls-
Let him
it
finish.
falls-
Would you close
It
down the
falls-
oil
By the way, I
industry?
would transition from the oil industry, yes. I
Oh,
would
that's a big
transition.
statement.
It is a big statement
That's a big
because
statement.
I would stop.
Why
Mom,
would you do that?
bigly,
Because
bigly.
the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal, but you
That's a
can't
big
do that.
statement.
Well, if you let me finish the statement,
Oh,
because it has to be replaced by
Trump interrupted
renewable energy
Biden.
Joe,
over
get your
time.
anger out.
Should we
Over
drink?
time.
We
I'd
should
stop
drink.
I don't
giving
have anything
to
left,
the
but
oil
Joe,
industry, I'd stop giving them
Wait,
federal
everyone drink.
subsidies.
Biden, if
You
you're
won't give
listening,
federal
let that
subsidies to
anger
the-
out.
to the gas, excuse me, to the.
Jesse, I have nothing
to,
left.
Phil,
solar
drink.
And wind.
Yeah.
Why
Phil,
are we
drink.
giving it to
Listen
the
to the
oil
debate.
industry?
We actually do
All
give
right.
it to solar and wind.
We
And
have
that's
one
maybe the
final
biggest
question.
Solar
statement in
wind.
terms of business.
Did
That's
he
the
say
biggest
solar
statement.
wind?
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question.
Solar
is he's
and
going
wind.
to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you
Okay.
remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to
This beer
respond. and then
tastes
I
like
have to get
Captain
to the
Crunch.
final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context, but the point is, look.
Yes,
we
Mary.
have
It
to
should have been
move
shut up,
toward
man.
A net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year
Bullshit.
2035 is in
No, we're-
energy production.
Oh.
By
Yes, sir.
2050, totally.
All right. One
Is he gonna
final
get
question.
China
for both
to do
of
it?
you. No, we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We have
going to get
move on
China
to
to
our
do it?
final question. We
No,
have to
I'm
move
gonna
on to our
rejoin
final
Trump said
question.
China
Harris
twice,
Ford
guys.
and
Shit.
abide by
Drink
what
twice.
they agreed to.
All right,
That'll
this
cost you
is
$1
about
trillion.
leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you?
Bunch of
You'll
weird
each have
shit.
1 minute.
Wait,
starting
let's
with-
We have to
let's hear what
make
they both
the
say. Let's not
country
talk.
Fair enough.
Totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, et cetera. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best Black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic,
Oh,
women,
sounds so bad.
Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the
That makes
class.
no sense.
Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise
No,
everybody's
Jesse,
taxes.
no.
And he wants to put new
Stop.
regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same
You
question
think they're
to
against
you.
those,
What will you
Sean?
say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you,
No,
whether
you're
you
not.
voted for me or against me. And I'm
Yeah.
going to make sure that you're
Or
represented.
maybe.
I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs.
Shit,
And
sorry.
that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say,
Well
as I
produced.
said at the beginning,
Well
what
produced.
is on the ballot here is the character of this country.
I'm going to
Decency,
kick that right now.
Honor,
There you
respect,
go.
treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right. I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone. And
It's
have a
November
great
3rd.
night.
Okay, fair.
It's the shit. It's November 3rd.
Did you think it was
Did you know it was November 3rd?
November 3rd or 4th is usually what it is. Or
Yeah,
8th.
well.
It's been the 8th one.
It's always the first Tuesday of November, everybody.
Correct.
If
No,
you're,
correct.
if you're ever wondering if it's election day or not, if it's
First
not
Tuesday
the
of the
first
fourth
Tuesday
year.
of November, you're wrong.
Hasn't it been the 8th?
First Tuesday of the fourth year. Just look it
No,
up.
it's always the first Tuesday of November.
Could he have said that more aggressively? Well, probably.
What do you guys think? If anybody has any thoughts on what the
Why
hell
does the
just
camera
happened?
turn away from my chest there?
That was.
Because
Can
your
you hear
chest
how
hair is
loud?
gross, quite honestly.
I'm gonna-
Your chest hair is
I'm
disgusting.
gonna turn this off because it's they're clicking really loudly. It's
No,
really,
don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. Don't turn it off.
No, not your
There
chest
could
hair.
be some fun stuff. Hold on. Wait.
Okay, I'm gonna do that then, and then I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna turn down the audio on it because it's just like it's too loud. We don't need all that audio.
Yep.
Mary Kate says, "Blah, ha, 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 ha." Hugely
What are we gonna see?
Mary Kate.
Is that
when you coming on the podcast?
what's her name? Is that his daughter?
No, it's his wife.
Well,
Look,
No, what's his daughter's
Gross,
name?
Phil.
his daughter is a small.
Ivanka.
Ivanka.
That looks like Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's got the-
He also said that he would like
Yeah.
touch his
Nobert.
daughter if she was
Nobert.
Come on, that was like 4 years ago. You can't bring last
No,
election's
fair.
comments into this election.
Fair.
Should we bring up what
Fair.
Biden's done? Go on. Let's talk
No.
about sniffing things.
Talk about all the things
No way.
that
Bring it up.
Biden
Bring it up,
sniffed.
Jesse. Fair. It's always fair.
Stop sniffing people. God
I-
damn it. Where's
Jesse, I don't sniff.
Where's
Okay?
Kamala and Pence?
It's Jesse. It's Kamala. How hard is it?
Kamala.
It's Kamala. Say it, Jesse. Kamala. It's not that hard.
Sean. I don't want to talk about Sean. I've been drinking all night. Listen, I had a root canal today, and I've been, instead of taking painkillers, I've drank my pain.
That's the way to go.
Okay. You want to see my fake tooth? I'll take it out.
Is it gold?
Who wants to see it?
Is it gold?
Want me to take out my false crown?
Can you do that?
I don't think so, but I'll do it.
Not yet.
For the fans.
Not yet. No, Jesse, I have to recommend you don't pull your teeth out that you
Okay.
just received today.
Okay, I was not. What are we listening to?
Can we put on CNN or
Post-production.
Fox? Like we usually
Yeah,
do?
we can try.
We're listening to post production.
Wait, you want me to pinch my nipples?
No,
Okay.
Listen.
No.
Let's,
no,
Let's.
Bam.
Come on, Katie.
What do you think, Katie? How
No.
do you like that?
no.
Stop that.
I personally don't like it.
Katie,
If
liked
newbie's uncomfortable, I'm uncomfortable.
it. Katie, it looks like you have a man, so I don't know why you'd ask me to do that.
What?
So anyways,
Who am
back
I
to the
pulling up?
podcast.
Which one am I pulling up?
He's like, that's my sister, you fucking asshole.
my
dick.
cousin.
Oh, is that your cousin? It's not your
What a
sister.
dick.
Cousin. Sorry.
Who are we? Which am I looking up some kind of mainstream media right now,
CNN.
I hope
Fox,
not.
Someone.
or should I be pulling up I think Joe Jorgensen has a post.
Please do. Please do.
I'd love to listen to Joe.
Trump for Liberty 2020.
I'd love to listen to
Trump for Biden. Actually,
Biden?
Biden for Liberty 20.
Biden for Liberty
Guys,
2020.
Biden for Liberty.
Guys, listen. Honestly, does Joe not lean more right than left?
Joe Jorgensen.
Yeah.
She doesn't lean either way.
She leans more right than left.
No, she leans backwards.
No, she is
He's right.
more right than
Thank you.
left.
No,
No.
he's right.
Yeah,
No,
she is.
She leans backwards.
Gina. Get-
Gina, don't listen to
Is
Jesse.
Gina here? Gina.
You feel like
Jo-
that because you agree with a lot of the stuff that she says.
No, Gina.
Exactly. You're
if
scared
Gina's
of
here, she'd probably-
Jesse. You're scared of your true self.
No, I'm not. I know that's really it. I rub my nipples on my
I
TV.
hope you don't again.
That's true. You did do that.
I don't want to see that.
Trying to pull up. I know she's got something live going on at 10:45
Mary Kate, it's
tonight.
your internet service provider. Call your ISP.
Or call her HR.
Don't call HR here. It's his mom, and she's drunk tonight.
You should actually call HR. It's 1-900.
That's not a thing.
What's the rest of the number? What is it?
A girl's nipples? What are we talking about?
What?
But you can put. First of all, Mary
A
Kate,
little girl?
I have to be honest and say that didn't happen.
That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, a
If
little
it's
bit.
a little girl.
If that's what you're talking about and I pinch my nipples, I feel disgusted. with
Jesse
myself.
pinches his own nipples
really weird.
Yeah.
8 times a day.
My girlfriend's not happy, I'm sure.
I thought she was hot about it.
She doesn't like how much he pinches his
No,
nipples.
she's a little turned off by that.
No, she likes it.
Mary Reynes, do you like how much he pinches his
But
own
I can
nipples?
tell you what, I guarantee Mara and Mary Kate are both disgusted.
I hate it.
And I'm sorry about
Oh, I'm disgusted. Totally disgusted. Except that this beer tastes like peanut butter crunch.
that. All right,
Captain
so
Crunch.
let's seriously talk, Newbert. Let's
Oh,
be serious. Let's not joke
sure.
around anymore. So
No jokes.
let's be serious. Where do you stand politically?
Oh,
Wow.
that's direct.
Okay, but I'm gonna address it, Phil.
Oh shit! Look at this.
I was okay.
Fuck.
I was raised. You want an answer? I was raised Catholic in a pretty. My grandparents were devoutly Catholic. My parents.
So you're a Republican.
Listen.
I already know.
My parents were not, but my grandparents were. So I'm like on board with religious freedom.
Who are you most comfortable with running this country? If you had to pick between Biden and Trump, who do you feel?
Or
That's
any-
two people,
or
and you
any
didn't
of
give
the
me
other
another
candidates
No,
that are on the
here's the thing:
ballot.
Joe Jorgensen's not going to win. Even
You
though,
can
She's
pick-
not.
but you can
even
pick-
though I
she
think you
could.
should vote for her.
She could.
You
I'm
should
gonna
vote
tell you
for her.
this. Okay.
Who
Okay.
do you feel are the two primary candidates we just watched on the
I'm
debate?
gonna channel Kamala Harris
Did
and say,
YouTube have a
I'm
video
I'm
of a
talking,
guy
Jesse. I'm
pinching a little
talking.
girl's nipple?
Excuse me, who did?
YouTube? It was on YouTube, Kate?
Who did?
How could it be on YouTube?
No, who did?
Apparently YouTube deleted the picture of Biden pinching a girl's nipple.
First of all,
I don't think
that
that's
didn't
right.
happen.
Listen,
that can't be right.
It
Newbert,
didn't happen.
who would you pick out of Biden and Trump?
George Jorgensen.
Who would you pick out?
Thank you.
Out of Biden and Trump?
George Jorgensen.
No.
You don't have to pick.
If
It's
Joe
a false dilemma. You don't have to
Jorgensen's
pick one of the
not-
two pieces of
Joe-
shit. You
if
can
Joe
pick a real
Jorgensen's
person.
not a pick. Who would you rather run the country?
Howie Hawkins.
No.
Brock Pierce.
I would do a write-in vote
Brock
for
fucking
Phil.
Pierce.
Yeah,
No
I'd pick
way.
Brock Pierce over either one of those
You
pieces
would?
of shit.
I'd pick Trump over Brock Pierce, and
I'd
that's
pick anybody that's not Trump or Biden over Trump or Biden.
not Brock Pierce. Brock Pierce is a tool bag. Anyways, so
what do you know about Brock
a
Pierce?
lot. I've looked into him because I was really interested why he had a mullet, and I was down. So I wanted to know who he was.
So I would ordinarily, let me just say this: I would ordinarily never share my ballot with anybody. But I'm
you
gonna
don't have to
but,
share your ballot. You're on a
but
podcast.
but
You
I'm
gotta-
gonna share. I'm gonna share my ballot
Okay,
with the 19,000 people that watch this podcast.
it's 314.
or 4.
That's how many follows we have
So far today.
Well, I can't go down ballot per se with Libertarian, but presidential is going to be George Jorgensen. And here's why. Let me explain.
No. But if you had to pick between the two primary candidates, don't talk your way around it. Don't be Biden. We want an answer.
So there are 3 candidates.
No,
and not
but if
2.
there was 2,
Biden, Trump's a shit.
you'd pick Biden.
100%.
Really?
Yep.
Even though he's going to raise everyone's taxes. And
Here's the thing. I experienced a few dollars more in my paycheck with Trump.
Yeah.
I don't need those few dollars more, but some people do.
What about your gas? What about your
What about it?
What about your investments?
I don't have any.
But what if you did?
I don't care. I owe $0.
What about your 401k and your Social Security?
Jesse,
Biden's gonna
I owe
tax
zero.
us.
First of all, he's not. I owe
He
$0.
is. He is going to tax us.
I owe 0.
Phil, is he not going to tax us?
Who?
Biden's going to tax your 401k.
Both of those
and your
pieces of
Social
shit are
Security.
going to tax you.
Who's
Right,
going to
right.
tax you more, Phil? Who's going to tax you more on those?
You know who's going to tax you less?
Who's going to tax?
Joe Jorgensen.
See, this
There
is
you go.
this is what I
Jesse,
don't like about the
Jesse,
podcast
let
is that I
me-
can't get anyone to
Jesse.
really pick a side.
No,
and
no.
it drives
I
me
just
nuts.
did, Jesse.
No, you did, but I can't
I
get.
picked the side.
I can't get Phil to pick. He'll never.
Jesse,
pick.
can I please explain 2 things to our 4 viewers? If I had to pick between Biden and Trump, thanks for the sound. I would gladly pay a few dollars more in my taxes for a lesser criminal, but I'm not voting for either of those 2 men.
But would you rather lose your local businesses because you picked Biden?
That's not going to happen.
It will happen. If Biden taxes me 68%, like he's talking about, he even said it. Look at what they're saying. There you go. You lose the 18th Amendment because I'm not paying that.
Let's be
Refuse to
clear,
do it.
Jesse. Pause. Can we pause? Let's be clear. My bar tab is going to keep you in business.
No, it's not. It's not. It'll never happen. So here's the thing: you're gonna lose local business. With gas. Okay, is gas prices not the lowest you've seen since I was 12? So I, maybe since you were 17.
No,
18?
no,
No, they're
not.
not.
No, it's not.
They're
No,
not.
it's
Okay,
not.
well, when I was
When I
18
started driving, Jesse, gas was 99 cents.
Okay,
per
well,
gallon.
when I was 18, gas was $3.70 a gallon, and I'm 28. Now that Trump's president, I pay $2.12. I mean, does it not show? It shows something that if prices don't usually drop, and they're dropping a lot. They're hugely dropping. My 401k
Hugely.
Bailey.
bigly. My 401k is rising. My stocks are rising, and still Phil has not picked a candidate. If he had to pick between the two,
Because he's going Joe Jorgensen, just
No.
like I am.
because Phil refuses to put his opinion out on the internet. 'cause
No,
he's
I
scared.
already put my opinion out, and I'm wearing it on my shirt. It's a fucking porcupine.
But if you had to pick,
she is a real candidate. You need to stop treating her like she's not.
if you had to
And
pick
not only
between
that,
two,
Jesse, no, fuck you. I'm not going to pick one of them. I'm going to pick the candidate who I actually support instead of like one of the 2 dumpster fires. I'm going to pick one that I actually care about
She's not on fire.
and somebody who I actually think has good ideas. And I'm not going to pick somebody who doesn't.
who's the lesser of the dumpster fires?
Does it matter?
To me, it does.
No, they're both pieces of shit. I'm not going to pick one of them.
Still,
There you go.
still, Phil won't answer. But
Here's the thing, Jesse. Can I just say, no matter what happens, I'll still be here 3 days a week, no matter what.
well, that's fine. Yeah,
Mara thinks
I
you're a
hope
clown,
so.
by the way.
I hope he's a clownfish. They're really cute.
She asked if you're rich, and then she said that you're definitely a clown, by the way.
He's really rich. He takes me out on dates, and it's wonderful.
She taught me I'm a clown.
I don't know. Mara, are you saying that Jesse's a clown? What? Your mom?
That's like your
Who's
mom.
mom? What do
His mom is beautiful,
Sorry,
and
we're
I
on
want
a little
to.
bit of a delay, so you gotta roll that back for us.
Mara, his mom is beautiful, and I want to take her out on a date.
Thanks. I'm not gonna pick one of the pedophiles.
Oh,
Katie.
stop,
I'm gonna
stop,
pick
for
like
fuck's
a
sake,
decent human
stop.
being.
Fuck steak. Stop.
Okay, here's the thing. Pedophile thing aside, right? Which one of them wants to end the war on drugs? Which one of them wants to disengage in foreign engagements that have been going on for 20 fucking years? No, he doesn't. I'm sorry, Phil. I know you're saying it, but he doesn't. I'm sorry. Neither fucking one of them does. Which one of them's going to lower our deficit? Nobody. Neither one of them. Which one of them wants to actually shrink the size or power of the government? Joe Jorgensen. That's the only one. So, yeah. So I'm not going to pick one of the other two pieces of shit. Sorry. That's the way I
Also,
feel.
this beer tastes a lot like Captain Crunch peanut butter.
It tastes like when you drink the milk afterwards.
Yeah, give me one of these.
Yeah, it's just
like
that.
peanut butter crunch milk.
So Mara thinks I'm the clown.
Mara,
Is that what it is? I'm the clown.
Jesse's the hottest clown
No,
ever.
I can be a clown.
No,
I don't know if you like what we're saying or not.
Jesse, don't
but
sell yourself short.
No, it's hard. It's hard because we're delayed, so we don't know.
It is hard.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. I know Joe was planning on going on.
I could be the clown. Maybe Mara
Live.
thinks so. I don't know, but still stick with what I'm saying. So, because I'm not afraid to put my political opinion out there. I'm not afraid of what people think.
Do you think I'm afraid?
I think so. Because if I was put on the point, no matter what I thought, if I had to choose between two things, I would pick a point because I'm not scared.
Okay, would you rather have a man put his penis in your butthole or in your mouth?
My mouth.
Really? I don't.
Yeah, if you want to, I'm not afraid of an answer.
Because you know what, that's exactly the question that you're asking
Yeah,
me. It's
yeah,
like-
and
it's
I'm
like,
gonna answer because I'm not.
Would you
afraid.
rather eat a piece of shit or a bag of vomit?
Oh, definitely a bag of
So
vomit.
I've never really thought about this. I'll take some. I'll
Definitely vomit.
because
Wait, so you thought about the other one before?
yeah, because
He
seriously,
always thinks about a dick.
Yeah,
in
I
his
want to
beard.
know where the dick's gonna be.
Yeah.
You didn't know whether you were eat shit
would
or vomit.
definitely
no, that's
rather have
never.
a dick
I've
in his
never
beak.
been asked that
Okay,
question.
would you rather eat shit or vomit? You have to think about that one.
Okay.
And then
Let's
when you
bring it
answer
back.
that, then I'll tell you which one of the whether I'd rather vote for the piece of shit or the piece of vomit.
I don't know. It's tough.
Exactly.
I need some time on that one. Give me till like Sunday, because I.
Sorry,
Give
Mara.
him till voting day. Jesse, did you vote already, or are you waiting for voting day?
No, I know who. I'll vote Trump all day.
No, but okay, so you're waiting.
So you're gonna waste your vote then?
What?
You're gonna waste your vote?
Yeah, but this state is going to Biden, so you should vote Joe.
No.
Vote Joe Jorgensen.
This state's gonna be Republican this time.
Oh yeah, this
No,
this
it's
state's
not.
totally a swing state.
Oh, you're lying.
New
Jesse.
York is all of a sudden a fucking swing state. That's totally real.
Not gonna happen, man.
It's gonna be
But you know, if we get
Republican this time.
160,000 votes for Joe Jorgensen, then she doesn't have to fight for ballot access.
We
next
just
time.
need 5%,
That-
so a third
that's
party
why I'm-
can be on the
I'm
debate
on the
stage.
edge of voting Jorgensen.
But
this time.
here's the thing,
because it's
Jesse,
the only
Jesse,
vote that
Jesse,
matters.
No,
Jesse.
because I don't agree with all of Jorgensen's ideas.
It's the only vote
I
that
don't love
matters.
it.
Jesse, here's the thing, but you don't agree with all of Trump's ideas either.
No way.
No
But
way. You
guess what?
say no way. So why not vote in New York State as a voter?
'Cause
Why
of-
not vote for a third party candidate who, if that party gets 5%, can be on a debate stage someday?
Because
Are we talking
Jorgensen's
about-
got some radical ideas I don't agree with.
Like what?
Super radical. We've talked about it off mic.
Yeah,
But-
hold on. Before we
But
keep shouting in my
Trump
ears.
has some bullshit that
You got to turn down Newbert. You got to turn down Newbert. Newbert's low.
I'm getting angry now. It took you an hour and a half to get me angry.
You got to turn down Newbert a little bit.
Turn Newbert down because he's fucking angry now.
He's still loud. Loud as shit. Go again. Talk, noob. Still loud as shit.
1, 2, 3, angry newbie.
Okay, talk again, noob.
5, 2, 4, 8, angry newbie.
Don't know how to turn. There you go. You turn newbie down.
Because an angry newbie can't be turned down because my blood is a Mahar and the Mahars
turned
are
it-
angry as fuck.
But I'm dead. I'm dead. Like I don't hear myself at all.
I hear you.
Now you speak.
Okay, so here's the deal,
No,
bro.
I'm
no.
dead.
No, I hear you.
Careful, noob.
Come on, Newbie.
Sorry,
Do you want to be on the podcast
I
again?
do.
Newbert.
What?
Cool it, noob.
I tried to clap my hands and I hit the.
Don't worry, you're on. I can hear
Okay,
you.
Fine.
All right.
I'm feeling a little bit like Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I have to not
Marianne
be so angry.
ditched us. I thought she was coming in. She ditched us.
I have to not be so angry, and I'm going to dial it back.
You just have to not shout at the microphone.
Yeah, you gotta.
But I
Because
like
it
shouting.
hurts our ears because we have headphones on
You gotta
and it's your
chat.
voice on the
I
other
get
end of it.
shouted at by kids all day. I feel like I need to shout right now.
Not in our ears.
You
though.
gotta
sorry.
chat, Newbert.
I'm sorry, guys.
Anyways, so
New York's not a swing state. It's never going to be a swing state.
No, never.
Unless
Sorry.
it goes gold.
so Mara
But
called
it
me
won't.
a clown earlier, but
Is that
Mara,
your girlfriend?
no,
Oh, okay.
I don't
Come
know
on, dude.
Mara. But anyways, so if I'm a clown, Mara, what do you think?
Not yet, Mara.
Well, where do you stand if I'm clowning? I'm curious.
Yeah, it's okay.
So-
He won't be offended other than the part where he is.
No, I'm not offended, Phil. If I was offended, I'd fucking say it. So I'm not offended, but I'm just curious. What is not clowny? What's normal? So they take a lot more. I own a fucking bar. Can't fucking you can't piss me off. So I'm just curious what people think. Like if you have a comment, I'd love to hear. I'd hear
If
what
we
people
can
think.
outswing the city, it would be okay.
So here's the thing, Mary Kate.
I get it now.
Is that we actually have more voters, more qualified voters in upstate New York than we do in the city. They just don't actually vote. And of the ones that do, there are still blue areas throughout upstate New York, obviously around the major urban centers. And that makes it really hard for anybody else to win New York State.
Totally. It's the idea of a fair shake.
What'd you think about the debate tonight?
I was super, super surprised that Trump was as reserved as he was.
Uh-huh.
You know, his handlers have been saying time and time again that he would dial it back, and he didn't, and he didn't. But tonight, he did.
Yeah, he did.
He really did.
He kept it under control.
And I would say if he was able to maintain that tenor over the last 4 years, let's say, that he would have a bigger base than he does. I think that he has turned off so many people by being a jerk and a turd. Phil's trying not to smile.
I'm not. I'm smiling.
I mean, he has just been so embarrassing. He has been such a national embarrassment. And I'm not talking about his policies. Facebook, hear me out.
And
His
YouTube.
his politics haven't been as bad as some people make them out to be. Nationalism, capitalism. Here's the deal, Facebook. I'm not a globalist, honestly. And he's not either, but his outward appearance has been so embarrassing. It's an absolute American tragedy. Let's call it an American tragedy. If he would have been able to I don't even know. Phil's looking good.
Nobody can see me. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Jesse's looking himself good, and they're leaving it up to me. If he had been able to polish himself over the last 4 years, he might have a lot more support than he does. His policies and his economics aren't as bad as some people seem. But he loves white nationalists. He loves white supremacists. He loves humongously racist ideals. He loves. If he could have tenored those ideals if he didn't bare his soul to the U.S. over the last 4 years, and especially over the last freaking 4 months, his party would have had a better shake. He has really, I think, and let's go back to. Don't let me go on.
Well, I was just gonna say that, you know,
He
I think
wants
he-
to be known. He wants to be known for who he is, just like any criminal desires. And this is going back to interview and interrogation. This is going back to all the training I had at the beginning of my career. He wants people to know what he thinks. He wants people to know what he's done. He wants people to know what his politics really are. If he could tenor that, he could do better. I think that he's lost control of himself. I think he's lost control of his party. I think he's lost control of the American. He has no agency over what he's doing. I'm not saying that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have it. I'm not saying that Joe Jorgensen has all of it.
Mhm.
They all could do better. Trump could do way, way, way better.
So, but you said that you don't think that he's polished himself over the past 4 years.
He has tarnished himself over the past
I don't
4
know. I mean,
years.
I don't think Melania's been doing it for him, so he
No.
must be polishing himself, right, Jesse?
Sure. Yeah.
Are you with us?
No.
No, he's not.
Lost you a long time ago. But sure.
And I'm not saying Jesse. I'm not saying his economics are bad. Not at all. Overall, he could do better.
I feel like everyone
Yeah. So
people have to be blind if they don't see what I'm seeing, especially from a small business owner and doing what I do and having the investments I do. If people don't see that what Trump's doing for the economy is way better than any Democrat that's happened in the past 20 years, I just don't see it. Don't see it. I really don't. And if we want to talk about money and we want to talk about what makes the world go round, it's money. So, and right now money's good. Even during a epidemic or pandemic, whatever you want to call it, money's good.
I got you. I got you.
Some businesses have gone out of. Some have gone out of business. Some haven't. But here's the thing: is under Trump's government, which we all want to critique, they've done a lot to help people get through what they've gone through.
I will not deny that,
So-
Jesse. I will not deny that.
Yeah, and if you look at Biden's tax plan, I guarantee we all pay way more money than we're paying now, and make less money than we are. And happiness and money are one and the same. Trust me, I know it,
Sure.
and I don't care what anyone says. So
well, that's good.
yeah, I just don't. I know because I've had people call me on the phone and say they're going to lose their job and they need something. They need something to keep them going. Like they've asked me for jobs. I've had multiple people ask me, "Hey, can I come bartend at your place a couple days? Can I have this? Can I have that?" Because
Right.
you know we're running out. And these are a lot of people are working for businesses that are scared of the coronavirus.
Yeah, for sure.
And businesses that aren't they're going. They're just going to keep going. They're going to keep riding it out, and they're going to make it work because you can't lay people off.
Right.
Especially now that there's no extra money for being on unemployment. Now, I don't know. What is there? Do you guys know? Is there another $200? Did they take that away?
There's nothing right
There's
now.
No,
nothing.
I
So-
thought they took it away.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Well,
right
there's
now.
nothing on the table.
So people
now.
are reeling. So
in theory, they're working on a new stimulus bill.
I hope that passes for a lot of people because a
Wow.
lot of people need it. Because I've probably taken over 10 calls of people asking me if they could do something to make a little extra
Right.
money.
Something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
And
tough.
And I'll tell you what, I feel like if Biden gets in there, he's going to shut more people down. There's going to be more people reeling for money.
Wait,
So
let's talk about that though. So I feel like Biden being more liberal would be more. I'm very sorry, guys.
It's okay. He's an amateur.
Would be more copious with the relief. But as a business owner, you want that to be more reserved. What's your take on that?
My take is that Trump wanted to pass a bill. The Democrats threw shit into the bill that Trump was like, no, we don't fucking want that. It was just unnecessary bullshit. They wanted to add in more taxes, more bullshit, more things that Trump wasn't pushing for. What Trump wanted to in the bill was give everyone some money to keep them going.
Yep.
And keep businesses going. And the Democrats, look into the bill. I ask everyone to look into the original bill that the Republicans put in, and then look at what the Democrats tried to shove into the bill, because they tried to put more funding into the Affordable Care Act. They did, and that's not what Trump wanted. He said, no, we're trying to give money to businesses. Now, Trump did fuck up. Now, I'm not going to say he didn't, because he gave money to businesses that didn't need it. Like fucking Ruth Chris. I've been to a Ruth Chris. I've paid $150 for 2 people at a Ruth Chris steakhouse. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. They don't need money. They're out of control. But was he not trying to do right for the smaller companies? He was. But big companies did not need that bailout that he was pushing.
Right.
But at the same time, Democrats, don't think that the Democrats weren't pushing some bullshit that was not needed. This is coming from a business owner, which I have more experience from. I started a business at 22 years old. My first business. 28. At 22. I want to know how many people started a business at 22 and was successful for 6 years and able to advance to something else. Because I did it. I know business. I've done it.
In a small community like ours.
I've done it.
Yeah.
I've done it. I know what it is. I know what it takes. And could I go big and be big? And yeah, but I've talked to Phil before off camera. You can always go big, but that's not what I want. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be a corporate. I don't want to go crazy. I've had so many. I had an offer from Starbucks to make them a coffee bourbon. No.
Oh.
No thanks. Not interested.
Do it.
No. No. I dropped it 3 years ago. I told them I would never do it. I was selling the patent, which I did. It's just not something I'm interested in. So I'm worried about small business and where it's going to take us. And if you're going to vote for Biden, you're not for small business. You're not for your local business. That's why I don't understand why these liberals or these hipsters are all for Biden, because I don't see where Biden fits in the small business, small community business, because he's going to tax the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
I already have a hard enough time paying people. What's he doing to help me? I don't see it. I don't know. Don't see it. I don't know what everyone else thinks, but I'm just coming from a person that owns 2 businesses.
Fair enough.
And has felt the impact. So,
okay.
Don't know what you guys think. It's just not fun at this point.
What do you think that Trump has done that's specifically helped you?
He's lowered small business taxes. He also put more money into the Small Business Association, which the building that we're sitting in right now. The only reason we have this podcast in this building is because of Trump's America. Okay. And it's true, because you can ask the FLEDC, ask Mike Lepari, ask Steve Griffin. Trump put way more money into the SBA, where they didn't want to put it into, because they weren't worried about small business. They were worried about bailing out the big companies, because the big companies were moving to China and Mexico. And Trump said, no, we're not bailing you out. You either stay here or we're going to tariff the fuck out of you. Small business is what keeps America growing. And everyone thinks Trump's about big money, when really he's been about small money from the day on. My taxes have been lowered. My workers' compensation is lowered. Everything's lowered since Trump. Every single thing since I've owned a business between Obama and Trump has been lowered, and makes it more accessible and easier to handle, and has nothing to do with Andrew Cuomo. Trust me. Andrew Cuomo has helped farm businesses. My farm distillery, I'll give credit for Andrew Cuomo more than anybody. Andrew Cuomo fought for farm business, keeps it cheap, keeps us going. But when it comes to what we're doing here right now, he wants nothing to do with it. He'll tax the fuck out if you own a bar or if you own a restaurant or anything. That he doesn't give a shit. But when it comes to like farm distilling, Cuomo has all my credit. But in this business here, gets none. It's Trump. Trump's trying to keep everyone going. He's trying to keep business here, and he's keeping taxes lower. And my income tax for $30,000 back in 2014 is way higher than what I'm paying now in 2019 through Trump. I'm telling you, it's huge. It's different.
Yeah.
Small business tax is completely different because of Trump.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's wild. Do your
I didn't know that.
do your research. Do your research and look up what Biden wants to tax you on when he gets.
How much does Jorgensen want to tax you?
Good question.
Well, you know what? This is the problem because Jorgensen doesn't get much. She doesn't get much limelight. Jorgensen would be better for small business than either candidate. But also, Jorgensen wants free immigration, which I'm against, and Jorgensen wants.
That's skewed.
Jorgensen wants a lesser involvement of police force and other things that I'm not for. Which I think some involvements less the.
Would you rather? So okay.
I don't want to fight the drug war.
Well,
anymore.
just let's
I'm done.
just
That's
sector,
why I
right?
love Joe Jorgensen.
Yeah. So like, would
I'm done with the drug war
So
because
she's not.
you were in criminal. You were in. So before you go, Phil, he was a corrections officer. I was a corrections officer. Phil, we both worked in the degree.
Okay.
We both have criminal justice in our background. The drug war's a failing fight.
It is.
You'll never win.
Yeah.
So we're both on board, and that's one of the things with Joe Jorgensen that wins me over. It's like, fuck fighting the drug war. Like, what a joke.
Maybe we should fight human trafficking.
Yes.
That would be cool.
Or pedophilia.
Or really
there's
sick
some
shit.
things that she does
And
that I can get on board with. I'm like, fuck, why does no one else
what
feel
if we
this?
took all the drug war people and put them on human trafficking?
Oh man, all
There's-
the people and all the money.
Yeah.
Actually, somebody that wants to do that.
But there's some things with Joe and some of her followers that are too radical left to pull me.
There's
We've talked about it.
none
so
of
what
it's
is-
radical left.
Wait, what does Joe Jorgensen feel about that?
Joe again, so the immigration where everyone wants to beat on Trump about putting kids in cages, which was done by Obama. These coyotes are bringing kids from their family.
Yeah.
Sure.
That Trump can't do anything about. He can't find their fucking parents because their parents aren't trying to cross the border. So these coyotes are bringing in these fucking children, and Trump's like, "Oh, do we put them in a cage or we let them go back with these guys that are going to molest them
Right.
or going to sell them or do something?" Like it's silly. It's so silly. And Joe's like, "Oh, let's go back to when we allowed just legal immigration, where everyone just came in, put their papers in, and moved in the country." I don't like it. And I've looked it up because Phil's made me look it up for the fact how pro-libertarian he is. And trust me, I'm leaning
You made him do it.
I'm leaning libertarian as hell. Because
Me too.
and I've talked to Phil
Me
about it.
too.
Like I really think libertarian. I like the way they stand, and I like a lot of things. But there's some people there, and some things I just will not get on board with. I wish they could. I wish she could draw it back a little bit.
So what you're saying though is
So
that for all the things that you know, that all the benefits aren't any better than voting for somebody who's not going to win the New York's electoral votes anyway.
I feel there you go. Well, then
Yeah.
I'd pick Joe Jorgensen.
Amen, sister friend.
There you go. Like if my vote doesn't count in New York for my candidate, I'd pick Joe Jorgensen all day. I'd pick Joe Jorgensen if my vote counted.
Yeah, the third party
So-
vote matters here because knowing that we're going to go for Biden, knowing like before we ever start, knowing that we're going to go for Biden,
Yeah.
the third party vote's the only one that can matter because if we get 160,000 electoral votes in New York State, that gets automatic ballot access for the next time
There you
around.
go. For sure.
And that makes it so that we can focus
Yeah.
on winning elections instead of getting onto the ballot in the first place.
Right.
My main thing,
Access.
the only problem I've had, even with this podcast from the beginning of starting this, is everyone has these strict things where they won't pull from. I just want people to pick what they really think. I really want people to say, I just want people to be honest. That's all I've wanted from
Yeah.
the point on. I just want you to
That's
say,
fair.
What do you want me to
if I
say?
ask you a question, I want you to give me an honest answer. You can pick one or the other. You can pick this or that, or you can, or it just
So,
to me,
Jesse,
it
so
doesn't make sense.
I know maybe you feel that
I'm wasting my time
right.
talking to people if people can't give me honest answers. Because my
Okay.
thing is, I'm giving
That's
you
fair.
my honest
That's
answer
fair.
because I'm willing to see every single point of view. I will listen to you out, and if you change my mind, I will change my mind. Like I really will. You can
Fair
any
enough.
person at this
Fair
table
enough.
can change my mind
Sure, fair enough.
because
See-
that's all I'm asking for.
Phil changed my
Phil,
mind.
Phil's changed my mind a little
Me
bit.
too.
But he barely changes his. And I've had lots of people listening and lots of people on this podcast that are just so staunch on something. I'm like, listen out. Like what's right and what's not. That's all I want to know. Like what's right and what's going to help.
Well, right is
help.
subjective. You
What's
can't say
going to
what's
help?
right.
What's going to help your fellow Yates County person? Because that's where we live.
Right.
That's all I'm asking. So,
Do you think that I haven't given a fair shake?
no, I'm just saying in general, like watching people talk and listening to people just don't. I just want to know what everyone thinks. Like, instead of picking a side, I want everyone to just put their opinion and mean it. Like, is this right or is this wrong? And where do you stand?
So I'll tell you where I stand. First off, right off the top, I'll tell you that if I couldn't vote for Joe Jorgensen and I had to pick somebody else,
Maybe you wouldn't vote.
I wouldn't. I
Right.
wouldn't vote.
That's
and
fair.
And there have been elections that I didn't vote in
Right.
because of that exact false dilemma that, like you got to pick the lesser of two evils. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to
Pick neither
I'm going to
evil.
pick the person I like the most. I'm
Sure.
not going to pick an evil.
Right.
I'm going to pick somebody that I think is going to do what I want him to do.
Yeah.
So, and I know there's people out there that feel that same way. So, and that's me. I'm not going to. And everybody that says, "Oh, you're wasting your vote," or, "Well, science says that a
Science.
vote for the third party is actually a
Right.
vote for Trump."
Right.
It's like, first off, that's not
It's
what
your
science
vote.
says.
It's your vote.
And second
First of all,
off,
it's your vote.
you're assuming I was going to vote for like the person that you thought I was going to vote
Right.
for, and that was
Right.
never going to happen. It was never going to happen.
Right. A vote for off party is a vote for expanding your voting rights.
Well, not only that, but
That's why I love that 1, 2, 3 thing Phil's talking about with the New England states. It's really,
oh yeah,
it's really smart.
So actually,
it's out of control. It's
so
so
the state of
smart
Maine-
it doesn't make sense.
this is.
It really does.
I like
It
that.
really
Let's
is.
explain that real quick,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
So in the state of Maine, something really interesting is happening. This is
Okay.
the first state that's doing ranked choice voting
What choice?
in the presidential debate, or in the presidential election. Ranked choice
Okay.
vote.
Go on.
So what that means
Mhm.
is that they get to rank their vote. So they get to actually vote for the person they want to win.
Yep.
And in order for somebody to actually get their electoral votes, they have to have a majority,
Okay.
which currently we're living in a world where you have to have a plurality. So you have to have the most, right? So
50,
in Maine,
50 plus 1.
so in Maine, you have to have over 50%.
Right. 50 plus 1. is a
Which
plurality.
means that you vote for who you really want, and if they get the majority, great,
Sure.
they've won.
Yep.
If not, whoever has the least number of votes, we wipe them out, and whoever the second choice was for those people, that's who we put that vote in, right?
So most
And
out
we-
of all
And
versus most out
we
of
knock that out, right?
all. Yeah. Sure.
So we keep doing that until we get to somebody having a majority.
Right.
So what that means is that you don't have to vote for the lesser of two evils. You vote for who you really want, knowing that if the other evil doesn't get a majority, which you'd lose anyway, right?
Sure.
So if they don't get a majority, then your
Mhm.
second choice vote can still count. So if you
Right.
say you really think Joe Jorgensen is where it's at, you can vote for her.
Mhm.
And then if but you really don't want Biden to win,
Mhm.
then you can put Trump down as your second choice. And you can vote for both of them. And if Joe Jorgensen doesn't win, then Trump can still get your votes.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
That's why it's amazing. But
Yeah.
the problem is that most people won't say they're 2, 3.
Right.
Most people want their 1. So that's why it doesn't
Absolutely, yeah,
really
sure.
work overly,
Yep.
is because people refuse to pick a 2 or 3.
Right.
Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, we haven't given it a chance yet.
Yeah, but it's had a chance, and most people refuse to pick a candidate. where
No,
most
no.
people will say their one is
It hasn't had a
their one
chance.
is the only one.
Jesse,
How many people have you talked? You just said
Jesse, this is the
did you-
first time they've ever
But
done
did
it.
you
It
just
hasn't had
not
a
say
chance.
your
Right.
one is your only one?
It hasn't had a chance.
Would you vote for Biden or Trump? No. So your one is your only one. You just said it live on air. So you have one vote or you will not vote. And that's the way most people feel. So I love the idea. I just wish more people would get behind 1, 2, 3. Like, I'll pick this, but these are my two lesser evils. Where most people will just say, well, I'm just going to pick my main again, which I don't.
If
I don't
my
overly
second
love.
choice mattered, I might consider it.
You
There
would.
you go.
So
Fair
you
enough.
so you change
Fair
your
enough.
idea then.
I might consider it.
So, but
Yeah.
here's the thing: most people, again, would just stick with their number one, which is sad. Hopefully, more people would do a 1, 2, 3 because I feel like a 1, 2, 3 would be huge. It'd be huge
Yeah.
because Jorgensen get my vote.
Sure.
There's no doubt. I'd
Sure.
pick her, even though I don't
She's
like.
getting mine.
I don't like a quarter of the people that root for her because I feel like they're like way more radical left than I'd ever want to be a part of.
Fair enough.
She'd probably be my number one vote with Trump
Okay.
being second, Biden
Sure.
third.
Sure.
I used to like Biden. To be honest, I voted for Obama in 2010.
Far out. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh wait, not 2010. What was it? 2008. I voted for Obama in 2008.
Weren't you like 12?
No, I was old enough. I was 18.
Have more
18
beer.
and 4 days.
Sure.
More beer.
So
I gotta go upstairs. You want me to grab it?
there's way more beer here.
It's right here.
What do you want me to get? I gotta go upstairs.
Where you're feeling, Newbert, we probably won't be much longer. So
No. But you want me to get more?
the rest is yours, Noob.
Now we're good.
Cool. Yeah. So that's my main problem with the 1, 2, 3 is just again, and I'm not trying to call you out, Phil. We're buddies.
You can call me
No.
out.
I was gonna drive you to Philadelphia because that's how good of a buddy you are of mine. But anyways, is most people won't pick a 1, 2, 3. They really won't.
So here's another choice that you also don't know about that I would also support that I tried to support in our last state election was I believe it's every 20 years we have an opportunity to have a state constitutional convention, and everybody voted against it because they were afraid that it was going to ruin their pensions for teachers and stuff like that. So they voted against it, but I voted for it, and I was actually going to run as a delegate if that was an option. And one of the things that we can do with our electoral college, without getting rid of the electoral college, we can actually do some good things. A lot of people bash on the electoral college, and while I'm for ranked choice voting, I'm also somebody who believes that we can do things differently and keep the electoral college. And so as much as everybody bashes on it, one thing that we can do is there's nothing in the United States Constitution saying that when a state votes for somebody that all of their electoral votes has to go to a single candidate. All of the states have just done that because the party in power decided that, well, why would we give up an ounce of that power?
Is that true? Really?
It's true,
I didn't
yeah.
know that. Yeah.
So no state has to give. So they could give 50% of the first place person and then go proportional after that. They could do it a million different ways. They could distribute the electoral votes that they give differently. But they've all chosen that they're going to go all or nothing. And so that's another thing that can change.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Another thing that I've
Makes
recently learned that's interesting, when we come down to, especially for the past dozen to 16 years, they've really changed the way things work in Congress. That makes a really big difference in that people don't have, the congressmen don't have a chance to make amendments or anything anymore. So
when was the last amendment made?
Well, that's not. I'm not talking about constitutional amendments.
Oh, okay. I was going to say I don't even know when.
I'm talking about amendments to bills.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that
Finish this, Noob.
Got you, man. Right there.
It's not spilled on the.
Don't pour it on my computer.
We won't put it on.
That's our only laptop we
Ford.
have. So
We're good.
So a thing you got to worry about is they're actually incentivized to make bills that the other party actually won't support whatsoever. Like they actually put stuff in those bills to make sure that the other party won't support it.
right.
Whoever's in, and there's no incentive for them to actually support something that the other party would support.
Mary, are you watching right now? Because I know it's probably you, the last person. Sorry, honey. I guarantee it's her. You wait.
It's not newbie.
No, Newbert's not here.
You don't think it's Eric?
I was being
Maybe it's Eric.
low key depressed about Texas.
Mary still hasn't made dinner because she's waiting for me to get home. So
Seriously, did
yeah.
she make me bacon wrapped chicken?
I don't
I
know.
hope so, Phil. I hope so.
Dude, I can't. I
Be
still
better if it was bacon wrapped
can't
steak.
believe that Mara called me a clown.
How mint was that bacon wrapped steak?
That's still wild.
Is that a drink?
That's
if she
the
calls
first
you a clown,
negative comment we've had. On
if she
here.
calls you a clown, is that a drink?
It should be. I can't believe somebody actually said a negative comment. That's the first time that it's ever happened on here.
That's rough.
Are you sure she was talking to
That's
you?
really rough.
100%.
What'd she say? Why did she say you were a clown?
Because I was sticking up for Republicans.
Well,
No,
yeah.
that doesn't make you a doesn't make you a clown.
That's the first
Here's
time
the
that's
thing,
ever
Jesse.
happened.
My grandfather was a staunch Republican when Republicans were statesmen. It's different now.
She said, "Are you rich? You're a clown."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. I wanted to see what Sean said.
Because
Go
she
back
was saying,
down.
where?
All the way down.
This one?
No. Yep. Yeah, Sean. True. Yes.
But the thing is are you rich? Well, honestly, my girlfriend and I both make way too much money to get the. Neither of us got the stimulus check. So if you
Send
Mara,
some to me, Sean.
Mara, I'm gonna say your name wrong because fuck you.
It's Mara.
Um,
You got it. It's Mara. You got it.
Or Mara. I don't care what her name
no,
is.
it's
I'm gonna
Mara.
fuck it up on purpose,
Yeah.
Mara.
It's Mara.
Fuck you, Mara.
That's
my
so
girlfriend
cold.
and I
That's
both
so
make
cold.
way too much money to get a stimulus check. So
rich as
are we
hell.
rich?
You
It's
are
not
some
true.
rich as hell motherfucker.
That's not true. Everybody got a stimulus check.
We did not because we made over $75,000.
Damn.
So if you make over $75,000,
me.
if you make over $75,000, you don't get a stimulus
That's
check.
not. No, you still get a stimulus check. It's just reduced by a percentage.
Jesse,
Mine was reduced
Jesse,
to $0.
Will
Shit, you get way more than $75,000.
Yes, I do. And so mine was $0, and my girlfriend's was $0. So I guess we're rich, even though
You're very
we
rich.
both struggle still to do all the things we want to. Do we make a lot? Yeah, I own 2 businesses. I'm a code enforcement officer, and I still do other things. So yeah, I guess I'm rich. Whatever you want to say.
Wait. How much do you get from your stripping business?
Yeah, that's
Mustang
that's not
Sally.
not but to be honest, newbie, since when does $75,000 or more make you rich? Because I make over 75,000. I really do. And guess what? And just because I make it doesn't mean I obtain it. Because
No,
I do
I
make it.
understand.
But guess what? That's my business money.
Right.
So my
Absolutely.
business can make $300,000.
Right.
And guess who gets hammered for it?
You.
Me.
Yeah.
And guess how much of that $300,000 I get? A fraction.
Yes.
And guess who gets taxed on it?
You.
Me.
Trump.
So
Trump.
so
Trump.
here's the thing. So Mara, whatever the fuck your name is, fuck you.
Oh God! Don't
you-
say it like that. It's Mara.
You
It's
don't.
Mara.
You
Be
don't
nice.
know. You don't know what you're talking
Be
about.
nice. It's
I,
Mara.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Mara.
I guess I am rich because I don't get a stimulus check.
It's Mara.
So yeah, I'm done fucking around with people because this half my podcast in my building. Fuck you. I'm not gonna be nice to people. You want to talk shit? You get shit back. So
Damn.
game on.
Fair.
It's like really butthurt.
I need
Yeah,
to take
yeah.
some of my heart pills,
Talk
and
shit.
I wasn't even the
Talk shit, get hit.
I
It can
wasn't-
come back.
I wasn't even the target. All I know is I buy booze from Jesse and I tip well.
Yeah.
So there you
I appreciate it. Nope. I just can't be nice to people that aren't nice back. So I tried to be nice to her when she first came on, but I can't with people. So you don't like my opinion,
Low-key,
you don't have to be a dickhead.
Look, Jesse, this is all Jesus Christ, newbie. What the fuck?
Phil, shut up.
Jesse, we value heterodoxy here. At least I
Yes,
do.
we do. Oh, yes, we do.
And part of that is not every time everybody's going to agree with you. And
Yeah, but
I appreciate when you don't agree with me.
Name calling's bullshit.
Yeah, that's true. You should.
If you want to talk shit, fight me.
Don't call him a clown.
So,
Or
you want to fight
could,
me? Fight me. Meet me in the ring. I used to do it
What's
for fun.
What's the address here?
It is 7.
10
It's 7 Main Street, Pena, New York.
7 Main Street.
You want to fight me? I used to do it for fun. That was what I used to do.
Listen,
Come fight
Jesse
me.
is
You want to
soft,
roll?
so-
You want to roll? Jesse will roll with you.
I'll fight anyone. Put it on
And
there.
I'll watch.
You gotta be my weight class. Though.
What's your Jesse? What's your weight class?
So it's 225. So it's light heavy.
You
So,
are heavier.
You should
than
go
I am.
carnivore. So, like, do you think that she's gonna
Unless-
be?
wait.
Are
one
you
more
worried
thing.
about people lower
If
than your weight
John
class or higher
Bones-
than your weight
if
class?
John Bones Jones wants to fight me, I refuse. But anyone else,
Anybody other than Bones?
So Jesse, wait, hold on. I want to pose a question. So
Yeah.
here's the thing. Okay, so I didn't do MMA, but I did 2 years of karate,
cool.
and
What karate?
Washinru.
Oh, okay. Western is fun.
I did 2
Yeah,
years. I did 2 years of Washinru karate.
I didn't know that. Noob.
When he was 9.
No, when I was 17.
No, Western Rue, you have to be over the age of 13 to do.
Oh shit.
Yep.
A lot of people don't know
So when I was
Yeah.
17, I started Washinru. I did 2 years of it,
that.
and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
I'm currently 191.
Yeah.
Do you want to spar, man?
So, Newbert, if I was your trainer, I'd say you need to cut to 185 and get to
you
middleweight.
calling me fat?
I'm just
Do you
saying.
know how to
should cut-
roundhouse?
You should cut to middleweight, buddy.
Washinru wouldn't teach a roundhouse. That's
They
a
would
waste of
not.
energy.
So, what Western Rue is?
No, roundhouse kick.
No. The Western Rue does not roundhouse.
It's a waste of energy.
Western Rue is all about a smaller guy using his energy against a bigger guy.
There you go.
So a Western Rue is more like if I charge you, you would know how to use my body weight
Against
and your
you.
advantage.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
kind of like
it's a fun thing. It's a fun art. It doesn't
Is it
work
like
in a
Aikido?
true. Yeah, close.
It's the same
Aikido's a little
idea.
more aggressive.
It's the same idea, but
Aikido you have
Aikido-
to be 18 plus. So Western
Ah.
Rue, Western Rue is
over 18.
is more of a is a self defense if you're
Phil,
if the guy that's trying to attack you is retarded. So
Oh,
Aikido,
wow.
Aikido,
we went right there. Wow.
Aikido's more like
Wow.
I want to snap somebody's fucking arm when they try
Yeah.
to attack me because
Sure.
they're way bigger than I am and I'm more agile and I will just fucking take them down and snap their arm. But yeah, I'm trained in all of it. I used to actually teach it. So I'd never taught Western Rue, but I did teach a little bit of Aikido, but I'm a little bit big, so I never really went full through it. But yeah, so again, Mary, you want to fight?
What do you think
I'll
about
fight
the
you.
difference between Aikido, like with clothes on versus shirtless?
Well, the problem is Aikido uses people's clothing against them. I don't know if you knew that or not.
That's why I said it.
Yeah,
I know
well,
that's
we could
fucking
we
dumb.
could grab.
Like, you
we,
think
I mean, we
just
could grab your
randomly
gi. We
said
But
it.
were
have you done it?
we wore a gi, and
I
you
know a
could
little
grab the
about
gi.
love.
Okay, so Aikido
I can guess
obviously
the rest.
uses people's
Why not?
clothing against them, but so without clothing, Aikido does lose some, but you do have a gi, like Newbert was saying, and a gi can be used as a weapon. It's very funny, and that's why.
I still have my gi.
So Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gives out belts, which I actually am a green belt in.
Washington
Is
did belts too.
BJJ, and then my Muay Thai does not give belts.
Okay.
So Muay Thai is your knees and elbows. That's a very hardcore,
very
stand-up
close,
game.
very
Yeah,
close.
you want to be in there. You want to hurt people. But so Aikido
Don't
doesn't.
you, Phil? Don't you want to hurt people?
Aikido doesn't work against
Only usually.
Muay Thai because Muay Thai wants to hold your neck and bring you in, and Aikido wants to pull you away from them and use your body weight.
Redirect.
Yeah, so it's like
Redirect.
so Muay Thai's like, oh, we're clinched. Like, what are you gonna do? And Aikido's like, like game on. So yeah,
I would
it's
say
very funny.
if Gannon Doyle is out there and our one listeners, oh shit, who's our one listener? It's my mom, first of all. If Gannon Doyle is out there, Gannon Doyle and Jim Root, tell me Washington Root.
It's such a sweet art, newbie. I didn't know you ever did that. That's so cool.
Yeah.
That excites me
Absolutely.
because that's something that I wish we could talk about on the podcast.
Yeah, I fought for a couple years.
Is more mixed martial arts because I mean
Yeah.
I did it for so long.
I fought for a couple
and
years.
I did three amateur fights and
Yeah.
I went 2-1. I mean it's huge for me. So Love
well,
it.
we should do
Sweet.
we'll do a podcast on a Sunday,
That'd be
and
so fun.
I'll talk about Washington Rue.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I love
we can
it.
talk about Aikido.
I wish I could bring my Aikido. Yeah.
Are you gonna wear a robe?
God.
I'll
I
bring
don't
my
have a
gi.
robe.
I'll wear my
No.
gi.
Like I said, I'm just a green belt in BJJ, which is pretty.
Blood.
It's pretty. If a green belt's pretty low. Like really, it doesn't.
You're
mean
bad
shit.
at BJ's.
BJJ. Brazilian
Phil,
Jiu-Jitsu.
he is so bad at BJ's. I don't know that for sure. It's just what I've heard.
We
I'd
just
say so.
assume.
Yeah.
This was fun. Thanks,
Yeah.
Noob.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Yeah, even though I got salty and called the viewer out, it'll happen. And she's not even here, so I'm still talking
What are
shit.
you gonna do?
Fucking dick. Sick of people.
I-
Sick of people talking shit. Really.
I don't know how we ever come back from that as a podcast.
We'll never come back because I'm gonna call anyone out. You talk shit, I'm gonna call you out.
I talk
Totally.
shit sometimes.
Welcome to It's Rare. And Phil and I are gonna roll around on the mat. Because that's what happens. You talk shit, you gotta roll.
I'll roll. I'll roll too. I'd love to roll.
You gotta roll. If you talk shit, you gotta
Are
roll.
we gonna have a three-way?
You gotta get on the
I don't
mat.
want-
You gotta roll. If you
I don't
wanna
want
talk
all of the listener
It's
of my
all-
mother to watch that.
shit. It's all part of the game. You talk shit, you gotta roll around.
Do you think we
So-
can bring some mats in here?
Oh,
Yeah,
I can
fuck
get some
yeah.
from school.
That area right there's perfect for fucking
Oh,
BJJ.
Do I
Yeah,
need to wear a singlet?
No,
Just
no,
a
you
cup.
don't wear a singlet in BJJ.
A soft,
dude.
a soft.
You're
cup.
talking high school
Soft cup.
wrestling, bud. No, BJJ is nothing like that.
No, I just like to
Yeah.
wear a singlet because it looks cool.
That's high school wrestling. That's
yeah,
what, that's
just
wrestling.
like or whatever.
Yeah,
You know.
That's not BJJ.
You're going
Yeah,
to
when
parties.
I did
You
Washington
never wore
Rue,
one to a party.
when I did Washington Rue, it was like a soft cup.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I never-
You don't wear the tin cup.
No, it's like fabric,
So
hard fabric.
a wrestler would come into the BJJ studio and you would tap them in 3 seconds because they'd be like, "Oh, you can't grab the neck
No,
like
yeah,
that,"
but you
and you'd be
can.
like, "Yeah,
Fuck you.
this is fucking like a
Fuck
cage
you, we
fight,
can.
dude.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna choke you the fuck out in
Yeah.
a second. Like you got no chance.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to bring a hand,
Yeah.
arm up into my
No.
neck cold. Like
We're not talking about high
I'm gonna
school.
kill you in a
No.
second.
It's not high school rules. I'm fighting for my life.
Yeah, game on, dude.
Yeah.
No, it's funny. We should do it. That'll be so fun.
It would be
Yeah.
fun.
All this from a
We're gonna
debate
roll.
to this.
All right. Well, I'm glad. Yeah. So we're all gonna roll, and Trump's still a bitch, just like Biden. Both of them are bitches.
Both.
I know-
Vote George Ransom.
I know Jesse doesn't like that, but Jesse, go ahead. You get the last word.
Just can't.
No, you get the
You
last
just
word.
can't.
No, but
Some-
say it.
But
say it.
if you're not a small business owner, you won't understand. So
That's true. I don't.
if you don't make enough money, if you don't have the investments, if you don't do the things I do, you'll never understand.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, Porus.
you can vote for Biden, but you're not the one that has hundreds of thousands of dollars invested into the stock market and invested in the 401ks and invested in things that Biden want to tax you in. So go ahead.
but we
Sure.
we wish we did.
Well, then do it. But
We don't have hundreds of thousands.
well,
of
then
dollars.
start a business like I did from being 20, 22 years old because it's
Well,
not that
I'm
tough.
35 and I'm trying.
It's not that tough.
Like,
That's
what
why
do
we're
you-
doing this.
35?
That's why we're doing this, and that's
I
why
just turned
we're
35.
going to use my accountant this year because this is what we do.
Can
and
I
then
have
when
it?
my accountant says, "Thank God for Trump," I think everyone's mind's going to change around here because it's gonna help everyone out.
Fair
So,
enough. Fair enough.
It will.
Well, I think we can all agree that Biden's a piece of shit, and so is Kamala Harris.
Well, Kamala Harris is a piece of shit. I actually don't hate Joe Biden. Just so everyone knows, I actually
He says bad ideas.
If I-
He's not. Like,
I wish
Well-
I wish I knew Joe Biden. If he really is a toucher or a smeller, like everyone says, I hate him. But Joe Biden as a person, I really don't hate him because I just feel like he's my grandpa. Like he just
Okay.
feels like an
Love
older
you,
guy,
Grandpa.
like just like doing his thing. And I really do like Joe Biden.
it's hard to hate somebody that's just really.
I just want to know if he's a bad dude or not. And I
He's
wish
not.
I knew more
He's not.
about him because I don't hate him. You know who I
He
hate?
wrote the Patriot Act.
Okay, maybe he is.
I
Shut
hate
up, Phil.
He
I-
wrote the '94 crime bill.
Shut up, Phil.
I hate Kamala Harris. Just so
Well,
everyone knows.
okay. So
So
I want
that's
to
what
address
it
this. Wait. Before we shut, I want to address this. Yes. Okay.
Hate Kamala
But-
Harris. Hate. Don't even try. Don't try.
But
Don't try.
losing your
Yeah.
as a
Tell
vice
us how she's not a piece of shit.
president, she
Noober.
wouldn't be.
She's not
a
going to be the
judge
vice
anymore.
president, but
Okay, I understand. Listen,
They're gonna kick. They're
Jesse-
gonna kick Joe out and
Jesse!
Kamala be the
Jesse,
president.
first of all, this
Yeah,
whole world that
yeah.
watches this podcast knows I'm not voting for her or Joe anymore. But if she was vice president, she's not a judge anymore. Okay.
Yeah, but what do you do about their past transgressions?
But they can't do anything about it as a
But
vice
what do
president.
you think about it? Because what do you have against Trump?
Don't
He paid a porn star to fuck him. Like, is that really the most we have against Trump?
Well, he peed
No,
on-
that's
he peed
not
on
the
her.
most we have against Trump.
He did not pee on.
I think he peed on
That
her.
never
No, she
happened.
peed on him, right?
Whatever. But
They- that it? She peed on
well,
him?
he
to be
never
fair,
peed on her.
To be fair, they gave each other the
Are
golden
we
shower.
against
hasn't-
consensual sex?
To be honest, I
Are
hope
we on this podcast against consensual
I
sex?
hope they all peed on each other because you know what? If that's what they're into, I'm for it.
Who hasn't gotten a golden shower?
Newbert, are you against consensual sex?
No.
Are you against consensual sex?
I think you should be able to sell it.
There you go. And that's what he did.
Amen.
He bought it.
But
So what
Joe
makes him a bad
Jorgensen wants
person?
you to be able to sell it.
Nothing about that.
Thank you.
That's what I like, Joe. I really do. And Joe Jorgensen's not against paid sex because she knows it's fucking stupid to be against it because people are going to do it anyways.
Listen,
And that's
if
why
I
she's
could,
against the drug
if
war.
I could sell my
'cause it's
sex, I'd
fucking
make $1 million.
stupid.
You would end the drug war, legalize prostitution.
Sure.
Legalize you just doing what the fuck you want
Yep.
as long as
Yes.
you're not hurting
That's
somebody.
why I like her.
And not only that, but she would pardon every single person who's in federal prison that didn't hurt a single person.
And that's a
Sure.
good idea. That's why I like Joe. But Joe is wrong on immigration.
And Trump spent 4 years not who gives a shit about immigration?
Me. I do.
Why do you give a shit about immigration?
Because I give a shit about immigration.
Is that the
because I
biggest
have,
issue?
I have
Is that
family
the
and friends
biggest
that are
issue?
affected by it.
Is that the biggest issue right
It is
now?
to me.
Is that bigger?
Immigration is biggest to you?
I
Is that
have-
bigger than 2.8 million
I have
people
friends
in
and family
prison?
that live in
Is that bigger than
in South California that are affected by the drugs, by the bullshit that comes over
why
that
are they
border.
affected by the drugs?
Because they live in
Because
San
they're
Diego.
illegal?
Because they live in San Diego.
Because the drugs are illegal.
No, because the
They
people
wouldn't be
that
affected by the
because
drugs
the
if they
people
weren't
that come
illegal.
across the border are horrible people. Phil.
Not true.
Oh, not all of them?
No.
Not all of them.
Not all of them. No.
Are
Not most of them.
but are a quarter of them?
No. Not a
But do
quarter.
you know that?
listen,
You put your
listen,
money
hold
on it.
Hold on. When she says that she's never said, "Oh, just open the border." She's never
Right.
said that.
Right.
Never, but she's pretty close. She said immigration would be.
She said if they're
Way
if they're
easier.
coming here for good reasons, if they're clean,
How do you know that? How can you know when they're coming for good reasons? That's silly.
you do the best you can.
Yeah,
and you know what?
exactly.
There's a lower crime rate in immigrants than there is in U.S. citizens.
I hope so because there's 367 million of us, and there's not that many immigrants. So, but you do a percentage, and there's way more crime in immigrants than there is 367 million Americans. I've done my research. There really is. It's a true story. It's completely different. You do percentage basis, like we should do everything in the world on a percentage. Immigrants create more crime than Americans.
No,
telling you,
they
it's
don't.
done.
They don't.
It's true.
They don't.
Look it up.
We got two people
Let's-
still watching us, by the way.
Let's fact check it. Let's fact check it before I
Fact
get
check.
out of here. My friend who lives in San Diego, California, is affected by it daily. He tells me stories. It's insane. It's insane the shit they go through over there.
Fair enough.
Here's the thing. I like Joe. That's one of the things that I'm just staunch against. Like I want to see it fall. I want to see her fight harder against it.
It's fair enough.
People beat up on Trump for this, and it's just not fair. It's really not. All right. As long as this isn't by
The hell.
if it's
The
by
hell?
no, if it's by statistics, like percentage, I'm on board. I'll
Well, if it's
listen. Because my
empirical
mind
numbers,
can be changed.
sure.
Let's see. Among people aged 18 to 54, 1.53% of natives are incarcerated, as are 0.85% of undocumented immigrants, and less than 0.5% of documented immigrants. So, undocumented immigrants have almost double the percentage than documented immigrants, but still less than 2/3 of the rate as natives.
Per what? Do they do what?
Percentage.
What's
It's a
their
per-
per
it-
capita?
it's
Do they have a
percent. No,
per
no, this
capita?
is
That
per-
is the per capita.
that's
That's
percentage.
percentage.
Percentage of all?
Per 100 people. Per 100 people, 0.85 people of undocumented immigrants are in jail, and 0.7 or 0.47 out of every 100 undocumented or documented immigrants are in jail, and 1.53 out of every 100 citizens of the United States who are natives are in jail.
How close is that?
Wait.
What?
was
How
the
close is
percentage?
it? So 0.47 compared to and 0.85 compared to 1.5?
3 times the percentage of natives
Mhm.
are in jail compared to documented immigrants.
And then undocumented, add that to it.
So undocumented, it's
Because I'm
about twice as many, almost twice as many natives are incarcerated compared to undocumented immigrants.
okay. So now undocumented, are they all getting caught? Are they all not running certain things? Are they all not getting caught?
What, like they're slicker than us?
Like
They don't speak fucking English half the time,
They
so
cross
I gotta imagine that
they
they have a
cross
harder
the border
time than
and
us.
cross back quick.
So there are, here we go. All right. So there are 2 million U.S. citizens, approximately 2 million U.S. citizens, 123,000 undocumented immigrants, and 64,000 documented immigrants in U.S. jails. So we've got way more U.S. citizens in jail. But to your point, we've got way more U.S. citizens than we do have immigrants. That said, the percentage among
It's pretty close.
natives is almost double.
Between legal immigrants and documented immigrants.
If you took undocumented immigrants are incarcerated at a higher rate than documented immigrants.
Correct.
So if we took just the undocumented immigrants and took their rate,
yeah, it's 0.47, like you already said.
0.85.
Oh, undocumented is 0.85? Oh, I thought legal was 0.85.
Undocumented, 0.85.
Okay. Then legal's 0.47.
Natives, 1.53.
Right.
Close enough.
So
Yeah.
almost twice as many
But what about legal
natives.
immigrants?
Hold on a second. Almost twice as many natives are in jail as undocumented per capita.
Now add in documented.
If so, what we're like, so that we're averaging them then.
Yeah.
Wait, so
'cause
are you
they're
talking about
immigrants, So
the-
we're talking about immigrants. I didn't say undocumented. I didn't
So,
say illegal. Legal.
So documented are an even lower rate.
Right. I know that. Yeah.
So that would just lower it even more. So like it would be somewhere in between. I don't have the combined statistic, but it would be even lower. Like it's not like additive, it's per capita, so it would be even lower.
Okay.
So it would be like
They're still causing crime. More, just
but less than us.
yeah, because we're
No,
here.
less than us per person.
Yeah, but we're here. So why bring in more?
But
Because they're more lawful than we are. It's just like when we say, they use like gun crime, right? Oh, gun crime, because that's a magic crime, gun crime, right? So they say with gun crime that,
Phil, you understand that they're talking about documented is not only from bad countries. You're talking documented from France, from Britain, from you name like countries like us. You're not talking third world countries. You bring in third world countries, you're talking a different percentage, Phil.
But that's
You're
not the
also
only
putting
issue.
Other people in
That's
there.
not the only issue.
But it's a big issue.
You're not understanding this properly.
No, I'm understanding 100%.
But what if, Jesse, what if you were so persecuted, if you were edged out to the point where you thought your only options were to jump off the edge of the earth and kill yourself? I don't know.
I would go to
or just go someplace
I would
else.
go to the border, newbie, and I would try to file for immigration and do it legally.
Okay, that's fine. Legally is cool.
And legally is cool.
Legally is
It's
cool.
illegally that's not cool.
Okay.
Look, as much as I'm for everybody coming here legally, and not only that, but making it easier for them to come here legally.
Sure.
Because I do want them to come here legally, but I want them to
Right.
come here legally under the same guidelines that our ancestors came here legally
Right.
over 100 years ago.
It's different now.
Neither of my great grandparents were
Just
Americans.
whether they came here legally or not, the people who've come here in their lifetime as immigrants, even if you only include the people who came here illegally, they are more lawful than people who were born here.
Right.
When it comes to what crimes?
Ones that get you fucking landed in jail.
That could be anything.
Well, it could be,
Right.
but it maybe shouldn't be.
anything.
It could be,
Right.
but it maybe shouldn't be.
But who's got more of the hardcore crimes? Who's got more of the murders? Who's got more of the
Well, let's ask
hardcore
that
crimes?
question.
Well,
let's
that's
ask that
what
question.
I'm just curious. Like,
But are they in jail?
because guess what? I know a lot of
If
people
they're
that
in
have gone to jail
jail-
for bullshit that are here that are silly. Like, think about this shit you can go to jail for compared to illegals, which
Yeah.
go to jail for hardcore shit. Because I
Or
guarantee
not.
you take half the percent of people that are here illegally and they're in for absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
My main thing is that's my bitch with her. I just wish she would say something different. I don't want her to say, "Yeah, let him in, let him in. It's cool." Well, it'll be quick. It'll be a quick process. I heard her say it. It'll be a quick process. It won't take long. We're not going to hold them up at the border. We're going to let them through, and we're just going to let them do their
Okay.
business.
So what's your?
That's not what I'm looking
Let me
for.
ask you this, Jesse. What's your
I want them to protect the United States.
take on merit based? Should it be merit based? Like, oh, we only want the best, or just let's take people who are qualified and want a better life?
Yeah. Take the people that want the better life. You don't even have to be qualified. The
Yeah.
thing is come in, take your test, do the right things.
Sure.
What's the right thing?
Well, yeah,
Okay,
yeah, what's the right
here's the right things.
What would you? Yeah.
Hey, background check the people that are supposed to be background checked.
Okay.
Okay.
Make them pass the test that they're
Fair.
supposed to be tested now.
What test?
Which would
Make
be
sure
what?
they
What
have
test?
all their
What
immune to
test?
vaccination.
Slow down.
A, that they
Slow
can
down. Slow
that
down.
they can pass the English language.
Slow down.
Oh, well, fair enough there.
Right.
but-
Because they're supposed to be able to know the English language.
Sure.
The other part of the test is that there's, trust me, I want to be Border Patrol. This is one of the things. I
Me
wanted to
too.
do.
Yeah, I did
'cause
the board
it's
interviews.
Big,
It was rough.
it's big time money. So
Yeah.
I know all of it. They're supposed to pass the English test. They're also supposed to be able to pass a background test, which we can't even background half these people. So the problem is why there's such a hold is you're trying to figure out, is this person who they say they are? What are they? Are they part of this? Are they part of that? Who are they? So that's what takes so long. So I want them to be able to pass the background test of calling and saying, hey, can we get a birth certificate?
Sure.
Hey, can we get fingerprints? Can we get any documentation on this person before we let them in our country? Because that's fair.
Or give them a federal agent job.
Can they take the time to learn English and be part of our culture? Or should we just say, you know what? That's a lot of work. We should
Yeah.
just let them
But
through.
hold on a second. Right? Who's asking them to do that right now?
Trump, the Border Patrol.
Oh,
That's
they
part-
they
that's
said,
part of
yep,
it.
yep. If you do that, we'll let you in.
Well,
Yes, they did, Phil.
not just.
Look into it. They did. That is part of it. And a lot of them can't do that, Phil.
I'm not saying that's not part of it. I'm saying that they're not just.
What do you mean? You
Give 'em a
said who's
free pass.
asking them? They're asking them right
They're
now.
asking them that, and they're asking them a lot more.
Oh, yeah, things that we aren't even a part of. I just know what I was a part of being criminal justice major and wanting the job. They're asking the right questions. They're just not letting people in the country willy-nilly. Can you get into Democrat right now? Or Democrat, sorry. Can you get into Denmark right now? Either of you? Can either of you go move to Denmark?
I wouldn't know.
But you
During
couldn't.
a pandemic.
But
I
guess
don't
what?
know. I don't
Probably
know.
not.
Guess
during
what?
a
Before
pandemic.
before pandemic, you can't move there, and before pandemic, you can't move there.
Residency
Damn.
or visiting?
Residency.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
So do you think? What do you think?
And
what's your
people want
stance
to bring
on-
up Denmark and how great of a country it is. They don't allow people that.
I've never brought up Denmark as how great of a country they are.
oh, then
didn't?
what's a great country?
I'm fucking standing on it.
So the United States, is a great country
USA.
with Donald Trump running it. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that.
I don't give a shit who's running.
Yeah,
it.
no, but it
Donald
wasn't.
Trump runs it. It's a great country.
No, Jesse.
My
it,
point's
it,
made.
it wasn't Donald. It's back forever and ever and ever.
It's magic.
There you go. Okay, so you're happy. So the way Donald Trump runs it is great. So he made America great again. Points made. Why are we?
No. He didn't have to make it great again. It always was.
Okay, well then there you go. It's great with him running it. So why are we worried? It's the same way it's always been.
Because Joe
Let me ask-
Jorgensen would do better.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
So you were born in Dundee.
Yep.
Do you think that people who are born in Dundee should have different rights from people who are born in Penyan?
No, because we're Americans.
Do you think that people who are born in Dundee should have different rights from people who were born in Geneva?
No, because we're
Oh,
both.
it's a different.
Because we're all.
It's a different county.
We're
though.
all in New York State,
That's a different county.
but we're all in New York State
Okay,
and
do
grew
you
up by
think
the same
people-
laws.
That were born in Dundee should have different rights from somebody born in Philadelphia.
Yes,
Why?
because we all grew up under different laws and regulations.
But you think that like you deserve different rights?
No,
Like,
you have to follow laws and regulations by your state.
but that laws and rights are different.
Okay, you can have the same rights. So if you're born an American citizen, you're allowed to be an American citizen. If you're not born an American citizen, how is that the same rights?
Do you think that humans deserve different rights depending on where they're born?
Yes. Different countries, different rights. They grew up culturally different. They follow different laws. So
Sorry.
why
Mm.
if you follow different laws, why
Culturally human?
okay, so
'Cause they're
everyone's
fucking
human.
people, dude.
So then bring in everybody then. Just let everyone come in.
Everybody doesn't want to come here.
But anybody that does, just let them in.
Okay.
And they can stay at your house. They can stay at your house. They can
Oh.
live with you both. They can
They
live with
could.
both of you. Okay.
220. Wait. Never mind. Don't.
Not really looking for a roommate right
no,
now.
guess
but
what? They can all live with you. You guys bring them in. They can live next door to
What
you.
if they don't want to live with me? What if they want to rent an apartment or buy a house?
Yeah.
Good. Go ahead.
Can they do that?
But make sure it's next to you.
Wait. So Jesse, I want to get this straight.
Make sure they live with you.
By locale, by zip code, by county, by state, by whatever. What differences do you want each citizen to have?
I want everyone to follow the laws and regulations.
what if laws are shit?
Well, they're the laws, so you have to follow them.
Hmm.
Because if
Who
you
makes
don't
them?
follow the laws, then the world will be like the wild, wild west again. It'd be crazy. And I'm down with that.
Totally.
But who else is down if all of a sudden I want to beat the fuck out of someone and steal their shit? Because what are you going to do? Because there's no cops. What are you going to do then? You going to fight me? Because I guarantee I guarantee I was trained in fighting. Half the people can't fight me. I could take what you have.
But
If you don't have a weapon, you're not gonna win. So where in this do you see something great happening?
Okay.
Because it's going to be dog eat dog, and I hope you're
Do
ready to
you
be that
think-
dog.
Do you think
That's not real
Jesse-
life.
Jesse,
will
here's
be.
the thing.
Well,
I know
that
for
way.
a fact. You're twice my size. You could beat the shit out of me. Do you think it's right?
No, I would never. I'd never. That's not even who I am as a person.
Yeah, you
But-
wouldn't. You
But
wouldn't.
There's people that will.
It doesn't matter that you could, because you wouldn't.
There's people that will.
Yeah, and there's people that would beat their ass.
Yeah. No. Not always. Phil, you're.
And if you beat somebody's
You're out
ass,
of you're not even in the same plane. I've grown up doing this. I've been there. I sold moonshine illegally forever. I watched people just beat people's ass for the fun of it. What are you gonna do? Go to
it
the
shouldn't
cops?
be illegal to sell moonshine.
No, not at all.
Well, guess what? It was.
we can
So-
all
But it
agree on
shouldn't
that.
be.
We can all agree on
So
that.
here's the problem. Are you ready to get down to it? Because it's gonna.
Jesse's probably doesn't agree. I don't know.
It's,
He wants it to be against the law because it's against the law. You should follow the law, right?
You should.
But
If
you-
that
but
was
you
against the
didn't.
law. No, because I'm not. I don't follow laws.
So then, why do you expect everybody else to?
Because I should be shipped off, but they didn't ship me
no,
away.
you shouldn't, because it's a stupid law.
It's dumb, right? But that's if we don't follow them, how do we maintain them?
We fucking get rid of the ones that don't involve you hurting somebody. And then if you hurt
True.
somebody,
True.
then we put you in fucking jail or whatever else.
And if that person chooses to
Or
hurt
they can
themselves,
sue you.
that's their own stupid fault.
Yeah. That's how.
That's what you guys think. The world doesn't work like that.
It
just
doesn't. No, Joe, you're
No, but it
totally right.
could.
It
But it
does.
could.
Currently, it doesn't. You're right.
It doesn't.
It doesn't work like that.
You're
You're
right.
right.
It doesn't, but it could.
But it doesn't. So that's why we have to follow the rules that we have now.
But it should. We don't have to.
Well, that's fine.
You didn't,
You should.
but you didn't.
No,
you-
of course I didn't.
I don't.
Yeah, well,
Do
of
you?
course you don't.
Not all the time.
Yeah. So fuck everybody.
Right.
And like what? So what? Like you're above everybody else? Like you don't have to.
Did I say
No,
that?
No, I'm
no,
sorry. I don't
no, he's
fucking-
not.
No, I'm sorry.
that's not
Jesse. I
fair.
don't mean.
That's
I don't
not
mean
fair.
It that way.
He doesn't.
No, I apologize. I don't mean it that way. But I don't know. It just seems like it's
No, the main thing is
just doesn't make any
I
sense.
don't want people to be. I'm just sick of the violent crimes that come from even people here and immigration. I'm sick of it. I don't want people to be involved
Sure.
with violent crime.
Yeah.
Done with it. Done with it.
I get
Don't
it.
want it. I think the people that do violent crime here should be killed. That's why I'm for the death penalty. That's why I don't want immigration to be so easy because I'm sick of people being killed that are innocent. So
The
I don't
thing-
like it.
The thing with immigration, though, I mean, this is what all started it, is that with immigration, it doesn't exist. Immigrants aren't killing people at a higher rate than native-born citizens are.
Well, the native-born citizens
Right.
should be in prison just as much as immigrants.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But
So that's why
Equity.
we need to.
it's the
check
ones
these
that are
people at the
killing
border.
people. It's the ones that are killing people and hurting people that belong in jail. Not all of them.
Right, but you're letting these people in not knowing. Shouldn't you background check these people?
We're letting people give birth not knowing. Like,
What do you-
you're more likely the three people sitting here are or more likely to commit crimes.
Violent crimes?
Yeah.
It doesn't say violent crimes, Phil. We're more likely to commit crimes. But what about violent crime? Because we're all against violent crimes.
I double parked to get in here.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's real violent.
God damn it, newbie.
Fuck.
Is there? Let's see. I've never seen anything that said that immigrants commit violent crimes at a higher rate than native-born citizens.
I mean, this is my go-to with everything.
I know you keep bringing this up, but it's really not an issue compared to all of the other issues, and not only that, but the other issues that are they're fucking distractions. Like they're
Right.
not real life. The
Sure.
issues that the Democrats and Republicans bring up every single year, they're not real life, including immigration. It's not a real issue. The real issues are we going to force you into giving your money? Are we going to force you into jail? Are we going to force you not to be able to do things with your body that you want to do?
Right.
And we're going to put you in jail if you don't pay all the taxes we want. If you
Education.
yeah, we're going to control your education. And those are the real, I mean, I understand that there are different issues, but the real issues aren't even being addressed. And when it comes down to it, the Republicans and Democrats are all going to continue wars that have been going on for 20 years. They're going
Sure.
to continue the war on drugs
Sure.
that's been going on for 50 years, 40 years. They're going to continue. I mean, it's a laundry list of things that it's hard to even describe. So
The issues are generational.
it's not. I understand what you're saying, Jesse. I'm sorry if I haven't given you a fair shake on that,
No, it's all right.
but
Jesse's mad.
A little bit. Yeah, I don't
And
I don't like personal attacks. I don't
Whoa.
I don't enjoy it. It pisses me off.
did I attack
So-
you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
like I'm better than other people. But you know, I don't.
No, I
enjoy it,
apologize.
so
I apologize.
I'm done. But it is what it is, and that's what it is. So it's just the way I feel. It's how it is.
Oh, and it's not wrong. It's not wrong
Yeah.
to feel anyway.
But it's just most people won't see the other standpoint because they're stuck on theirs. Where, like I said, I go into everything being like, you can change my opinion, but you got to have a damn good opinion, and it just
Right.
so it
And
doesn't happen to
I
me.
feel like the three of us are pretty damn open to every, you know.
Mm.
Yeah, you know, I think no.
I don't know.
He thinks
Okay.
maybe not the redheaded one
No,
with the beard.
I'm pretty open because I've changed my mind on millions of things.
Oh, you're very open, Jesse.
I will. I'm down to be any way I need to be if I
Yeah.
feel like to me it's right and that's what it's supposed to be. But you know, just you got to change my mind. You got to be better than that. You got to
Yeah.
do.
That's
You got to
fine.
do the right things.
That's fine.
So if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. That's why I've changed from being a Republican to being like, oh, you know, libertarian's kind of cool.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
freaking sure.
It's kind of cool. That's
Yeah.
why I've done all my research on it. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I think maybe I sit here and then I read some stuff and I'm like, oh, that's not right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's some things I'm like, I just don't see where that makes sense to me.
And you're gonna get that on every single front.
Even I feel that way with Republican, like that women can't have abortions. Fuck it. Like, dude, if you want an abortion, fucking have.
Oh,
Like that makes no sense to me.
mm-hmm.
Because here's the thing:
Too
we
right.
bitch about people being on government assistance, and
There you
then we're
go.
gonna say, "Oh, you can't have an abortion." It's like, well, more of those fuckers that are born are gonna be on government assistance. Like,
yep.
let's use our fucking brain.
100%.
So there's a bunch of stupid shit that Republicans think that I'm like, I don't know where
I get it.
where you get that. That's why I'm like, you know, you should be free to make your own
Yeah.
decisions.
Yeah, for real.
But at the same time, we should be free to protect America.
Yep.
And we should be able to protect ourselves and not feel vulnerable with a president that isn't going to do the right things to make sure that we're protected. Because I want to
Sure.
make sure I can go to bed at night and say, I feel protected, that somebody's not letting people in the country that I don't agree with, and that somebody's not afraid to make the hard decisions to shoot down a plane coming off a strip
Right.
of
right.
Iran that
Yeah.
needs to be shot down, who's killed my personal friend,
Mm-hmm.
Chris Scott, Dundee, look it up,
Right.
killed
Oh,
him
we know.
personally,
We
put the
know.
hit out on him, and he shot him down and killed him. Do you want me to feel bad about that? Would Joe Jorgensen do it? Never. She doesn't want to be involved in it.
Okay.
Problems I have that have been done that I think are right, and it's just one of those things. It's like,
Yeah, sure.
you know, you can weigh them.
Okay.
That's what I think.
I didn't know you lost your friend.
Craziness. So,
Yeah. Oh, he was my mom's student.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we were in school
That
together.
sucks.
That's freaking nuts. And everyone freaked out when
Mom,
when,
you remember him?
when Trump put the hit out on him.
Who was that?
It was
Soleimani?
the Soleimani.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he deserved to die. He killed multiple people.
Yeah.
It's
He was
disgusting.
He was a bad
And
dude.
the Democrats jumped and said that he was
Yeah.
a good man.
No, he was
And
not.
that's where that completely lost me on that. It was like,
Yeah.
dude, he killed my fucking friend. Like,
Right.
killed him. Like, put the hit out on him.
Literally. Yeah.
Killed
sure.
him. So,
Yeah.
Soleimani did
the
that.
one
So, I'm not on board with it.
I'm not.
Right.
I don't want to. Not to. Yeah. So the one thing is that under Jorgensen, your friend just wouldn't have been there in the first place.
But he was there. So it's like, it's time to
I
clean
know.
it up.
I know, but if she was in charge, he would never have been put in that place.
Which
He
would have
wouldn't
been
have been
great.
in that position in the first place.
Right.
So I don't. I'm sorry you lost your friend though.
Yeah, no, it happens. I mean, to me, I'm not even that emotional. I mean, it happened so long ago. The thing is like, it just needed to be done. The guy needed to go.
No, he was a
Some
bad dude.
people need to die.
He was definitely a bad dude.
It's just the way it works. Like, if
Yeah.
you're a bad person, you need to die.
Yeah.
So, but my main thing, I just wish Joe would say, I'm here to protect our country. Like, I'm here to do what's right, and I'm here to make sure that we're not going to allow bad people in, and we're not going to allow bad people to decide what happens in our country. That's it. That's all I look for from her.
Sure.
If she said that, I would say, you know what?
Sure.
Fucking Joe Jorgensen, I'll put my life on the line for her. But right now, she says we want to stay out of all wars because staying out of it's the best way. When a lot of times, think about it. I don't know. I mean, I never got bullied in school, but my little brother did. My little sister did. It's like, can you stay out of something when somebody won't leave you alone? It's like sometimes you gotta drop the hammer on them.
Well,
So-
not if it's family. That's different. Yeah.
Well, no, but you know what I'm
No,
saying?
yeah.
Like, if somebody's gonna pick on you in school,
It's tough.
isn't it time to drop the hammer and be like, I'm not gonna be your little bitch and you're not gonna pick on me anymore. So it's
Right.
like, are we with Joe Jorgensen? Are we just gonna say you can do what you want to do to us, and we're just gonna?
I don't think she ever said that.
We're gonna talk it out. She said no more war. She said no more dealing with other countries. No more war.
No, she's not going to go do like these regime change wars and interventionist wars, but she's certainly for us defending ourselves.
How? Because how long is she gonna let people push us until it's a breaking point?
Well, I mean,
Would she have shot down Soleimani?
probably not, but she wouldn't have ever put us in that place in the first
Would
place.
she have went to Iraq and killed the
We
people
wouldn't
that
be
ran
in Iraq.
that ran their planes into our towers, or would we just let them get away with it?
They weren't Iraqis.
They were terrorists. That was
They weren't Iraqis.
who put the hit out, Phil? Who did it? Who said that they should put their planes into our towers? Do you remember?
Didn't we decide it was Bin Laden?
Yeah, and he was killed. Would Joe Jorgensen
Where was he killed?
Would Joe Jorgensen went and got him?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think
I
she
don't
would
know
have
if she
done
would
it.
have or not.
I think she would have said, you know what? It's not worth our troops or our time to go kill a guy who killed.
Do you know how much? Do you know how many people? How many innocent people we've killed?
I'm sure it's out of control.
If anybody's interested, actually Google Obama 90%, because 90% of the strikes that were approved by Obama killed innocent civilians.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So
Yeah, it's
but
pretty tough.
I'm not going to hold it
right?
against him because guess what? It's a tough job and it's a tough decision. And
Yeah, Sean.
I loved what did Sean say?
He said, "Are we still here live?"
Yeah, we're live, Sean. But I mean, Sean knows better than we do, really.
He does.
And I guarantee Sean will be on board. Like I said, my best friend was killed by Soleimani, so yeah.
No, he's not against Soleimani.
So I'm
Right.
sure.
Or, I mean, he's sorry. He is,
right. Yeah,
Rather,
very
he
much
is.
so.
He's
Very much
not
so.
against
Right.
taking out Soleimani.
And I'm
Right.
sure Sean's on board with wanting a president that's going to jump up to the plate and kill Soleimani and kill Bin Laden. We don't want those fucking people around.
Well, a couple things is
I'm
that,
sure Sean would have walked up personally, killed them both. I mean,
right.
yeah, that's just the way,
So they're
it
dead.
should be.
We can move on now because
Yeah,
they're
but
dead.
what about the next time? Is Jorgensen gonna pull that trigger? She gonna say I'm down? That's where I give Obama credit. He fucking said go kill Bin Laden on another government's territory when he shouldn't have. I thought that was pretty badass. I liked it.
For sure.
So
It was
it's very
a thing.
tough. It's very tough. Very tough decision. I loved him for it. So
Yeah. Thanks, Sean. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, we
Sorry,
figured. Yeah, we pretty much figured. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess the main thing with her is that it changes. You have to look at things differently with a libertarian in office, because as much as we look at those different issues, those issues shift perspective with
Yeah.
libertarian in office, because the people who've been killed in the Middle East wouldn't have been killed in the Middle East with libertarian office, because they wouldn't have fucking been there.
But a libertarian's
sure.
taking over office after it's happened. That's the problem.
Uh,
I agree with beforehand. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I like it. But she's taking over.
How many more people do
after.
we need to send over there to get killed in order to take these people out?
I don't know. Ask Sean. Sean knows better than I do. Ask the generals. They know
Sean,
better
how
than
many
I do.
other people should we have killed
Ask Sean. I mean,
in order to take
he's been
some
there.
of these people out?
He's a patriot. I mean, he's fucking done it.
oh, absolutely.
So
yeah.
I mean, I've never been there. I don't know, but I know I've never felt better than when I heard Soleimani died. I mean, I was fucking happy. Everyone in Dundee was happy. We
Yeah.
knew he
No,
put
he's
the
a
hit
bad
out.
dude.
He put the hit out on our friend,
He's a
like
bad
all
dude.
of us. So
Definitely.
and like Newbie was saying, his mom taught Chris. I mean, it was
Yeah.
just personal. It was
Oh
fucking
yeah.
disgusting.
Yeah, she was pretty
Yeah.
affected by it.
Yeah, I mean, we all felt like shit. So
Yeah.
when he died, it just like was a sigh of relief. But I don't see Jorgensen making that call.
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I mean, I guess she would have. She might not have made that call, but she would have. She would have taken people out of there. And I mean, if we're talking about the past, which we are right now, right?
yeah,
Is that she would have taken people out of there so that somebody else didn't get killed by the guy. Like, would you
True.
rather kill the guy and get revenge, or would you rather have less people get killed by the guy?
But if you killed the guy,
We have more
you
people.
saved more lives by killing the guy.
Save more. I mean, if we're saving American lives, the best way to save American lives is to not be there.
Pull out.
But what if they come over here like they did already once before, when George Bush was the president and they hit the towers? That's why we went over there.
We're not doing anything right now that's going to stop that from happening.
Well, we're over there
They sent
kicking ass.
they sent
that's
like
for
19 guys over here that like just came over and were like, yeah, we're going to get an airplane ticket. And
Right.
then we're not stopping that right now. We're making us take off our goddamn shoes to get on a fucking airplane. And I got to take off my goddamn belt, but we're not saving, we're not doing anything
But has
that's
it
stopping
happened
that from
since?
happening. No, it hasn't happened, but it's not because we're doing anything right.
It just hasn't because they haven't
You
tried.
think that we should triple the size of the TSA and make it so that we have
Well,
to take off
no.
our shoes?
It's
No,
never
we shouldn't
happened
need to
again,
triple
so
the
they're
size of
doing
the
something
TSA,
right.
but do you think that those measures haven't done anything?
They're doing a lot. It's never happened again.
There's no proof of that.
Well,
When has it
okay,
happened
how do
again?
you know?
Well, it hasn't happened again. But there's
So
no
if your
proof that
only
the TSA
metric
has
is-
made a difference.
So if your only metric is that it hasn't happened again,
Well, that's not my only
that's
metric.
on the side of proving that it works.
Hold on a second, though. That's not my only metric.
Okay,
There's another metric.
sure.
They've actually sent people through as a test for the TSA.
Okay.
And the TSA has not caught any of them.
Were they
All the people that they sent
Caught
through there,
what?
like they sent them through with box cutters, they sent them through with materials for making bombs. They
Okay.
sent them through with every different thing through the TSA, and they didn't stop that shit. It's not they're not doing a good job. All they're doing is making it so you got to take off your fucking belt.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you're probably right, Sean. There's more behind the scenes than we know. There's more government agencies involved in the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly, Sean.
But he's agreeing that it's more than TSA. It's the whole country. The whole country is on board. There's more
Well,
than
it should
TSA.
be.
It's the CBI. It's the CIA. It's the FBI. Other people are jumping in on this. So
If the person in charge would trust that the CIA and FBI are doing their job,
well, there you go. It doesn't help having a president that fucking is against them.
he thinks they're all a bunch of hacks.
Right. I mean, there's another shot at Trump. But has there ever been times in the country when the CIA is a hack? Yeah.
170 years ago, maybe.
No. What about JFK?
Come on, dude.
Noob?
All right.
Come
all
on.
What about
right,
JFK,
right,
Noob?
right, right. Well, what about it?
What
You tell
about
me.
There's some
JFK?
fucking-
You tell me. What about
Do
it?
you
There's
have
some
inside
fucking-
information on
There's
what
some
happened with
fucking holes in
JFK?
there, Noob. There's some fucking holes.
Do you
in
know
there.
what happened
me.
with JFK?
Jesse,
There's some
you
holes,
tell
noob.
me.
I don't know. I'm just saying that there's some fucking holes, buddy. Who really knows? I don't know, but who
Okay.
knows? It's
Well.
hard to say.
Sure.
It's hard to say. I mean, is there been some corrupt? Fuck yeah, there's corrupt everything. There's corrupt. You go to fucking the town of Penn, there's a corrupt politician fucking running that. I guarantee
Duh.
it. There's fucking corrupt people everywhere.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna sit here and say that the CIA is not corrupt? Like, yeah, fuck yeah. People are
Yeah.
corrupt everywhere because money talks. That's how life works. So that's why I'm not saying that Trump's not corrupt. I'm not saying this person's not corrupt. This person's not corrupt. All I know is personally affected. I'm the best under a certain person.
Sure.
How can you say anything else? So I've been in a Democrat presidency. I've been in a Republican presidency. I've owned a business in both, and a business in a Republican presidency is better. In a Libertarian presidency, I haven't been there. Am I willing to try it? Fuck
Let's
yeah.
Try it out.
Vote Joe Jorgensen.
I am.
But don't let fucking people in this country without being scanned better.
Keep
all.
out all the people who weren't born here.
No, just
Mary
the
Reines
bad
is still
people.
alive.
Keep out the bad people.
Just the bad. Do your best.
If they have tattoos,
No, do you
I have a lot.
just do your best.
How do we know?
Try to get background checks. Try to figure out where they're from. Try to figure out who they are.
Yeah.
What they've done.
If
That's all I
they're-
want. So,
okay.
You can let people in.
So
Just do
I
your
guess all we
best.
need. I guess all
your
we need
best.
is a reasonable process, right?
Not really.
Yeah, that's all I've asked for. That's why she said I'm gonna allow free immigration.
No, she didn't say that.
She said free. Look it up.
She.
Google it.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I read the whole thing. I
All
read a
right,
whole
all right.
document. She wants free immigration.
What'd she say? I'll Google it.
I read it. I did my research for Phil because he had me on the topic, and I wanted to see where she stand. And she's standing for free immigration.
Faux real, Phil.
Let's see. All right. So Joe 20.
She was also
Let's go
down with
where she says about immigration.
Down with the
With-
bitches and hoes.
She was also down with radical rioting and looting at one point, and then she talked
That's not
herself.
True.
She talked
Wait,
herself.
Radical,
She talked herself back
She
out
didn't
of
say
it
that
after.
shit.
She talked herself back out of it. She said, "Well, I mean, I'm really not
Alright,
for the
immigration.
organization. I'm for the movement." And I said, "Really, Joe?
Different.
You're better than that."
Different.
All
Wait,
right.
you talked to Joe Jorgensen?
The freedom to trade and travel is fundamental to human liberty. As American citizens, we should be free to travel anywhere we choose and buy and sell anywhere in the world. As president, I will use my constitutional authority to eliminate trade barriers and tariffs and work to repeal arbitrary quotas on the number of people who can legally enter the United States to work, visit, or reside.
So no tariffs against companies that want to leave the United States and go put
Who
companies in
pays
China and
tariffs,
Mexico.
Jesse?
The businesses.
The
Consumers.
corporate.
Yeah, okay. That's why we put tariffs, is
Through
because
the
we don't want
corporations.
consumers buying products from China. We want American-made products bought in America.
Yeah, but we end up.
That's
paying
why they're
for it.
so cheap, newbie. That's why we do. That's why we do it. It's because we want to put tariffs on it, so they have to be made in America.
Yeah.
That's why tariffs are good.
My friend Joey sewing his hands together.
I mean, it's silly. It's silly. Yes, tariffs are good. Tariffs on Chinese companies are good. Anyone that says different is silly.
I'm silly.
You're silly.
You're so silly.
You're silly because tariffs are
All
good.
right. Immigrants are a positive for the United States. The data is clear. Immigrants commit less crime and consume less in government benefits
Because they
than
want more.
native-born Americans. And this generation of American immigrants has assimilated at a quicker rate than any prior group. Rather than taking jobs which supposedly belong to natives, they actually create more job opportunities for those in the United States. Even some of the lowest estimates
Which I've
figure.
never said they don't. I think that's the dumbest argument in the world, is that immigrants take jobs. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid.
That's the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life. That's not my problem.
The lowest
That's
estimates
dumb.
figure that the world would be $78 trillion richer with open and free immigration across all borders, a doubling of global income.
Don't believe it.
If what?
If they
we
allowed
build
open
bridges instead
immigration,
of walls.
if they allowed open immigration, the world would be richer. I don't believe it.
Let's see. So she wants to work with Congress to repeal arbitrary quotas on the number of people who can legally enter to work, visit, and reside, to comprehensively reform the immigration process, shorten waiting times, and expand visas. We should provide a pathway to citizenship for millions of undocumented immigrants already in the United States.
I agree
If
with that.
people want to immigrate to the United States and contribute to our country, they should be able to. There should be no hurdles standing in their way.
Will you read what Sean said? You should really take, and he's on board with me
He's got a lot of
100%.
comments there.
Sean and I are on this. Well, that's why Sean, I love you, Sean.
I am
Where-
against Soleimani.
Sean,
Yeah, okay,
we're
yeah.
on board, buddy. We're on the same page.
Cliff notes on what happened with JFK. A former
Oh,
U.S.
wow.
Marine got some accurate rounds off from an elevated shooting position. The end. That's, there you go.
Maybe.
Definitely nothing to do with any of the 3-letter
That we know.
groups. Free immigration sounds like taxpayers picking up with the bill.
Sean,
agree,
taxpayers.
The thing, Sean
Yeah.
and Jesse and Newbie about that is, with a Joe Jorgensen libertarian presidency, the bill becomes a lot shorter, right? So there's a lot less incentive for people to immigrate here.
Says who?
As
Phil?
far as says the fact that they're no longer. I mean, if the same person who is getting rid of limits on immigration is in charge, and it's her, then she's also going to be limiting the amount of services that are available for
So
them.
you're going to cut jobs.
You're going to cut welfare.
You're going to cut
Come on, dude.
immigration jobs.
What do you?
You're gonna cut border patrol. You're gonna cut immigration jobs that help people get through.
I'll cut border patrol jobs. Yeah, 100%.
All right.
Yeah.
And where
you know what I'll
are
do?
they gonna work?
They're gonna go work.
And you're also gonna close their jail. So where
you know
are they
what they're
gonna
gonna?
work?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna close about 2/3 of the jails.
So you're gonna close all the
almost
jails.
immediately.
You're gonna close all of the border
Yeah, I'll
patrol.
get rid of those jobs.
What are you gonna do with them? Because
I'm
you
gonna
want you also want to cut police.
You
Phil.
won't let me answer you.
Okay.
Do you want to know what I'll do with them? I'll send them after the human traffickers and pedophiles.
You're gonna send that many people to work on that?
Shit, yeah.
That
You know why? Because they're not working on it now.
It's not enough.
Look at Epstein.
There's not enough jobs for that.
Epstein didn't kill himself.
You're gonna cut more jobs than you know what to do with. What are these people gonna do?
What are
It's
who
just
gonna
gonna
do?
be jobless?
They're either gonna. I mean, you know what? I'm fine with. If we take 2 million people out of jail that don't belong in jail because they didn't hurt anybody, I'm okay with putting those jailers out of their job and asking them to go find a different job. And if we take the people who are currently enforcing the drug war and immigration laws and we put them after human traffickers and pedophiles, I'm okay with that too.
Do you have a plan? What?
Well, when I'm president,
do you have a plan? What is the plan that those people should do?
what people?
All the people that were housing non-violent offenders that you want to go out and help violent offenders or whomever. I mean, so they're trained to be. I'm just going to tell you this from a standpoint. They're trained to be corrections officers.
Okay.
They're trained to be. Jesse, help me out here.
No,
social services.
So seriously, the only thing that a corrections officer is trained
go
in
do?
is to take care of prisoners.
Housing prisoners.
Yeah,
So what?
I mean, it's really-
Who is going to go hunt down these other offenders? Because you can't just take a correction officer and say, go out on the street and be a police officer.
Yeah, they don't know what they're
all
doing.
right, that's fair.
So who's going to do it?
So let me turn that around on you,
Sure.
if that's okay.
Yeah.
Should we keep people in jail so that corrections officers have a job?
No, we're not keeping them in jail, but some of these people need to be in jail. Some of these nonviolent criminals should be in jail.
Which people that didn't hurt a single other person should be in jail?
What's your idea of hurt another person? When you sell drugs to a child who are not old enough to make a decision if they should do these kind of drugs or not, and they die, are you hurting a person? Because that sounds like a violent crime to me, Phil. A violent crime is when you put a child who's not old enough to know better in harm's way.
Why are they doing that?
Because it's quick money. They don't want a job. Half these people don't want jobs. It's easy. It's quick. Money's good. Sell drugs. Make good money. Simple. So these people that have killed other people by selling them bad drugs are nonviolent. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
So say we don't call that.
Now, people that are buying and consuming the
Right.
drugs should not be in jail.
All right. So, but
That's silly.
So say we agree on that though. Like
I don't think people that buy drugs should be in jail.
Okay, fine.
That's just what I feel.
Say I
I
give
don't
you-
know if it's right.
Say I give you that if somebody sells drugs to kids that they should be in jail. Why, if I could sell drugs legally to adults, why would I sell them to kids?
Right. So we're all in our 30s. No, you're
Don't
not.
know.
You're 20s.
I wouldn't do it.
We're in our 30s. We're all in the same cohort almost. If I'm a drug dealer, whether I want to do him harm or I want to do him quote unquote good by giving him a good high. Maybe I'll sell him heroin that's normal quality. Maybe I sell him fentanyl,
She'll fucking kill him.
and which might kill him. That's his choice to take that risk.
Yeah, but a child?
No, not a child.
So yeah,
no,
we're like we're already saying, right?
no, not a child.
So we're saying, what if we just all concede that if you sell drugs to a kid, that you should be in jail?
I
what-
have
what about-
very little.
What if we just stop doing? What if people said, okay, well, you know what, if that's illegal, but if it's legal for me to sell it to everybody else, I'll just sell it to everybody
sure.
else.
I have
That's the
very
majority
little
market
concern,
anyway.
but I have to have concern as a licensed, healthcare provider to
Yeah.
help everybody. But in my soul, I don't have a lot of concern for somebody who chooses to go buy street drugs. And if it has fentanyl, so what?
Yeah, I hope you die.
Well, Hippocratic oath. I don't hope they die.
Well,
I have to help them.
I hope they die. But
I don't.
You don't have to.
I don't.
I think they should, because they're just wasting my time. I got better things to do. I think people that hurt children, and not only do you hurt children by selling them drugs physically,
For
you hurt children by selling their parents drugs.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
So problems
Well,
are generational.
their parents hurt their children
It's-
by buying the drugs.
Oh!
So-
Everything is a
So
generational
then all of a
disability.
sudden, then these people buying drugs should go to jail because these children are living bad lives.
It's a generational disability, and if it's not, hold on, Jess, if it's not a drug addiction, that is the generational disability. It's a lack of a home. It's a lack of a nuclear family. It's a lack of stability.
And what happens to these kids when their parents are drugged out? Are we just going to let them go home? Because we're against the war on drugs. We're against it. So you can do drugs. You go home to your child and treat them. Oh, well, we're not going to allow that. So we're going to go in and we're going to step in when any of these parents are drug addicts. And are we not doing that now, or do we not try? So we're going to end the war on drugs, but we're going to continue the war on drugs because fucking 80% of these people have children who can't fucking take care of them.
At least.
Yeah. So it's like, at the end of the day, no matter what, you're fighting the war on drugs, or you say, fuck children
100%.
and let them live in bad situations
100%.
because we're done fighting the war on drugs.
Jess, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
the difference,
it doesn't make sense.
the slightly different angle that comes in here is that we're not fighting against people hurting themselves. We're fighting against people hurting other people. So
And their
all the
progeny.
examples that you've brought up that you thought were bad were when people hurt other people.
So then you're going to be stuck fighting it, Phil, because a lot of these times, coming from a criminal justice background, you
Sure.
know as well as I do,
Sure.
newbie, the people that were in jail have children.
Oh, yes.
And those children are in fucked
harming
up lives.
fucking their progeny.
Oh, yeah. And it happens
Yeah.
more than you think, Phil. You're not talking about single people that are out here doing drugs. All these people have children or bringing this into the home. So you quit fighting the drug war because you say, well, if you hurt yourself, fuck you. But okay, that's fine. If a single guy with no
right.
family says fuck you and I want to do drugs, do it.
Nothing happens.
But
in
as soon as
isolation.
there's a child, it's we're into a
Right.
situation. So guess what? It's going to happen to the jail numbers, Phil. You're going to go right where it is now because 9 out of 10 times the single drug addict doesn't get caught because he's at home fucking either dead or doing his drugs. It's the children are involved.
Yeah.
CPS gets called. The wife calls. It's fucking nightmare. It's not these single losers with nothing going for them that go to jail. It's these fucking people with people that call them in. And you can't end the drug war because children matter. And the day you say children don't matter, you can end the drug war because children will be affected by these drugs as long as their parents are affected by them. Unless we say allow them to do drugs, and if they do drugs, we take their children. And then all of a sudden we're back into putting children in cages because
But Jesse, and I don't mean to just, but the drug war has been going on for like 50 years.
yeah,
It hasn't really
longer.
It hasn't
Yeah.
helped.
it doesn't work.
Like what do you?
It doesn't work.
Like we should just keep doing the same thing.
No, but
Like-
should you allow people to be fucked up around their kids and put them in bad situations?
No.
So what are you going to choose, Phil? You got to fight something.
Yeah, you know what I'd rather do is I'd rather keep dads in the home than in prison, And
a
I'd
big
rather
problem.
give people a chance of
How many
having some
chances?
reform. I'd rather give them the chance to go to rehab than to put them in prison. I'd rather say if you feel like things aren't going well for you, that we're gonna try to help you instead of putting you in jail. If somebody like is a heroin addict, that they can, instead of like being worried that if they call an ambulance that they're going to end up in prison for 3 years,
That's silly.
that instead
We have that now.
they might get services offered to them to help them recover.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'd rather see, and I think it's reasonable.
Yeah. We have it now.
Yeah.
We do have it now. If you call and there's a substance
You don't get in
abuse
trouble
problem,
anymore.
if you need to
They
report
just
that
changed that.
you
Well, it's
or a
been
loved one in your
a while.
home are suffering from a substance abuse problem, you can call an ambulance and there's not a
No
law enforcement
charges.
recourse.
But they only changed that like 2 years ago.
But
or less.
and
Yeah.
and that's fine. But again, I don't think you can fucking put laws on drugs. But my problem is when do children, because we're fighting for the children, remember? We want to stop child trafficking. We want to stop children from being abused. We want to stop children from being in bad homes. When do drugs affect bad homes? All the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah, all the time.
All
The
the time.
answer.
All the time. Alcohol affects children's homes all the time.
Sure.
We take those kids out of alcohol homes. Now you start taking those kids out of drug addict home. All of a sudden we're like, what the fuck are we gonna do with all these children? Like,
What's the harm done?
well, what do you mean?
I'm not
taking
my
the children
question
away?
is
less than
my
leaving
question doesn't imply that I mean that there's not a harm being done. I'm asking you, what's the specific harm that's done?
By leaving them in drug addict homes.
or by taking them out.
Like what?
The harm.
No, by leaving them. By leaving them. What's the harm? Like, what's the
Okay.
specific harm that's being done?
So drug addicts will do anything for a high. Newbie, you know this as well as I do.
Sure.
Being from it,
Sure.
drug addicts will sell themselves.
Okay.
They'll sell their children.
So selling their
They'll
children
sell-
should be illegal.
Hopefully.
Or okay, so
Punish
okay,
them for
Phil,
those things.
Let's say you're a child. Okay, let's put yourself in their situation. You come home, dad, he's fucked up on the couch.
Okay.
You come home, some random people are walking in the door buying drugs from him and getting high with him. How do you feel? Do you feel safe? Do you feel like you can be a productive person in society when your mommy and daddy are so fucked up?
Depends on the age.
Sticking needles,
know, probably not, yeah.
sticking needles in their arms. Does that feel safe?
It sounds like a tough situation to be in as a
sounds
kid.
like
Yeah.
sounds like people that need to be in prison.
Or rehabilitative programs.
Which don't work. How many? Do you remember this from being a corrections
does
officer?
prison work?
How many people
No.
that go into
Does prison work?
drug court come back? How many people that go to jail come back? It's almost the same.
The
number,
recidivism
Phil.
rate-
It's almost the same number.
But
It's like over 80% of people either way come back.
the recidivism rate.
They don't learn.
Do you think the recidivism rate from drug court treatment programs is better or worse than the recidivism rate from people that just go to prison and get tossed
It's
away?
pretty close, newbie.
Is it?
It's pretty close.
Okay.
And I know this from coming from a family that has 3 drug addicts that have gone through the whole
Well,
program.
me too. I mean, I grew up with a drug addict father. Yeah.
So I've been there. I've done it. You know what works the best is those private institutions where they go away to these nice places that cost hundreds of thousands
if you got
of
gazillions of dollars.
and they go to these nice places, but no one's gonna fucking pay for
No.
that. And
No.
Joe Jorgensen's not gonna pay for it when she's in
No.
there. You can't send all these drug addicts to these places.
No, nobody can.
So we're to the problem with people with the most money win. Again, they can afford private healthcare and private facilities to get rid of their drug addiction problems.
Right.
So at the end of the day, the war on drugs is always going to happen because the children should come first.
Right.
And I agree. There are some parts with the war on drugs I agree with. Fuck spending all the money and trying to fucking catch these little small time people that are buying drugs and doing things like why the fuck are we doing that? What, like if this
Well,
fucking
I
guy,
can tell you why.
if this guy's on the street and he's homeless and he wants to stick a fucking needle in his arm, fucking
I can
Like-
tell you why though, and I'm not saying it's my philosophy or yours or Phil's or anybody else's. The reason why is because the attitude is that if you make the penalties extraordinarily harsh for the end user, they won't go to the dealers.
Right. You'd hope so.
That's the idea.
But
That's the why. You asked the why. That's the why.
That's what we're trying to do now.
Right. That's the
Doesn't
why.
work. It doesn't
It
work.
doesn't work, but that's the why.
But I mean,
It doesn't work.
that because at the end of the day, you think about it. I
It
mean,
hasn't slowed it down. It's only
Oh,
increased.
not in 50
Prohibition
years.
doesn't work.
Right.
We had prohibition in the 20s.
Right.
What happened?
but if
Alcohol
you,
became more popular.
Of course.
but let's be serious. If you hung people in the street, would it work?
Well,
I'm not really willing to do that.
Newbie, it would fucking work.
I'm not willing
if
to.
you hang people by
I'm
their
not willing to
fucking
take that
necks in the
chance.
street, new people would fucking stop doing it because they're like, I don't want to be up there hanging. Like, let's and stop without being an asshole, but seriously. And it's almost like what my girlfriend says is like,
Yes, Mary, you're
large
right.
pharmaceutical companies are the problem.
Yeah.
That's true. I just want to say,
that's
Mary,
something that Joe Jorgensen, I am on board with. She's going to fight those fucking people
Right.
because you can't buy her. She's not going to be bought.
Right.
These pharmaceutical companies can't say, hey, we're going to throw Jorgensen this fucking $1 million
Yes.
and jump on her campaign. Joe Jorgensen will be like, fuck you. Like, she's not down with Big Pharma. And
No, of course.
I love it. And
Well,
that's one of the things I love
nobody
about
should
her.
be.
You'll never get Big Pharma with Joe. So
No.
you try this
Or
bullshit with
Trump.
her.
Because they like
Oh,
the regulations.
well, guess what? Trump's not Big Pharma either. Trump's put a lot of bullshit on Big Pharma companies. And
Yeah, that's true.
I tell you, Joe Biden, you watch, Big Pharma will hop up.
Oh, he loves them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Joe Jorgensen, let's just put out here. If I was going to say, I want this person to be in my family and be around my children, if I had to pick Biden, Trump, or Joe Jorgensen, you can fucking guarantee Joe Jorgensen will be my parents' grandma, and we drink fucking bourbon every day together. But in a real world, where we are right now, it's, I mean, you got to pick what's your fucking lesser of two evils.
Right.
And right now, and Phil and I have talked about it, we should all focus on getting libertarians into the Senate and
For sure.
libertarians into Congress because
Yeah.
it changes
A
everything.
third party anyway. Yeah.
It makes choices matter.
Yeah.
And that's the problem is we
Right.
need to get these people in because there's a lot of and there's a lot of, Phil brought this up before. Phil brings up a lot of good points other than being an asshole sometimes.
Sorry.
And he brought up that if you put libertarians in the Senate and the Congress, you'll start changing Democrats and Republicans. He told me. He said
Mhm.
you'll see a lot of these people that are kind of libertarian will be like, well, fuck, if that works, I'm going to start leaning that way.
Just like the rest of the country that have been forced to put themselves in a bipolar identity, if there's something other, they might go, oh, no, that's what I am.
And he said it on the podcast. He said, you'll start seeing these candidates start being like, well, if libertarian's cool, I'm
Right.
definitely more libertarian than I am fucking
Right. If
either
that's
way.
if that's a legitimate
Right.
ideology,
Yeah.
maybe I'm that.
Right. And I really think that's the focus now is people need to start getting behind these smaller political and
Right.
start pushing them in because Libertarian Party as a main party may cause damage, but as a minor party, who fucking knows? Let's see.
Right.
Let's push them up. Let's get them in there. And if it works, fucking push it.
Right.
Like, I mean, why not? It's not fair that they don't have a shot.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That's my main thing. I'm not ready for a president with it because the ideas are radical and they've never
Really?
been done.
But here's the thing, Jess.
I just don't like
shit.
newbie.
Okay.
Newbie. Have you ever gone into something without dipping your toes in first?
Almost everything I've ever done.
Something what? Maybe. Sorry, Mom. I hope you're
Okay.
not watching.
Okay, listen.
But
It's
no.
like getting in a
Here's-
Okay, let me put you in a standard vehicle that you've never drove and put you in a 6-lane
I
highway.
did that when I was 17.
I did that when I was 20.
And you guys were in a 6-lane highway?
Shit, yeah.
But the first time, just don't you?
Yes, and
I
I saw
bought
I stalled 50 times
And,
on the way
and
home.
how much
Yes.
bullshit? And how much bullshit did you create?
I
on your
bought
way?
a manual transmission pickup truck.
But how much shit did you create
And
on
the
your way?
first
So-
place I
lot,
drove
a
it was
lot.
on the fucking
Yeah,
highway.
there you go.
How
a
much
lot.
bullshit did you
And it
create?
kept popping out of first gear when I was
Yeah.
trying to get started.
Yeah.
It was
create-
awesome.
You create a lot of bullshit on your way. Now imagine if you started on that transmission on a dirt road, and
I'll tell you what.
you're like, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. This isn't too bad. Maybe one car's like, look at this fucking douchebag.
Right.
And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I can kind of drive through a town, and maybe you get stuck at a stoplight, and then you figure it out. And you're like, oh, okay, this didn't work. This works.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you're on that 6-lane highway, and you've had some practice, and you're like, oh, this makes sense.
But
We can
the
do
thing
this.
is,
Now jump on that 6-lane highway before you start on that fucking dirt road, and all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh,
But
like I'm in
Jesse,
fucking trouble.
Sure,
I
yeah.
bought that bullshit and I did that bullshit and I was happy that I bought that bullshit and I wasn't really all that, like, it wasn't that big of a deal that I started out on the 6-lane highway. It was all right.
Right. Like, I bought that
Like,
car.
it
my
didn't-
dad didn't even know how to
it
do
wasn't
it, so I
that
had to
big
do
of
it
a
on the way
deal.
home.
But it's a highway. Now do it with the U.S.
Yeah.
government.
So Jesse, one question
I'm sorry, babe. I'm gonna get home. I know you still haven't made dinner.
about that.
Mary,
We're gonna
I
get out of
have
here.
your man right now. He's
We're
my
gonna get out of
boyfriend.
here.
There's a guy,
I
Mary, he's my boyfriend right now.
there's
Okay.
a really important guy who started out with manual transmission on a 6-lane highway. He had a beard
Jeff Bray.
and he had a stovepipe hat, and his name was Abraham Lincoln, and he was a third
He
party.
had a 6-lane highway.
I thought it was.
I want in on that 6-lane highway.
I thought it was
Dave
Don.
on.
I thought it was Don
Abraham
King.
Lincoln.
I thought it was Don King.
Look at Abraham Lincoln.
This is what
was
Kamala said.
Abraham Lincoln was a third party candidate.
Sure.
Abraham Lincoln was a
16th
third party candidate.
Presidente.
He's the 16th president.
Sure
He was,
was.
he was a third party candidate, and there's no reason why that's any different than what we've got today.
His views
One
were
of the
radical.
greatest. They
He
sure
had-
as fuck was.
He had one radical view. He
Sure
had
as fuck
one-
was. What?
He had one radical view. Noob.
Oh, more than one, but
Well,
it regale.
name another. Name another radical view
Other than what?
than slavery. Than stopping slavery. Name another radical view.
The opposite of sectionalism.
I'm glad
That
the
was
newbie's
that was
here.
that was pushed by other parties. at the time.
No.
Yes, it was pushed.
No.
It was pushed by the president during the presidential debate beforehand. That was pushed. The only thing that he had that was a hardcore point was he wanted to stop slavery.
Okay. Why?
Because it's fucked up.
No.
That's not why he wanted to stop slavery. Because it was fucked up.
Yeah, because it was fucked up. Not
It
'cause
was
he
fucked.
fucked
No,
up.
I said it was fucked up.
Okay.
Slavery was fucked up.
I'm on board with that.
Yeah, that's why he wanted to stop.
The
it.
opposite of sectionalism, the opposite of secession, the opposite of slavery, and the opposite of a divided United States.
Nobody did he want to defund police?
Dude,
No.
Did he
didn't.
want to stop?
come on,
Did he
Jesse.
want to stop laws?
In what regard?
Did he want Medicare for all?
Did he want? Did he think? Did he think that enforcing the law was a bad thing?
No.
Okay. This is what we're talking about.
You have to understand that they had like 1/10, sorry, mom, fucking 100th of the laws we
the
have today.
Constitution was there, noob.
It was, and it's the same as it is today.
That's right.
No, it's not.
Well, a little different.
There's
The
like
document isn't different.
there's 15 more amendments than there were then.
Uphold the Constitution.
Sure.
That's all I want. Is uphold the Constitution.
Okay.
Same thing with Amy Coney Barrett. Uphold the
So
Constitution.
okay, wait, okay.
Uphold the Constitution.
Amy Coney Barrett, or as Trump might say, Amy like Conan O'Brien Bartlett
Eh.
would be like,
Did he say that?
no, but
Oh,
she thinks that.
It'd be fun.
Oh god, damn. Okay. An originalist is a psychopath. First of all,
Wait,
Um,
do I still have a girlfriend?
sorry, Mary. Wait. Oh, I think she thinks
She's
that-
worried about Tulsi.
Baby,
Mary, I love you, and your boyfriend's coming home to my apartment.
Tulsi
Apparently,
is Tulsi out of the picture, babe. She's more interested in I don't know, a Democrat. Probably more interested in Phil. He leans more toward her way. Maybe newbie.
what?
Damn, boo.
Yeah.
So an originalist.
Oh.
sorry guys.
You
Jesus
gotta keep
Christ.
smacking
Phil.
the freaking mic.
And that was the dispatcher. We weren't allowed to touch the microphones. An originalist is somebody who thinks they are in. Oh shit! I'm getting myself into muddy water. Stop talking, Patrick. As Joe Biden would say, control your temper.
Dude, Joe Biden never said one vulgar term to Trump the
I
whole
was-
fucking debate, dude.
Very disappointed in that.
Yeah, I know.
Will you shut up, man?
An originalist wants to uphold the Constitution as it was.
Shouldn't
in
we?
1789. No, we fucking shouldn't.
You don't think we should uphold the Constitution?
As it was in 1789.
Uphold
No.
it as it is now?
A black person was counted as 3/5 of a human being.
But we
Fuck
changed
no.
it. We changed it.
We did. So an originalist
It's an
shouldn't.
amendment.
So an originalist
Yeah, you
shouldn't
can
think-
amend the Constitution.
You can. An originalist thinks you can't.
As a judge,
not
shouldn't you uphold the Constitution?
But an originalist won't.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that-
it
it
includes
should.
amendments, dude.
yeah.
Okay.
According to who?
The Constitution. It's
As a judge, you should just uphold the Constitution.
You should. They don't. But
It should be. That's the way. That's all. That's all I
Yes.
ask for as a judge. Is just like fucking play it by the rules.
I agree.
Even if the rules suck, then amend them. Then play it by your new rules.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So what's the issue with playing it by the rules?
I don't have one as the rules.
Well,
stand
the other
today.
judges do, because if people want to talk about Ruth Badger Ginsburg,
Badger? She's not a fucking Badger. She's got a name.
she fucking rarely held up the Constitution. She made the Constitution what she thought.
Example.
It was.
Example, please.
Everything.
Oh, that's not an
she's
example.
part of the living Constitution contingent.
That's a little better.
No, go back to a lot of her points. The thing women doesn't, because here's the thing. If you read the Constitution, so human life is supposed to be above all, right? Because there's a big thing in there that murder is like bad and all rape and all this stuff.
Male and say, not
Right.
prohibited.
So
prohibited.
she was all for it. Like women have their choice
The commandments.
to fucking
depending.
to kill babies, right? To do abortions. Even though I'm on board, that's not upholding Constitution. Constitution says like murder's against the law, and then everyone says, well let's take murder into context. What's murder? Anything that has a heartbeat. Well, when you're aborting babies at 24 weeks, do they not have a heartbeat? No.
This is too heavy for the three of us drunk men to get into.
Well, my girlfriend's a maternity nurse, so we've had this conversation.
Mary, we love you.
Yes, they have a heartbeat.
They do have a heartbeat.
So as long as your child has a heartbeat, you can't fucking abort it. No.
So okay. Let me.
Now
get
you
into
want to
this.
take a plan B or take care of a baby at 6 weeks? I'm fucking down. But don't rip a fucking.
I don't
living
know
thing
how
out
we
of your
got into
vagina.
this. Let me tell you my freaking views on that. First of all, I'm obviously not going to carry a child in my uterus.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure unless I'm Mr. Mom from fucking.
What
Arnold
are you going to
Schwarzenegger.
carry in your
In my ass, Phil?
This guy carries uterus in his ass, Phil. That's what he's gonna do.
It's a very echoing. That's a very echoic
Yeah,
table.
Have you noticed that?
We don't have a very.
When you smack
Our
it.
studio's a fucking plastic table, dude.
God damn it, you bitches. Okay. God, this is my view and nobody understands it. If I was a woman, which I'm not, as a man
Really?
or a woman, thanks, Phil, I wouldn't.
Show us.
God, I hate you guys. I personally would not want to abort a child of my own. If I was pregnant with a woman,
And I'm
would
not against you doing it. No,
Fuck.
but no,
Let me
I'm
finish
not.
4
I just want to
words.
say
Nobody's making you abort
no,
a baby.
no, we're not against you doing. I'm just against you doing it when they have a heartbeat. I just think it's fucked up. So
Jesse.
that's all.
I would not, if I were carrying a child, I would not want to abort it.
Shut up, Mary. Shut up.
Mary, listen to me.
Do you think?
Oh my
there's a-
God, Mary,
so-
Mary, I'm getting to your point right now.
I'm not down with
If
the get.
Phil
this-
and your
I don't like the
man would
stay in
let
your
me.
lane. I don't like
Oh,
the stay in
fuck,
your
Mary.
lane argument. Go ahead, newbie.
Okay. I don't like abortion. I would not abort my own child. If I was pregnant with a woman, I would not want that woman to abort that child. I do think it's a woman's choice.
even when it gets to
Mm.
the point when there's a heartbeat and then there's like life. Because I understand when it's like just like a little fucking mush and it doesn't matter. But like as soon as that thing's dude, because you at that point, you think about it seriously. If it's fucking got a heart, it's fucking living, dude.
If I had to pick a side polarity wise, bipolar, yes or no, I would pick no.
I'm against choice. Like I said, I just think that we should lower our choice down to like, hey, if you want to fucking abort your baby, you better fucking make it a little earlier. Because
But then we get into the murky waters of, well, when is it life and when is it not
when it
life?
has when it has a heartbeat.
Wait a minute. So,
Says you.
Let me change the conversation a little bit, right? So I don't completely disagree with anything that you guys have said, but what if you find out at 25 weeks that you've got some kind of a condition where it's going to kill you to have this baby?
Well, then
right?
that's a different story.
Or what if there's a million what ifs is the problem, right?
Sure.
And we know there's a million what ifs. So
Mary, I'm on your side. Please don't hate me.
the question is not whether or not people should have abortions, right? The
Sure.
question, because we all agree. I don't think a lot of people. I don't think anybody goes out and they're like, you know what I'd like to do today is I'd like to have an abortion.
Nobody wants to kill a baby.
Tough decision, man.
Yeah, it'd be a really tough decision to
But
do.
make it early. That's all I want.
Yeah, it'd be
Make
nice
it
if.
early.
And you know what? When that's possible, that's the best time to do it. Is as soon as you can, right?
Right.
That said, I don't think that I want my medical care decided by the government.
No.
I'd really like my
No.
medical care decided by my doctor and myself.
Yourself.
And I think that should extend to abortion.
But
And I'm not saying that it should just be, but I don't think there are a lot of doctors that would be like, oh yeah, you're 37 weeks.
well,
We should do an
Jesus
abortion
Christ,
right
that's
now.
a baby. You can only do it to 24 weeks, Phil.
Yikes.
So you
Well,
can't
right
do
now,
37
but
weeks.
that's not my point though, right? So my point's just that I don't think there are a lot of doctors that are going out there saying, yeah, we ought to just like whatever, yep, scoop that shit out. Sorry for being
but at 24
that's
weeks you're allowed to. So here's the thing: shouldn't we lower it to where they're not formed and they don't have a heartbeat?
I just don't. I think there are a lot of good arguments on both sides.
So what? When does
my
murder
argument-
happen to you? That's all, and then I'll let you continue. Like
Murder?
to you, when is like murder or somebody dying happen? To you?
Sustaining life independently outside of the womb with sentiency.
So you don't think as soon as something has a heartbeat, you stop it, it's murder?
No.
Because to me, that's murder. When you stop
Okay,
someone's
so
heart.
Mary says a heartbeat at 5 weeks. So
Jesus Christ, Mary. I'm your
Mary!
boyfriend. Why don't you help your boyfriend on
So
any
what are we
argument
going?
effort?
Where are we going with this, Jesse? So at 5
the
weeks
fuck
they
is
can't
she
have an
doing? Watch-
abortion?
You're supposed to be making dinner.
Oh, that's offensive.
God damn it. I need to go.
Where's the
No,
bacon wrapped
she
chicken?
should be making dinner. Mary should be relaxing comfortably with bonbons and somebody massaging her feet.
I don't know.
I love you,
Like
Mary.
I said, it's
I
tough.
love you, Mary.
I try to. I kind of want to. I want to do the best to trust people to make the best decision they can, and I don't want people to murder. But I really truly don't think that people are saying, oh, you know what I had to do with this baby is I had to wait for 4 months and then kill it.
But some
Like
people
nobody.
do.
No, I don't think so.
Some people do, Phil. It
People are
happens.
like, oh, you know what? I want to get like a big round belly and then kill it.
No, they pussy out.
I don't think so.
They do.
I
They
don't-
pussy out, Phil. Think about
I
it.
think that's
Phil.
got to be such a small,
Think about it.
but that's got to be such a small portion. I just don't
No.
think.
I just think as myself, as I don't know. I'm not a woman. Who the fuck knows, really?
You
But
weren't?
I would just say, like, okay, so you're like, I can do this. Like, fuck it, I can do this. You know, I'm gonna have a child. Fuck it. Then all of a sudden, you and the baby daddy aren't getting along. All of a sudden, you're like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do? I'm gonna take care of this kid, and you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna fucking get rid of the thing.
I don't
And
know.
babe, is it really 5 weeks? Are you shitting me?
I just
wait,
wanna-
wait, Mary. Who do you disagree with? We
Mary,
need to know.
You better.
I just want to get the government out of healthcare, and I just want to let us and our doctors control our healthcare, and I think it can be better that way.
And I'm not.
And
gonna
it's never.
fight
I don't
anyone
think
on
it's
it,
ever going to
so.
be perfect. I don't think it's ever going to be perfect, but I just want our healthcare to be between us and our doctor, including abortion. And I don't think that it's something that we should encourage. And I think that if you think that it's a bad thing, it would be a really good thing for you to advocate against it and try to convince people not to do it.
No, because honestly, here's my thing. I'm not a woman, and I feel like I shouldn't even have a say. So, but if you want my personal opinion while we're talking as men, I feel a certain way, but should I have? I don't think as a man you should have a say.
Okay, Mary, thank you.
But do you think so? Because you're not carrying a child. I mean, I don't know.
But I don't
I'm
think
just
I
saying
don't
my
I don't buy
opinion.
the stay in your lane conversation.
But-
I don't buy that argument.
And
of
I'll
stay
say
your
in the
lane.
same vein
You don't
as you,
think so?
Jesse,
No.
in the same vein as you as a man, okay, I want to protect and uphold the right of a woman to be in charge of her own body. If I and a woman became pregnant, I would want that child to be born. At the same time, I really adamantly would advocate for the right of the woman to be in charge of her own body. I would want that child to be born. I'm not a proponent categorically of abortion.
But morally,
At the same time,
morally, newbie, where do you stand? Morals. Just throw your morals into it, and don't think of anything else. I just want to know morally, where do you feel as a person?
raised Catholic, pro-life.
You're pro-life,
Mhm.
like, but morally, what do you think, Phil? Just moral wise, like when you think deep down, when you go to sleep at night, if you were in that situation, could you do it?
Like, would I ask somebody to have an abortion?
Yeah, could you
No,
say
I wouldn't
No.
do that.
like I just that's
But
where I stand.
that's not. But me that my morals shouldn't be written into law. It's not
Right.
Phil's law.
But doesn't
Right,
it feel
right.
bad?
It
Yeah.
might.
There's a lot of stuff that feels
It
bad that's
might.
not against the law.
Yeah,
There's a lot of stuff,
You're right.
and
Yeah.
and I'm okay with that. It's not because I feel something's wrong doesn't mean it should be against the law. I want to try to get people to do less things that I think are wrong,
Makes sense.
but I don't want them to go to jail for it.
No,
Right,
you shouldn't go
and-
to. I
right.
don't know. I
You
didn't think
know.
you'd go to jail for it.
It
I just
shouldn't
thought
be
you
criminalized.
shouldn't
What do
be
you think's
allowed.
gonna happen?
I just thought you shouldn't be allowed to do it.
But they're gonna do it.
Right.
They're like, there's no world where it's not happening.
Right.
There's just a world where it's either happening legally or it's happening illegally.
Right. And if it's going to happen, it should be safe for the mother.
I mean, I guess you're right. I mean, then illegal abortions happen and shit gets crazy.
Right. Right.
I don't know. It just, and you're right. Phil made a good point. You know, just because you think morally it's not right doesn't mean it should be law.
Right.
But wasn't the world better when there was morals?
We still have morals.
Do we?
Which,
do.
Which
Do we?
morals?
We
Jesse?
do.
Which morals?
There were just certain things that were supposed to be the way they are, and just like it seems like morals
I
are
don't
thrown out the
know.
window.
It's kinda-
What we don't have
it's
is
kind of a tired. I mean, like, what year are we talking?
what we don't have is
like which shitty thing was
Judeo-Christian
going on
white
that
male.
year?
Here's the thing: what we don't have is Judeo-Christian white male in power, dominating everybody. Morals is God's law.
No, but
Are we talking like are we
we-
talking like Roosevelt, who like everybody thought was great enough to elect him 4 times, but at the same time he was putting Japanese people in internment camps?
Absolutely.
that was fucked.
You know, like
Totally fucked.
but everybody kind of thinks that was a time of morals.
Right. And that is
But he
seen as the
didn't
greatest
live.
time.
That wasn't good morals. He didn't use his, that wasn't morally right.
That wasn't. But that was like
Don't
that's
you
a time
think
that people think of
when you're-
as like.
let's say
I don't think it's cooler.
You're
'cause it's
born
a
as a
black and-
human and you don't follow, and you're not in any country, and you think there's certain laws you have to follow. Isn't one of the first laws is don't kill another human being?
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah,
I mean, I that's just my.
it is.
You just don't kill. You don't rape. You don't
Yeah.
subject to people to harm that's unneeded.
Yeah,
And I just feel like
Sure.
when it stands on, my first thing in morals is, and why I try to be as passive as I can, even when I don't agree with people. Now, when I was younger, I didn't. Is just don't subject anyone else to harm.
Right.
That's-
Yeah.
You know, that's
No.
why
George Jorgensen,
yeah.
20
And that's why a lot of times when it comes to the abortion, I just feel like you're killing
No,
something.
abortion is a really tricky subject for
Killing
people, and
So tricky.
it's because
Up to a point, you're killing something. I feel like if nothing's formed, it doesn't have a life yet. I don't feel like it's anything. But I hate you, babe. At 5 weeks, obviously, as a heartbeat. I thought it was way longer than that it took to have some sort of life to it.
Right.
So,
But
I mean, as soon as two
Heartbeats
cells
versus
join, I
sentiency?
mean, there's
but there's no
the
heartbeat.
start of a life.
We should.
Like,
we
but
should
there's no
put,
heartbeat.
We should put.
So what
a
is it?
life
So is it when it's the start of a life? Is it when there's a heartbeat?
Heartbeat.
Is it
And
when
the
there's
other-
is it when there's viability?
No,
that-
'cause
that
when
they
you-
could
when-
actually survive
Phil,
outside the
when
body.
you die, what happens? Your heart
Nothing.
stops.
Yeah, along
You-
with a million other
but
things.
your heart
all of
stops.
your systems stop.
But your heart stops.
right, but
Sure.
but
your heart can stop years after your brain
The-
stops.
Yeah, but your heart stops. That's when you die.
Yeah.
But so sentiency is different than clinical life. So
right.
I would ask, when does sentiency start? When do you realize that you are alive? You are.
How the fuck would you ever figure it out?
Do you see how
can't.
complicated this is?
Well, no, it's tough as shit.
So
I
this
agree.
is why. So this is the reason why I'm against abortion,
Me too.
but I'm also against it being against the law.
Right. 100%.
I'm against it being
Morally and
just like
personally.
we've had this conversation about masks a million times, right?
Right.
Right.
So like I'm for wearing masks, but I'm against there being laws
law.
telling you to wear a mask.
Right.
I'm against abortions. I don't want people to have abortions. But I'm against there being laws against abortions. Like there you can't have it both ways in some ways. Like you don't have to just like, well, I'm against it, therefore we need to put people in jail who do it. And I know that like that's not exactly what you're saying,
Right. Yeah.
but that like when it comes down to actual policy, that's what's happening, right?
You both make good points. That's the thing is like that's what I appreciate. It's like good point because it just makes sense to me when you put it like that. But I still feel like to me, and again, everyone can disagree. It's just like life feels like a heartbeat. It's like a lot of times to me, like when you die, your heart stops. That's it. Simple. Life is your heart. Like that's it. And I mean, 5 weeks is pretty young.
So,
That
but
doesn't give you
But,
much.
yeah, they don't even know
That
they're
doesn't
pregnant
even
half
give
the
you
time.
Right.
much time to
Yeah.
say like I'm pregnant. So
sure.
Yeah.
then my idea is fucked.
But
So
you get
I
into
don't know what
you
to
get into
say.
the realm
So,
you get into the realm of clinical versus biological life.
right. Yeah.
There's a difference.
Because it's
It's-
fucked.
it's
At
just-
at
it's
5
just
weeks,
really
how long does it take to
complicated.
know when you're pregnant? Do you think?
Like,
It's gotta be
like,
5 or 6 weeks.
I don't know what percentage of the people know that they're pregnant.
It's gotta be
at
like
that point.
5 or 6 weeks.
Right. Like some
I
people
imagine.
don't even realize they're pregnant till 2 months in.
Right. And I'm sure that I couldn't remember a time that I was alive before 4 years old. So if I died before that, would I know the difference?
Well,
No.
I mean, that's the thing is I can't.
years
I don't.
old?
I
I
don't
don't know.
have a memory. I think past 2 or 3 years.
Right,
ago.
2 or
I don't
3,
remember.
maybe 4. I don't know.
I don't know.
So when
I
does
can't think of anything.
when does sentiency start, and when does it make a difference? Who
Yeah.
knows? I don't know.
I don't know. I
But
know.
I
got,
just don't think it's a question for Congress to sort out. You know,
Absolutely.
I don't know how I'm gonna eat
Absolutely.
tacos after this question, but I have to get home and eat tacos.
Mary, where's my taco?
who's Jesse?
Jesse
Niños.
Niños. I went to high school. Jesse Niños.
Really?
Does he have tacos for us?
I don't think so.
Hey,
Fucker.
Jesse.
Jesse, you're a fucker.
Thanks for stopping by. We're
His-
pretty much wrapping up.
Yeah. I gotta go.
I hope that I didn't hurt anybody's feelings tonight,
Nobody.
Besides mine,
except
Oh,
well, I'm
Jesse.
sorry, Jesse. I apologize for
I'll
all
never drive
the
him anywhere. He can go fuck himself.
feelings that I've heard of
But,
yours.
I hope that my first appearance on the podcast
I didn't mean it
cast me out.
He meant it.
personally in any way.
He meant it. No.
So sorry.
Is it 1 a.m.? Oh shit! I have to work at school tomorrow.
Me
Yeah.
too.
I,
That's weird.
I gotta make gin
Crazy.
tomorrow.
Damn!
Jesse didn't bring tacos, so we're all right.
I have to work with.
All right, everybody.
9-year-olds. I
Thanks
wanna
for
punch
stopping
them.
by. Thanks for watching the podcast. We'll see you Sunday.
Oh, I
right.
can't wait to tune in.
All right.
Everybody should tune in.
Newbie, do you have anything before we go?
I did not have sexual relations with that woman, but I am wearing her underwear. That's all I have.
I love that shit.
Have a good night.